Are we live? No, you're still showing the title screen. Look at the preview. Okay.
Now we live.
Okay. All right. The audience can hear us. Hi, audience.
Hello, audience.
I was saying that YouTube is always really weird with the concurrent viewers. We see like X number of people waiting, which was I think peaked at like 7 for Lucky flipped us over, and then it goes down to like 0. I guess is technically the stream like loads in. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube makes numbers. I don't always understand how numbers work because sometimes they are not correct.
Oh shit!
But we hope that your numbers are correct. Your number things. And speaking of numbers, before I forget, because in case you guys can't tell, I'm a little sleepy today. Please go watch Let's Talk FGO. I was up very late making sure it came out today. Thank you. 6 a.m. And then I got up at like noon, so we're running a little low on the gas, but we'll be fine. I have a secret weapon that will generate much conversation later. But I would like to remind you this episode is brought to you by our patrons. I don't know why I'm pointing and touching my screen, but anyway. This is brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHarbach, Comics, Kazima, Architect, Tanglux OG, Carlos, Dragon, Ferris, Jeremy Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Pester, Regent Raptor, Rogue Robin, Charvor, Sean Pryor, Some Guy Named Bob, 723, and Baron the Crow. If you like what we do and want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. And I punctuated each of those with a wag of my fingertip that you can't see because I'm a little sleepy, okay?
Oh, sweepy boy.
That's our tagline, Professional Sleep Boys, StudiOmega. We make the good shows, even if we up late doing them. All right, hi, how you doing? How's things, chat? YouTube is yelling to me about the audio's broken, but it's not. Because I'm sure it's fixed by now. Lucky's doing races.
I was doing races, but I'm having trouble because I'm trying to hit the lead person, but because everyone keeps hitting me in the back, I'm just like, guys.
Yeah, I haven't fucked with this one at all. I mean, we're watching Horizon right now. We can continue to yell about it for hours on end if you want to start there.
Oh, like
I have a list of things. I have some other, quality topics in my list of things in my notepad document. We could yammer about. Flammer jammer. Harble darble.
You like that? Hang on, I need to. Yeah. All right, now I can slow them down finally.
So, however you feel we should start the show.
Well, I'm not sure. I gotta focus on this for a second. So if you want to take, if you want to take the lead on that real quick.
Okay. I will once again tell YouTube that the audio is fine.
It's fine.
All right, sure. Live chat, not top chat. You're not that. We mostly just discussed so far in the opening of the show how we would open the show. So I got a couple of small newsy beams to scratch off. First of all, hey, we should mention this on Let's Talk, but it's fine. It's not relevant right now. But in the future, it'll be relevant. Finally, the news has come out. Does Bruno Mars is gay? No. It's a reach, though. We'll see how many people pick up on that one. But no, Crunchyroll and Funimation are finally doing the merger.
Yes.
By which we mean that Funimation's video service is going to close down because their player is awful, and everything is going to Crunchyroll. And if you already have a Funimation account and you do not yet have a Crunchyroll paid subscription, which I do not, I haven't activated yet, but they emailed me a custom code to give me 60, 90 days free. It's a lengthy process. Yeah, 60. It's a couple of months to get you acclimated when you redeem it.
Please get.
There's no exact word. Oh, there's got to be a setting for this. Do you have mounts follow road turned on?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't fucking work in the race.
I remember something about gauntlets, but I think it was about the UI. I want to talk about the difficulty menus and the options later.
Let me actually look.
But to wrap up on the funny and Crunchyroll thing, yeah, basically last week they sent out an email, and it appears that the plan is basically that Funimation's video library is going to fold into Crunchyroll. If you already subbed to Crunchyroll, they're going to give you credits on your, subbed to Funimation, sorry. They're going to give you credits on your Crunchyroll time, and they're just going to merge those. And eventually the two accounts should, the account databases should overlap. And they'll actually recall your watch list and favorites and shit from Funimation. That's going to be apparently a gradual rollout process. But for now, yeah, it just seems like they're going to merge, and they've decided to keep the Crunchyroll branding, for lack of a better term, and the video service.
Well,
which makes sense. Crunchyroll's video player is fairly well tested. I know that it used to be shittier, but it's...
Well, I know you say for lack of a better word, but I think that's honestly the reason why Crunchyroll is becoming the main one, because it does actually have branding. They have a mascot. They actually have conventions. They actually, have a label.
The Anime Awards.
They actually have a, I was gonna say something, but I forgot what it is. But they do their own original anime and stuff. Like, yeah. So no, Crunchyroll is, I would definitely say, a brand, while Funimation has always been kind of more of a...
Yeah, Funny is obviously a very big name in licensing and dubbing circles, but they are still known mostly as a licensor and dubber of anime, whereas Crunchyroll has, like you said, branched out into... God, this is why I haven't done these yet.
Like, I don't know why, like, my mount just had its mind, again, like, right there, just, mount just like, full stop. I'm like, why?
So, yeah, I know they've done a lot of improvements. I feel like they haven't actually done some stuff to the fundamental engine of Horizon, and I think it shows in a couple of places. Mostly as evidenced by Aloy and Mount's decisions of how to interact with the world, which is not always consistent. You were heavily bamboozled in the middle of Let's Talk, which we just released to public today, by an incident where Aloy just fucking floated. She just grabbed onto nothing and floated there. It's weird. So sometimes things are just unusual. But we're good. There's fucking robots on the track.
Well, I mean, I don't mind the track so much, but again, it's just this moment of they're trying to do some combat racing bullshit, and it's the thing of I'm just constantly gonna get shot by people in the back. Well, and
hey, guess what? Despite their best efforts to turn that into like a tree or something, mount combat's still not great. You have 2 buttons, and they. I have explored several mounts. I did, in fact, last night do the cauldron to get claw striders. It's cool. They are a little slow, but they're big and meaty. But I specifically, I think the one big claw strider site I knew was an elemental one. So I have an acid claw strider mount. I don't get to interact with that at all. Like, if you hit heavy attack, it just does a tail club. It doesn't spit acid. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like everything with Horizon in terms of all of its, like, fiddly bits is, like, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, right? Like, you have 6 weapons now. Cool. You still need to keep, like, 50 weapons on your person, or you just ignore certain elemental damage types because you still can't carry all the elemental damage types. There's, like, 4 more of them now. It's just not possible.
Let me show you, like, and they got new ones now. Like, I actually have a hunting bow that I actually fairly like. Did I win? Thank God I won.
That's a win. But and I've seen some of them. I actually bought that. I think it was last stream. The plasma bolt caster we admired. Because I felt like plasma. Because plasma doesn't do dot. It does a big burst of damage when it fills up. I figured that would work for a bolt caster, and for senselessly murdering machines who get up in my grill, it seems to work okay. There's a lot of stuff. And then there's stuff that's not even, like, there's advanced arrows and precision arrows and target arrows, and I'm like, why are you giving me more arrows?
Oh, yeah, because, like, this is the Martial bow. It's a purple bow, and I like it because it has no redundancy. That's the thing that kills me. I don't necessarily mind having, like, extra weapons and stuff because, you can swap and choose and stuff. What kills me always is when I have, all right, now you have basic arrows. Now you have advanced arrows of the exact same type, and then you have something different. I'm like, so 2 out of my 3 slots is the exact same thing. One's just slightly stronger than the other. But like, this is the Marshall's Hunter bow. You have to buy it from the arena, which I hate, by the way. But it just has, advanced hunter arrows. It has berserk arrows. Those are fun. And then it has targeting hunter arrows. I have a love-hate relationship with these because too many times I'm trying to quickly switch to my hunter arrows and I pull up these, and if you notice, they only have 8 damage. But what they're supposed to do is if you hit an enemy with it, all your override machines are supposed to attack that thing. which is a cool concept, but it's one of those half-assed ideas because usually you only have one machine overridden. One.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess this is an interesting thought thesis I would like to bring up that I think is true. Talking about like Horizon and a lot of other open world games. I haven't watched all of it, but I'm not.
I have a flame one.
Why, but OSP Blue and Red streamed some more Assassin's Creed the other day, and they started talking out a lot about video games and like genres and stuff, and like how Red in particular was talking about, because they got on the topic of like how much Splinter Cell they played, for instance, right? Like pure like stealth games are kind of dead, right? Like when was the last time you played a pure hardcore stealth game that was like a major AAA title, right? Like, yes, Ubisoft still makes like Tom Clancy games and still makes like Assassin's Creed, but a lot of those have the stealth portion, and this is something we talk about a lot, right?
Right.
The stealth mechanics are kind of boiled into part of that play your way nebulous concept that a lot of big open games do these days, right?
Right.
Like, I would argue probably, I would say probably 3D stealth, because they're talking about Splinter Cell. But, like, if you think about it, like, I guess you could argue that Sekiro might be a little more in that vein, because it's very stealth.
Again, but in Sekiro, you still can go run around and just slash up all the dudes.
You still have your heavy duty, FromSoft action elements as well. It's just, you can, on top of that basic mechanic, they layered a stealth action element.
Was that the wrong one? It was the wrong one. God damn it.
But
screw you, Monkey Man!
There are, I think, something to be said there, because Horizon, we've talked about this. I love it, but also hate it. It's very big on this play your way, right?
Right.
Like, there are so many skill trees that go pretty deep. I assume the targeting arrows benefit if you're really deep in that Machine Master tree. Probably lets you, like, override faster, maybe override more machines, stuff like that.
Not really.
No, not really?
No, well, I mean, I can...
Seems like a wasted opportunity. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure... I would assume there are probably cooldowns.
Right, because, like, we have Lasting Override, which increases the amount. Machine Health. Heavy Lifter, which makes you carry things faster. Machine Damage, which lets you do more damage.
God, I hate, why is Heavy Lifter in there? Heavy weapons are such... But the heavy weapon damage boosts are in Ranger. I have some questions about how they've built some of these skill trees, Plucky.
Yeah. And, like, Efficient Repairs in there. Override subroutines, which is interesting. Basically, you can set it between offensive or aggressive posture. Mounted Defense, when you're on it, you take less damage. More Heavy Lifter, Machine Damage. Mounted Archer, you do more damage while on a mount. Lasting Override, Machine Health.
I feel like I don't really know why this had to exist. I feel, obviously, okay, they have the different perk layers and stuff, right? And everything kind of works out like this. But I feel like this talent tree could have been like a big, long one. Like, Infiltrator, really long. Like, that's pretty deep. You can tell that even though they want you to be able to play your way, the game also clearly wants you to play stealthy, or at least remember that stealth exists, because it's really deep. Well, actually, by the way, what level are you? Because I see you 50. Are pretty built out. 50. Okay, yeah. I'm 33.
I'm maxed out, so I'm getting no more free points for leveling, but I'm still getting them from quests and stuff. I've almost gotten every skill, like Machine Master.
So I will say that I appreciate. I was curious about whether or not you could do that. I appreciate that that's actually, like, got the stuff, but like Infiltrate is very dense. Are pretty long.
Hunter's long, but like it says at the top how many skills are in it. You got to remember, 6 of them are your valors though, because those count as well. Like here's like 29 out of 29, but like this one's only 26 out of 20. That's because I haven't unlocked every single fucking valor. The only two that I've gotten full up on are Infiltrator and Hunter, and boy howdy, let me tell you, Radial fucking Blast is saves your
literally
fucking life.
The best.
Saves
literally
your life.
The best. There is no reason not to max this fucker out and just be like, there's a shitload of machines around me. Fuck you, get out of here.
Yeetus. It's great.
Yeah. And it fills them up with shock, which stuns them. It's just, I appreciate the Valor Surges. I feel like way too many of them are redundant. It's like one of them gives you more range damage, one of them gives you more crit chance, and I'm like, why? Why would I bother?
Well, I mean, again, this is like we say this, but again, this is a part of that ethos of play your way. And
yeah, I guess the question is like, you really can play your way, but how does the player decide they want to diversify, right? Like, when you're playing Horizon, are you like, I'm gonna be a trap guy? Like, I mean, I carry traps just in case, but I'm not a big trap user, so like I don't know when the game would have told me to like go for traps, because to me that always seemed like way more finicky than just I'm gonna hide in grass and stab people and shoot things, you know?
No, I bought all the stuff in Trapper just because, why the fuck not? But
you have the points.
Yeah,
it works.
Also, penetrating rope is the fucking best. Jesus fucking Christ! Sometimes I'm just like, no rope now, because again they have
something I will say. I still don't think I don't think the game has given me a free rope caster.
You don't get
and
one.
I still haven't bought one.
No.
I've got a couple trip casters, which are okay. I do have the Guardian one from that quest.
Yeah, definitely. You gotta start making your way west. You get stronger and stronger things the more you go west. Like if you go to Thornmarsh, you can actually start seeing some of the cool shit. Cause let me show you.
That's another thing I want to bring up. The map is a little weird, right? Like how it's segmented, right? Like the way I felt about the first, the way they did the first Horizon, right, is obviously the Norse Sacred Lands are like tutorial zone.
Yeah. And
the Banuk area is the DLC, which is not required to do post game, but does want you to be max level. It's very tough.
Shoot you in the butt.
But other than that, you can literally go wherever the fuck you want in the first Horizon game. Like it's just a big circle, basically, right?
Well, yeah. Well, to be fair,
this is much more gradiated.
Well, yeah, like your first, like you have the tutorial, and and then this is your first area. This is basically the equivalent of the Norse Sacred Lands right here.
Yeah, you have the Dawn.
Now the Dawn, and then you open up into the first part here with Plain Song and all that stuff. And I guess that's the first big chunk before you get to Meridian from the first game. Like you have a couple biospheres. Like also, I'm super glad that you are actually able to fix these fucking fields, and they look lovely. It's super great. And then you get
waiting on Zoda.
Yeah, but then
the waiting part of that quest was
Then you get the base, which is cool, super cool. I love that. And then this is when you get to the fucking Legend of Zelda. You need to get the 3 fucking MacGuffins, and then you open up all up into here.
And that area is huge. I'm technically still in that first jump because we talked about this. When you go to get Aether, you go to talk to a guy, and the guy's like, "Fuck you, no, you can't get the plot coupon. You must go do a side quest for me." And Aloy's just like,
what?
Fine, I really don't want to stab you right now to get what I want, so I'll go do it, I guess.
Yeah, because because this is the interesting thing, because Poseidon's here. Poseidon's in the desert. The desert's a small little area.
Poseidon's in Vegas.
Demeter is all the way up here, which is hilarious because it's super fucking close to the fucking bulwark where you have to go to do the damn deal with that bullshit. So I literally was up here and I was like, oh, I'll just swing around here and go do the greenhouse. And then so all this down here is kind of all like, why am I here? Like, it's weird, but Thornmarsh is where I've gotten my latest equipment because in a moment of top kick, I have to go find Pharaoh's tomb. That's for story reasons and whatnot.
Yeah,
but
I've heard a little about some of the other tribes that are rattling around. That's going to be a funny thing to deal with.
Yeah,
I do know that the game at least does an interesting thing where it kind of peppers these out. Like I know the name, Thornmarsh, because that's where Talana's gone. She's going there to do the thing, and I'm like, okay, I'll meet you there later, eventually. Bye. Even though there's like 5 bajillion things to cover, it's okay. It's very big. I appreciate the map size. I guess it's okay at feeling segmented. There's a lot of stuff to do. Like, there's so many side activities I'm just ignoring because I already feel like the game is so dense. Like, I haven't bothered with hunting grounds yet. I haven't, I haven't done any of those gauntlets. It's mostly just like I've done a lot of salvage contracts because that's kind of important and that's a good way to get bits.
You also get legendary armor out of it.
Yeah, I figured. They keep talking about the armor. I'm just whittling through there. So, but like I said, there's a lot of this depth to it. But during that stream I mentioned earlier, Red said something interesting that I think is true. She observed that everybody drink, by the way. That Horizon is one of those games where the gameplay serves the story, not the other way around. And that really struck me as like, yeah, that's pretty true. Like, all the gameplay stuff the game wants you to do, like how much of a hassle machines are sometimes and all that other stuff, and just how machines act. Like, I still don't find it fun to, like, interact physically with some machines, right? Like, so many machines have these big sweeping attacks that fucking knock you on your ass and send you, 50 feet across the ground, and then you gotta get up, and you can't do anything until you stand up, but Aloy can't learn to Ukemi roll or anything. She just, takes her sweet time. And it's just like, okay, I get it. Machine's strong, but, like, it's not a fun experience, right? Like, it doesn't feel smooth and reactive. It feels like you're just getting your ass kicked, which is the point. The point is that machines are strong and you need to, like, come up with a game plan. So the gameplay serves the story. Arguably the same way with a lot of the way I think there's so many of these subsystems that, like, don't matter. It's just like, you can play it that way. That doesn't really matter. The finer points we don't care about. The points we want you to go to is for you to explore our deep world building and find out more secrets and listen to our themes and messages, of which there are a lot, and I think they're important. Like, I'm already picking up on some of them. Friends were a very important theme, like having allies. Lucky, tell me if you've picked up on this one. I'm feeling like family, especially filial piety and that kind of thing, relationships between siblings is very important. Because, boy, howdy, are there a lot of, like, brothers and sisters out there having difficult relationships we got to give them the old Aloy therapy on.
Usually involves killing something, by the way.
Yes. But, like, there's the recurring subplot with Boomer and her sister. Out of nowhere, that one Karja guy in the Camp Nowhere is like, good, you got back my lockbox. Hey, I need you to give this back to my estranged sister for some reason. Don't ask questions. And I'm just like, that's really unnecessary. That came out of nowhere, but I get what you're going for, game. It's like there's a theme of familial stuff for some reason. Does it have something to do with the person who moves into the basement of the base? God
damn it, I still
There's stuff.
Moving on.
By the way, can I say that? I did, so I went to go do Aether. I got told to take a fucking detour, and so naturally I immediately was like, fuck you, I'm going to Vegas. And I went and did Poseidon. Because I did the Poseidon quest far enough to get the mask, because God damn, I love the mask. I love that there's no resource involved. It's just, they put a lot of effort into the submerged areas, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you can tell. And, like, when you get the mask and you can actually explore them, it's, like, so liberating. You're like, oh my God, I can actually, like, go underwater.
Underneath the water.
They did so much to, like, make that really cool and interesting. But I immediately noped out and did Poseidon. And then, like Lucky said last week, then you immediately have to go do a plot thing, which is very plotty and very heavy. It kind of establishes the stakes you're up against and stuff.
I'm gonna stab this
I gotta tell you, I was on a razor's edge that entire side quest, because I'm like, I don't know why, but I felt like it was so dangerous to be there. We're dragging, like, Aaron and Varl with us. They insisted on coming, and then it's been like 2 weeks. We can probably talk a little bit about some stuff that's, like, fairly early in the game, right? But, like, and then Beta is involved, and she's in, like, a coma, and it's like, okay, I was so worried for Beta and Varl and everybody and the second Gaia fragment, and I'm just like, oh my God, I am so on edge right now. And it turned out to not really be that big of a deal right away, but, like, it's still, they did a really good job of cutting the tension, right?
Right.
Like, you're like, damn, this is suddenly, like, I know this was going to be a thing, but this is, like, suddenly ratcheted up to be, like, a real thing. And then your clone sister moves into your basement.
Run away!
Some kind of millennial screen withdrawal disease.
No, she's... Like, she definitely has the anxiety.
Yeah.
For lack of better word.
And she explains it. I think it's a good contrast. Like, Beta explicitly tells you in a dialogue tree that while it was partitioned out to her, she was given the access to the Apollo database. Yep. So she knows a lot about, like, science and human history and shit. Whereas Aloy is, like, piecing everything together. But obviously, and in case you can't tell, Beta's kind of a huge nerd, and she doesn't know anything about, like, shooting a bow. And she could probably not accomplish some of the physical things Aloy does because she was, raised in the wild as a hunter.
Basically, genius little sister.
I see that Frostclaws are still huge assholes. Though that attack pattern there is definitely more kind than their previous, like, rampage nonsense.
No, again, like, the game is hard, but again, it's not. The game's not about throwing yourself at the problem until you can beat it. Like, no brain.
Yeah, it's about strategy, and like I said, I love smoke bombs. I immediately maxed out on smoke bombs. The fact that you can reset an encounter and just be like, okay, this isn't working. Pause, rethink, regroup. I think the only thing that, like, talking about, like, all the ammo variety and weapon variety, I think that's one of the things that kind of hurts the combat, is that you really do have too many options. Like, how can you possibly carry all your solutions to everything, which you don't need, but, like, kind of need, because enemies still have, like, elemental weaknesses and shit. It's just,
Did you just poop my dino snoot? Excuse you.
Possibly. Your dinosaur is just standing there, like a Goofus.
There we go.
There he is. Now he's in the fight. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. But actually, on that subject of difficulty, I wanted to bring this up because I caught wind of this, and I wanted to ask if you'd noticed this, Lucky. But did you know Horizon Forbidden West has a custom difficulty setting?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay. Have you looked at that at all?
I've looked at it a little bit. I haven't really done anything with it though.
Yeah. But this is something I've noticed that games are doing more often lately. This is a big factor in how I was able to actually, like, complete Control without throwing myself into an abyss of pyramids. Was making it so enemies die way faster. Because, man, they give you a lot of meaty wall boys in Control.
Yeah,
Guardians had this as well that I didn't really play around with. But yeah, Horizon has a custom difficulty setting.
Yeah, so you basically...
and it has some interesting things there. First of all, you can separately adjust damage to Aloy and damage to or enemy health.
Yep.
So if you, like me, think that enemies are a little too tanky, you can say keep your damage on Aloy at normal, and you can make enemies' health easy level, which is what I'm currently doing, just because, God, enemies are so chunky. Mm-hmm. If you think that enemies have the right level of health, but you feel like you get beat up too much, you can make it so Aloy has more health or takes less damage. And you can apparently do, like, I haven't tried it, but you can do the, like, heaven or hell let's rock thing and, like, set enemies to story mode, which is real baby tier, but you can make damage to Aloy, like, very hard, so you die in one hit, but so do enemies kind of thing. One of the interesting things they have there, though, is something that's normally only available on easy or story mode, is that you can turn on what they call, I believe, easy looting.
Yes.
Which means you don't have to, like, shoot specific parts off to save them. Anything that's still attached to the robot when you kill it will stay there. Which is kind of interesting that, like that's off, obviously, in normal. And it's just kind of one of those decisions where I'm like, okay, I get kind of why you make this an easy thing and why it's an option in custom, but because, like, you could set the game to be completely normal. You like the normal difficulty, but
well, it's definitely one of those things, like, because especially, like, when you start getting other things, like, I'm at the point where I have, like, for my weapons, I need to shoot off fucking, like, I need, like, 8... Wait, what the fuck are they called? Where are you? Yeah, trimmer tusks. I need, like, 8 trimmer tusks.
It's a lot.
That's a lot.
It's a lot of tusks.
And, like, each one usually has 4, but they're in front and they move a lot, so they're kind of hard to hit. So if you don't have to worry necessarily so much about actually, like, hitting them,
that's something I've noticed that I don't like, is enemies are very fidgety. Like,
yes, they are.
It is really hard when you're in the heat of combat.
Gotcha!
And again, I assume the idea is you're supposed to, like, stalk it out, tag the parts, all that stuff. But, like, if you need to farm a lot, like, you need to farm 8 tusks or, you know, 4 tails or whatever, like, that's hard. You have to take a lot of time for that, and just, like, guys, I don't got time for that shit.
Well, again, this is, again, one of those things of, you know, get your setup on, because, like, this is when I start, like, using adhesive grenades. I start using my rope caster to tie them down. Like, a lot of the times, like, for tails, a lot of times, tails are usually my first target, because usually that's a target as well.
Well, yeah, that's a weapon.
And it's also, yes, roller back fucking tails are terrifying, so it's like, no, that's, like, one of the first things you get rid of. So again, like, a lot of monsters now, like, I have, like, my predetermined, like, attack patterns and what weapons I want to use them. Like, this is one of the reasons why my hunter bow is actually pretty fucking baller, because I can usually knock off things with it, like, in a couple hits.
Yeah, I got a hunter bow with a terror blast arrow, and I've been using that a lot as well. Also the the brace shot usually removes components pretty good. But like if you're going for like a hardcore farm sesh, you can just with custom difficulty turn on easy loot, grab a bunch of shit, and then you can just turn it off if you feel like it.
That is mine now.
So like I wondered if you had experimented any of that. I've been playing around, like I said. I checked out how it was when enemy health is on story. That's 2 baby mode. Like literally everything dies in like 2 hits tops, and I'm like, okay, this is just why even bother wasting the arrows, right?
Right.
But I feel like I'm a busy man with things to do because my copy of Triangle Strategy sits in my Switch, and we've got more games coming. So I'm like, I don't mind like speeding up this experience slightly. I get what they're going for. They really want to immerse you in this world, but God, this world is huge. There's a lot to it.
Also,
so audience, if you have your thoughts about this, you can. And like I said, you can totally play around with this. I think more games should offer custom difficulty sliders because that really does let you kind of play your way, right? Like I said, like maybe you feel like you're perfectly fine with like how many hits it takes you to kill enemies, but you don't like how at your current like normal difficulty level, Aloy maybe jobs out too fast.
Oh yeah. Also on the Killing Stone, Tamamo's been exercised for a long time. A priest like literally just sat in front of that stone and prayed until Tamamo was like, all right, I'll go home. So no, she was not actually sealed in.
The Killing Stone does not kill, but yeah, apparently it's broken. Weird.
Clearly,
I will say is still a little weird is farming for animal hides. I think the drop rates are better, but sometimes I have bad runs.
All right, Lobster, get out, Lobster.
I kind of don't like what they did with fish.
I don't think it's so bad. I think they like.
Well, I mean, mostly my complaint is, Dear Horizon guys, you know, bow fishing exists, right? Like, and it was possible in the first game. I feel like they just made it so your arrows now instantly explode in contact with water because they want you to swim after fish. And I'm just like, it's one of those things that I'm just like, that kind of, I don't know, I guess it rubs me the wrong way. Like, that was something you could do in the previous game, and they took it away from you to, like, benefit it better. Because obviously some fish swim deep and you can't bow fish them, but, like, I don't know. I think you need a pretty powerful bow shot to actually, like, shoot a salmon or something out of the river. It's not that hard to do once you swim around. It's just, one of those things where you have to do things slightly differently. And I will say there are some loot things, some concepts I do like to get like sack webbing out of like snapmaws and bellowbacks, you have to not shoot their elemental sacks, which is kind of a challenge thing. Like it's not you have to knock something off; it's you have to not knock. That's I always found was really good. And I actually went out of my way to knock down a few guys. Shell snappers are still assholes. They have too many things.
The thing I hate about them is they go down and then they're like, I'm gonna pop up suddenly. I'm like, you mother...
Yeah, I mean, it's basically, like, their health pool isn't as bad, but these are basically, like, rock breakers with more things, because they have the spitting attack, which creates physics objects you have to interact with. The physics is a whole thing. Like, obviously, there's a lot of jank with, like, Aloy and mounts and physics. Jank with machines and physics and, like, clipping and stuff. I also kind of like, I don't like their over-reliance on the box puzzles. Some of them are fun, but goddamn, are there so many puzzles where they're like, and now you must move a box! But for some reason, we didn't make this sim sophisticated enough that, like, Aloy can, like, walk around the corners of the box. It's one of those classic things, Lucky. It's been a while since we talked about it, but one of those things of, like, problems that only exist in video games, right? Like, if you were a human, you could move the box puzzles perfectly, but, like, in terms of, in-game manual dexterity, I sometimes have time getting the puzzles to work because you have to be, like, just on to pull with the pull caster, or you have to, like, fucking leave, which makes Aloy freak out. So many times have I accidentally jammed myself into small spaces with a box and, like, done some weird physics shit. I don't know, I feel like we could have maybe cleaned that up, but, whatever. It's all minor stuff. The game is still really well written, and like I said, the world is really deep. It's just I've been playing it a lot, so I notice these little things that are just like, that's kind of annoying.
I don't know,
like clean that up a little.
Yeah, no, like learning about the engines of like the Tanao, I was all like, oh, like I thought that was very neat. It's just basically they learned of old, military propaganda like that, and they were just like, oh shit, man, that shit's sweet.
Yeah, and you kind of pick that up from what they talk about, like they talk about their officers, soldiers. They have soldier tags, dog tags.
They have squads. Their leaders are called commanders.
Yeah.
It's like, it's all very cool stuff. I'm like,
like I said, the new tribes are all really interesting, and like I said, I'm kind of interested to see it. I've heard about some other guys living in Clusion, some stuff in there. And the Zenith's concept is like good that they brought that back, but it's again, I think the gameplay serves the story. Like the gameplay is here to get you to the story bits or like present you with a fun thing to do while you're exploring this world, not necessarily, designed to be a perfectly playable simulation. Ooh, it's so fun, so tight, It's always kind of interesting. Like, it's funny because Elden Ring is obviously very big in the news right now, and I think that usually people would say that Souls-like games are the opposite way, right? Like, those are very infamous for their very minimalist, atmospheric storytelling, which exists mostly as an excuse so you can do the gameplay loop, right?
Right. Also, pour one out for Horizon coming out within a week of a major game release again.
Yeah, another open world, big Souls, as people say. I think it's doing okay. The game that's, and we might mention this a little bit later. I don't have a lot to talk about it, but we should at least mention it in the thumbnail. The one that's really fucked up by Elden Ring, I think, is Babylon's Fall.
I heard it's not been doing well in the reviews either. It's like,
Yeah, I haven't seen any specific. Like, I've seen people talking about how it's kind of a flop. I have not yet seen any specific commentary about why. I understand why it's not getting a lot of like consistent gamers on Steam because fucking Elden Ring came out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not doing super great on like Metacritic. Let's see if I can find
nerds
about it. Steam, Metacritic, 41%. Yeah. Critic reviews. No sense of identity. Banal, inspired, and slant. Visually dated, dull. Yeah, I guess so. The main thing is that just it's a platinum action game and it's multiplayer. It doesn't do anything different, which is a little bit of a stunner for platinum.
Honestly, real talk. I don't know like what people say. People love it when things don't fucking change.
I guess the thing is that like it's not like it. I think mostly it's it's gameplay wise it's similar, but it's not. The thing is that it doesn't do anything different in terms of visuals, so it doesn't stand out, and that's something that like platinum games are known for very, very striking visual aesthetics, right?
Oh yeah,
like Bayonetta, Nier, stuff like that. Like there's some big energy in those games. It seems like Babylon's Fall just kind of doesn't do that, which most people thought from the trailers and stuff. Like I said, I think the gameplay-wise is probably still fine. It's fucking platinum, and they made a multiplayer action game, and they look like they got some interesting stuff. I might check it out on sale. But yeah, the general idea seems to be that it's... Square Enix has gone whole hog on another live service game, and it's not doing the things they want it to do. This doesn't seem to necessarily be like a technical thing. Like, I think that was people's issue with the Avengers game they wanted to do. This just more seems to be that, like, it doesn't have that spark that's like sucking in the players or anything. I don't know. Compare that to one of the other new games that just came out, which I have not opened up yet, but I can talk a little about like what I've been hearing about it. Triangle Strategy, which is doing very well. It's got like 83 or 81 on Metacritic right now. I know that some critics are a little more even on it, or like a high 3, or a little over 5 kind of area. I guess what you'd call like a 60 or 70.
Oh wait, air focus shot.
The general gist of what I'm getting from reviewers about Triangle Strategy is the actual gameplay, the tactical gameplay, and stuff like that is really good. That part is very nice, and it might be a little difficult. I've heard some people talking about how they've had to basically do fights like twice because apparently you keep your progression, you keep your level ups when you have to reset a map. So because there's no grinding in the game, if you're not ready for a map, you just play it out, and if you lose, you can just go back with your level ups and do it again. Which, okay, I mean, that seems fair. That's always an issue with some of these like very story-driven tactical maps, right? Like, not every game is Fire Emblem Three Houses where you have unlimited time credits to grind maps over and over again to practice.
This outpost won't be causing
But
any trouble.
the general consensus from reviewers seems to be that while the voting mechanics on your story trees are very interesting, there's not a lot of both mechanical customization and characterization depth to your side characters. It's mostly about our main characters and their stories and stuff. And shockingly, it seems like Western outlets do not find Western European fantasy as splashy as you might think, for some reason.
Splashy.
Yeah, they just talk about how the setting is just kind of, it's a fantasy setting.
Well, I think that might be in part of, I guess I'll call it oversaturation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess now that Game of Thrones has done bit a thing. Okay, so you can grind a little bit. That's nice. Now that Game of Thrones came out and did the thing, I feel like a lot of the like more serious, not necessarily gritty, though often gritty, like European style fantasy titles. Like I feel like a lot of people have some baggage there. It's just like, is this doing anything new? I've heard this story before. There's some guys in the north and they're weird. There's some guys in the south. There's probably some desert guys. Like, admittedly, fantasy has always been like.
I'm about to say, it's like, that's how you do
that.
factions. You separate them by, like, usually by location. That's the best way to fucking do it.
And hey, guess what? Different geography results in different cultures. That's why all humans are not a monoculture. But anyway, it's just, there are some cliches to this, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that, like you said, there's a little bit of market saturation, and on the surface, a lot of people think it's samey, and obviously, being Westerners, a lot of Western outlets are going to be like, I've seen this, European fantasy shtick before.
Oh,
Meanwhile, to Japanese game developers, D&D is still very exotic, basically.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm just all like, I'm going to point at Elden Ring. I'm just going to like, what the fuck is that then?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't get this.
It's weird, right? Like, yeah, Elden Ring's very popular. It's reviewed very well. A lot of people like it. We've been debating stream games, and I've been thinking to myself, should we bite the bullet? Should we do Elden Ring?
I'm not.
I don't think so. Nah, I don't want to.
It's a dark and gritty dark fantasy with a bunch of weird ass monsters that are really hard to kill, and you're some silent protagonist, all alone to crush this power and shit. It's
but we have romance subquests, Lucky.
That is important. Okay, I'm sorry. Now my interest just went up like 100% in this fucking game. God damn it. I love romance.
Like different. I don't know how deep it is because I'm pretty sure that the Tarnished also doesn't speak, but like, yes, you can apparently. And not even in, like, the half-assed way that Dark Souls 3 did a thing where, like, you courted a lady by, like, stabbing her ghost or something. Like, there's apparently a little more involvedness to the quests.
Sick.
But there's some stuff with your endings.
I'm okay with that.
So I've heard people talk about how it's easier. That seems to mostly be by virtue of it being open world and the fact that your horse is super cool. You can do classic video game open world strats and just fucking dash by dudes, steal some high-level shit, and fucking get the fuck out, right? So I don't know if that would be easier on stream. I'm still not committed. I'm kind of interested in. I don't know if we'd want to play it to completion, but apparently the price on Demon Souls is like finally going down from like $70. That's a very slick remaster, and that was a game that always. I have another love-hate relationship with. Ron really wanted me to like Demon Souls, and I just could not when I was younger. It's very, but it's very pretty. So I don't know.
I mean, like I'm okay at Soulsborne kind of games, but again,
I mean, like I said, I've heard that it's a little more like faster paced. They have a dedicated jump button, and you can actually get some air, so like you can jump dodge now. I still don't know. Like, maybe I'll watch some people play it. I know a lot of people have been streaming it. I'll see how the gameplay looks to myself. It's just, I know it's popular, but I don't want to turn it into like a whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like. Obviously, there is some spectator sport in either of us getting our asses kicked on camera for the viewers' enjoyment, but like
again, I'm not gonna. I don't want to pick up a game that I'm not 100% besides just so I can get the views. Like,
yeah, no, we don't operate that way. Yes, we play games that are relevant. I mean, we've streamed Horizon for like 3 weeks in a row, but that's because despite all the kvetching we do still like Horizon.
Oh yeah,
it's got some rough edges.
Well, and that's the other thing I want to talk about. This is the thing I don't like about reviewers in general. I mean, like, I'm like a bit of a hypocrisy because I do read them, but like, no matter what people says or something do, everyone will have certain biases towards games towards games and towards game systems and all that stuff. And so what works for one person might not necessarily work for another. And, you know, just having one person review a game and give their thoughts on it and making that their publication's, you know, opinion on them, all like that doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know how true it is now. There was a median point when games journalism was big. Like I think it's actually like shrunken down now. Like there have been enough hullabaloos and people have had to leave and various ad apocalypses and whatever and call-outs have like shrunk the industry a little. I think when a lot of video game outlets were at their peak, they actually had like teams for this, and like if you were going to say review Elden Ring, right? You get your guy in the office who likes Souls-likes, right?
Yeah. Like honestly, like I would use a rule of 3. I pick someone who's doesn't like this kind of game. I pick someone who does like this kind of game, and I pick someone who's neutral about this. It's like, all right, all of you, I want you to put 10 hours into this game and then write your fucking thoughts.
Yeah. And this is why I like to, like, this is a decent reason why Metacritic is good, is because you can look at, like, overall, and then you can scroll through and see what different reviewers say what, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, sometimes these opinions, and we'll come back to that, I think, with other stuff. Sometimes the way people, like, express their subjective opinions is weird. Like, a lot of people are apparently like, this, you know, this aesthetic, this visual style is just kind of, and it's kind of samey and whatever. And I'm like, what does that mean? Because I have looked at Babylon's Fall. I mean, I admit, I don't play as many video games as I used to, but, like, I don't know, there's, like, weird strings that come out of a thing on your back, and you got, like, 4 weapons instead of normal. Like, what's your normal? Is your normal like Elden Ring? This doesn't really look like that. So, I don't know.
Again, well,
but I don't know what games those people are playing, right?
Also, the problem with Elden Ring it's been hyped to death and back because they use the power of scarcity to just drive people into a frenzy about it. And then they're just like, boom, 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 here you fucking go. And everyone would like literally just, you know, cream their fucking pants.
Elden. I didn't remember this fact, but I read it the other day. Elden Ring won most anticipated game last year at the Video Game Awards. It hadn't had a new trailer in like 2 years.
Yeah,
like everybody was just like, "Oh shit, Elden Ring!" George R. R. Martin was involved.
It's like it's the new Dark Souls. That's all people cared about. That literally was all people cared about.
And I do think, not to shit on Elden Ring, haven't played it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a good fucking game. Like, I'm never gonna say that, you know, the Soulsborne games are bad games, because I don't think they're bad games. I'm just not the best at them.
No, I agree. Like, I like Bloodborne. I like its aesthetic, and I kind of like its gameplay. It's just, the reason why I've never finished it is because it's very time demanding.
Oh shit!
You have to really get in there, and you have to play on them, and you have to get good, right? You need practice, and you need to adapt, and
oh shit, what's this?
Sometimes I don't have adaptation for that, and the thing with Soulsborne is
this one's really nice.
If you just want to get a feel for it, they do not do that difficulty curve thing, right? Like, there's no custom difficulty there. You do what you do. Honestly, I feel like the Souls community is crazy enough with their own like fucking challenge builds. You could probably do some difficulty customization in Soulsborne, and it probably wouldn't make people, you know, freak out, because they'd be like, "Ooh, you can make it harder." Like, but it's a weird one. Like I said, like, I think Elden Ring seems like it does good things with the systems. Like, a lot of people I've heard comments like, you know, they finally made shields good again. Like, shields are apparently really OP in Dark Souls 1, and then they were kind of shit as a counterbalance for like the rest of the games, and now like they're a legitimate option in Elden Ring. You can jump now, a dedicated button. You can actually like fucking jump, and it's not like a weird thing you do while sprinting or something. You know, they added open world elements and a mount you can summon. You know, the torrent, your ghost horse, who can like help you out. So like they seem to have learned lessons from open world explore games and like applied that to the elements of the Soulsborne, and it's a good game. Is it for us? I don't know. Probably not.
I gotta go find two.
Like I said, I gotta go look at some fucking gameplay footage of actually see what's up there.
But
overall, it seems to have done well, and people seem to like it. So that's interesting. It's always interesting though to see these things and see how it shakes out. Like for the triangle strategy, this is like how I approached like reviews to like Astrea Ascending and stuff, which is a game that I just kind of like naturally fell out of, and I have no complaints about really, other than that I kind of wish I could reset classes. But like the general vibe I get from reviewers is just because, okay, you know, we talked about like reviewers and stuff. These guys have to experience a lot of games. Maybe they get oversaturated easier. They don't think that the story writing is, you know, very cutting, and the extra characters are not very deep. or customizable. Okay, that's fine. I don't really care because I don't know anything about that. And like, if you're gonna get on me about, oh, the setting is just whatever. Hey, I like those stories though. I still
What's going on here?
like, Western fantasy stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's because thanks to a certain George R. R. Martin, every motherfucker thinks that anything remotely European needs to be like really gritty and gross and dungy these days, and I don't like it. It makes me feel bad. There's a reason why I haven't read future Song of Ice and Fire books. I kind of got over that. I also maybe George R. R. Martin's got over that. He still hasn't written a new one in a while. Anyway.
How did your father accidentally stab you?
So yeah, like I think I'm gonna enjoy Triangle Strategy when I get to it. I just haven't had time trying to focus. Doing Horizon and stuff and keeping up, and I'm still way behind. Like Lucky's obviously in the next page beyond me, but that's because I feel bad about leaving certain side quests behind me. I like to like explore out in the areas and expand.
Mhm.
So I've been doing a lot of like side quests, tracking down scavenger camps, picking off rebel stuff. I think finally now I just before we started I reached a point where I was gonna go actually to Sky Bite, Sky Strike, Sky whatever. The place Face Tusk Man tells me to go and solve his problems for him.
You gotta go deal with the Sky Clan. You have to go to the Bulwark.
Yeah, we got all kinds of fun stuff to do.
I can't make any promises,
But I'm gonna work on that one next.
Nice to see if he's all right.
Or it'll tell me to go 500 miles more, and I'll be like, no, fuck you. I'm gonna go. I'm vastly over level. I'm gonna go to Demeter now. Fuck you. I want to fix metal flowers.
Listen, the Demeter's not that far from the Bulwark. You could just take a side, because it's another one of those ones that is all contained in that one building. Again, the fucking Sky Clan one just bothers me, because if you check right here, this is where you gotta go, and this is the area you gotta go. If you just swing around this fucking mountain here, the meter's right there.
Yeah, it's just fucking. I don't know why. Like, I guess because they wanted to like make you have to resolve the rebel thing.
Well, the thing about the greenhouse, the meter one, and Poseidon is they're interesting in that they are locations that give you that unlock additional options for you. Like you get the way to deal with the metal flowers there, you do, and you get the Poseidon mask in there. But this is the only one where like you kind of, explore the story and the location more. Like this, the Poseidon really doesn't have any, like, I would say, intense story relevance. You meet
No.
You meet Morlo, and he's an okay dude. He's alright. Oh shit.
I mean, the effects of the Poseidon thing are long lasting, because now there's just hologram Las Vegas chilling in that desert all the time.
Yeah, and there's a town popping up there. Actually, once you go back there, it's like it's a small town.
And you can even do that whole thing with your boy. This is when you get the ornaments and do the thing.
Yep. And Demeter, they're going to introduce you to a new faction, which is really interesting. I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's cool.
Yeah, I'll get there.
So that's future stuff. But this is doing Aether is the one that most directly activates, with Hikaru. You meet Katara, and you deal with the Marshalls and stuff, and Regala. So that's much more heavy on the story bits. So I guess that's kind of what it is they only want one to be heavily story focused, and the others just to unlock more options for you.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of weird, right? Like, I feel like they could have written the game in a different way that you would have. Because based on things that, at the bunker in the north and stuff, you have to deal with the rebels anyway, because fucking Silence is doing Silence things.
It's fucking dick.
But, I guess they wanted to make sure that you had a through line for that. Mm-hmm. And it does kind of make sense. Aloy is so hyper-fixated on fixing the world 6 months from now that she does kind of tend to downplay problems that people are having right this fucking second that are life or death. Obviously, yes, there is a bigger picture, and people could be slightly more cooperative with Aloy. Not that she bothers to explain to a lot of them just how heavy this is. She mostly just says, I'm trying to save a lot of lives, dude. I don't know. I think it's because she doesn't want to, blow people's minds.
Well, Aloy has to deal with the problem with, she understands what technology is and how it works and all that stuff. But most time, it's I kind of want to say it's the fucking Yankee and King Arthur's court kind of thing of she understands this is just normal ass science and technology and it's reproduced. Other people's it's fucking magic.
Yeah, that was kind of the emphasis of some of the scorched spear stuff, the wound in the water and stuff. Mm-hmm. That was also a weird side quest. I don't like it. I don't know why they made me arbitrarily pick a guy that I have to murder. I get that they have like irreconcilable differences, but like literally there's a can't we just talk this out? And then they're like, no, fuck you. And then the shaman is like, I guess you must choose. And I'm like,
Why?
I'm deeply disappointed. Why? I literally don't give a shit. Like, I'm Aloy. I could kick both your asses and be like, fuck you, you live. But no, we have to murder a guy. Whatever. I picked the guy you hung out with for that hunting quest because the lady who was previously commander seemed like a little unhinged. She was like very ready to go to bat of like, conspiracy! And I'm like, all right, lady, calm your tits.
Yeah, no, that was the same thing. It's like once you start accusing people of, sedition and treason and treachery, you've gone too far.
Like she's in like full blown paranoia mode about the wound, and I'm like, listen, lady, I know the thing with the water is important, and we fixed it, but like you are doing full blown jump to conclusions here. And also, I hung out with this dude. I had a whole side quest before I talked to you, where he seems like a rash, but reasonable human being. He seemed like a normal guy who's just trying to get people the water.
And like all the time, he's all like, I was just looking for more water. I didn't tell my dude to stab the fucking thing.
Why would he do that? That's dumb. Why would he Yeah, no, it's just, yeah. So I sided with him. Again, that's another thing. I don't know why they even give you the choice to pick. Why not just make her the bad guy? I don't know. There's a couple of weird story beats in some of the side quests. It's mostly okay. It's just like the game doesn't really have choices in the story. It's all linear. I don't know why we project this illusion of choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the game is a through line. Like, it is a story. It's a narrative. You can do different stuff in different order, but like we even talked about this and we liked it. That the way Zero Dawn or Forbidden West operates is that you did all the stuff in Zero Dawn, right?
Yes.
Which is good. I hope they keep that for the. I have heard, based on the way this one ends, there is likely a third installment. So this is likely like an Act 2 of the overall. Which I kind of figured. Somehow I suspected that we would not fix all the things wrong in the world.
Well, they have like I'm already. I don't know.
We'll do a full deep dive once we're both done with the main story of the game and stuff.
I'm just gonna put it in the fucking box.
Stuff going on.
This is a sick glowcaster though, tripcaster though.
Yeah, some good look.
No, like
I found the face paint merchant. I picked, I think, was it Carja's Savior or whatever, because it was very minimal and gave me a little bonus to stuff I like.
Mine is Nora Seeker. Well, I'm also wearing the fucking Nora Thunder Warrior armor, so I'm all like, yes, matching. And this armor's pretty sick. I love it. It's the Hunter one.
Yeah.
It's supposed to invoke the feelings of a Thunderjaw. I'm like, fuck yeah!
Yeah, that's pretty rad. I like that. I'm currently in some of the Tanakh gear because that was the first like purple stuff I found.
Oh, yeah.
I do also like that. I assume it's just body paint, not tattoos, but I like that Aloy gets like the skin coloring that they do, which has a whole backstory thing. Ooh, cultures have reasons.
Actually, yeah. I'm
You
just
got any side quests and dialogue from that lady? Siding with her? Okay. That honestly, that doesn't help me. Now I'm upset. There's missable content. I'm pretty sure this game doesn't end with me making a choice of like who lives or dies. I don't know why we're, like...
you say that, but I also got new dialogue for Silent Do, and I had to go do a quest where I had to fight a fucking storm eagle and a thunderjaw at the same fucking time, which is bullshit, by the way.
That is bullshit. But also, I need to go do that because I think I need storm robot, storm man. Listen, we'll be doing this for an hour. I'm a little sleepy. I gotta go take a break and splash some water on my face in a second.
I gotta go find this thunderjaw. I'm gonna go rip off its tail.
Stormbirdson. I need storm guns from Stormbird.
Oh, actually, you can buy those.
Yeah, I know you can, but they need stuff.
Yeah, you need the black boxes.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got a couple. That might be enough. I think I only need 2.
It's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I've only recovered a couple. I appreciate that. Like, it's really weird, right? Like, on the one hand, the parts are very finicky and very specific, but also they have several subsystems, both the hard and fast rule of you can just turn on the custom difficulty option, or you can just buy shit. Like, I needed a lot of rollerback tails. I just bought some extras from one of the salvage camps because I needed to make both the override and I also needed it for weapon upgrades.
So,
really interesting.
By the way, you're talking about needing to be right back. I need to be right back, so...
All right, I'm going to pause the audio. Let's take a break. We've been going for an hour. We'll be right back, kids.
We'll be right back. Sorry about this. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. Oof.
No problem. Audio.
Alright, I'm gonna fuck up this thunder draw after I get rid of all these damn... What are these?
Guns and things. So many things. I do at least appreciate, like we said, the jobs and stuff, like, there's a lot of inventory management and stuff, but, like, you could just create unlimited jobs for things and track stuff, and it'll help you out, right?
Alright.
Like, it's fairly good. It's fairly decent. Yeah, Horizon's good. I'm very tired, so I don't know if I'm going to play anymore tonight, but I'm going to try.
No, you don't see me!
And, like we said, there's a lot of like customization to like melee combat now. Like, you have real ass combo strings,
Oh, yeah.
which involve holding or delaying and stuff. Like, there's a lot of depth there, which is that I think is a huge, pretty good. Like, melee combat was very sluggish and unfun. This does remind me of, I don't know if you want to go in depth on it, but our general discussion here does remind me of a conversation, or not a conversation really, but a tweet you sent out earlier this week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was pretty strong at that. You got all those in one shot.
Yep.
Good.
Like I said, I literally built this bow to tear off things because, guess what?
It's important. The stuff is important, and these attacks are...
Now I've disabled a lot of its attacks already. I still need to get rid of its tail, though. Otherwise, because that's what I'm here for. That's not what I wanted to hit. There, we got it.
What'd you get? Hitting sub-specific parts can be a little finicky because...
Woo! Give me your tail!
These robot-y boys, they get really moved. Shit.
But like I said,
By
like...
the way, there's a lot of weird accessibility options. Like, I don't know why you would want to, but apparently there's... Fine. Audio is fine. You can set it to auto-concentrate when you aim, and I'm like, who wants that?
Well, some people probably want it, so they don't have to actually hit it.
I guess. There is a similar for, like, just automatically sprint with left stick and not, like, have to click it down.
Mm-hmm.
Which I could see being beneficial for some segments, because sometimes you want to sprint jump.
Oh, shit, I wasn't paying attention.
Ow! Right at you. Yeah, they do that.
Sorry, I was wondering where the disc launcher was now that I got the tail off. I'm like, this thing can just die. Uh-oh.
But he covers a lot of ground.
Yeah, you do. Ah! Oh, did you destroy the tail? Oh, you did it. Okay. I thought he ran over the tail and destroyed it for a second.
No, they just scooch it around. There's another one for what they call auto heal, which is like, I think it's automatically uses your medicinal herbs when you're at like 50% health or less, and then recovers your health automatically out of combat. I didn't really find that like the auto. I was like,
there it is.
Oh, automatic healing without having to push the button. Oh, maybe I'll try that. I didn't really find like it changed anything. I healed myself anyway, so there's a lot of depth out there.
All right, nerd.
Feel free to try out whatever works for you. But I do, as I was saying, you did throw out a tweet, Lucky, and I'm curious what specifically if you meant any particular game, but I would guess probably related to the buzz around Elden Ring, talking about how there is still that weird conversation about the bridge between what is accessibility and what is difficulty. And I wondered if you wanted to expand on that on air.
No, like I've just been, because Elden Ring has been out. Everyone's back on the Soulsborne train of it's hard and get good. Scrub.
Even though, as I said, technically, people have pointed out that this one is technically easier. You can just cheese the game. There are exploits because it's open world.
And I'm just really done with just seeing people who don't know exactly what they're doing, trying to figure out what they're trying to get in good, and people are just all like la 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 la. You didn't know everything you needed to know beforehand, fucking nerd, scrub. I'm just like, and I'm just in that mental space of how would they fucking know? It's like people you can tell someone, oh yeah, it's a hard game. What does that fucking tell them? Like honestly, I consider Horizon a hard game. Like,
I believe that is a general thought.
Like fighting like big dinosaurs. Like I said, I can lead this fucking Thunderjaw around by the fucking nose. But that's because I have like over the course of, oh god, like I don't even know how many hours I put into this fucking game.
you're level 50. That's max level, right?
Yeah, like I have built like specific combinations, specific bows, and I have specific strategies to do this. But I had to do this all by like, literally, hey, tall neck. All by, looking at this. This was a lot of me like trial and error, figuring what I want to do, and that's how it usually is with games, especially in a game that doesn't actually fucking tell you anything. Like, I've heard a lot of people...
By the way, I literally just tabbed over to, like, check out my news articles. There's an article from the website is Den of Geek, which is, like, Elden Ring is how open-world games should be. It doesn't tell you shit.
And I'm all like, cool for some. But, like, I've heard some people, like clearly...
The story element of, like, quests. There are quest lines in Elden Ring, and there are quest lines in Dark Souls as well. But these are... There is no journal to keep track of things you've done or dialogue you've said. You can set your own map markers, but there's no auto markers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for the feeling they're going for,
here's one.
That's good. I don't think that every game should be like that, right?
No, again, it's like every game, like, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses in games and whatnot, and generally, like, generally, I believe, like, games don't necessarily need to hold your hand, but you need usually some sort of direction and where to go. Generally. That's what I say.
Yeah, okay, I think that Horizon is almost a little too dense at points, right? There's a lot of different activities to do. I still have things in the quest log I haven't even discovered, right?
Did that Thunderjaw just die?
He might have. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes they fight stuff or...
Oh, it's fucking Rebels. Rebels stole my fucking Thunderjaw. I'm gonna kill him.
Those motherfuckers.
All they will know now is death.
But, like I said, there are some, like, activities I haven't discovered still, somehow, and I'm level 33, right? And I'm also God knows how many hours into this game. But the way Horizon is set up, it could not survive if there was no quest log, if there was no access to data points and etc., right?
Right.
Like, the game doesn't work like that. It's a very dense, deep world that is meant to be presented to you in this way, right? Whereas, and I am not necessarily saying that Elden Ring's world is not dense or deep, but it is... it's probably not a dense world, honestly. It may be deep, but it's probably not dense, because it's all about, like, atmospheric, environmental storytelling. That requires a light touch. Like... So, the depth of, like, a game like Elden Ring, or like a lot of the Souls games, is in just the, like... deep environmental storytelling, incidental dialogue and stuff, right? Like, the tone of that story is served by the fact that there's no UI support for keeping track of all this shit. It's just, what do you uncover? What do you find? What do you see? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, Horizon wants you, the player, to see all these things, but it's not like in the sense that, like, oh, every player has a different experience. No. Horizon wants you to see all these things and explore all these things because they want you, the player, to experience the world they have built. That's a right?
That's a slump. Yes.
A lot of world building has gone on into this game, and they want you to experience a lot of that world. And they cannot show you all the detail they have put into their world building just through atmospheric storytelling. Like, so, games like Horizon would be a nightmare if there wasn't all this, like, map filtering. I don't even know. Would you call Cyberpunk open world? I mean, I know it's got like a GTA-esque like fucking city map, but most are like that.
I consider open world games ones where you can tackle the story in you can tackle content in a non-linear fashion.
Yeah, I would say I technically don't think Cyberpunk is that way because the main plot line is usually a through line. You have a couple of like gates as well. It's not like you can obviously fuck off and not interact with the main story for hours at a time, but if you want to address the thing, you got to like usually accomplish maybe a couple of tasks before you go to your next bottleneck, but it's fairly linear. The map is open, but that I think is a more RPG like thing, right? Like Skyrim is kind of open world RPG, but also kind of not, because if you want to tackle the actual plot line, you have a very narrow quest, right?
Yeah.
Horizon, like, actually does really honestly give you, like, options. Like, Gaia straight up tells you, hey, you need to get these 3 things? I don't give a shit what order you do them in. Do whatever you think is right. Some of these things may be harder than others, as she coyly lets you know about the fact that the the difficulty is designed for different levels, but otherwise it's pretty normal. Also, you're going to be if you're not blitzing story content, you're going to be grossly overleveled. It's just the nature of this kind of game. So yeah, but like I think for like if you're doing that kind of like open world storytelling, like very subtle, very self-exploratory, like and I do think that like that's always been a thing people like about these Souls games is like you have a lot of build customization, right? Like some choices are suboptimal, but like you can build and level and do a lot of things in a lot of very fiddly ways. It's not, I wouldn't say it's quite play your way exactly, but you have a lot of choices to like embody your character and figure out what you want to do, right?
But you're not one of them. State your name, Outlander.
I'm Aloy.
So like that naturally fits. Like every player is going to have a slightly different experience in Elden Ring. And what those games are really about, if you listen to their game director Miyazaki, is what he wants the players to experience the sensation of overcoming a hardship. The games are designed to be hard, to be challenging, and to give you satisfaction when you overcome those challenges. For some people, the satisfaction does not outweigh the frustration you experience, but if there is no hardship, there is no payoff in the way that the game developer has designed that game. I'm not going to say that there can't be payoff without quote-unquote hardship for the players, but like the Soulsborne games are deliberately designed that. Arguably, well, Horizon is kind of designed that way. Mostly, Horizon is designed about narrative payoff.
Oh yeah.
Like we said, like you want to get to the next plot point, the next story beat, so you can find out the next bit of the mystery, find out the next bit of world building, encounter the next character. Same with like a lot of side jobs are like these let you interact with like the Utaru and the Tanakh and stuff. Like that fucking one Utaru side quest with the lady who like conspires to murder another lady, and then she's like, "I've poisoned myself. I'm going to die, so you cannot punish me." And then Aloy's like, "Fuck you. I'm gonna erase your memory." Don't fuck with Aloy, guys. She's not playing around. She plays for keeps on them pogs. Stalkers.
I mean, once you just take out their stealth generator, they all right.
Yeah. They're still sassy boys. They were. I mean, that's how they were in the first game. Like, they're kind of a pain in the butt until you do the one thing, and even then, they're still sad. Ow.
Is this guy senile?
Yeah. I don't know. Some people are.
No, he's talking about he has to fight the Sky Clan. I think he's just so old he's gone senile. Because yeah, this person apparently attacked their daughter and thought like she was a stranger or something. So no, I think this guy might be suffering from Alzheimer's.
Just getting old. That is something I've noticed is that Tanakh do have some old people by being a warrior culture.
Yeah. And they're called chaplains.
Yeah. And they remember things because lights have gone dead. A lot of institutional memory stuff going on here.
An old memorial.
But yeah, so I think your sentiments and some other stuff I've been hearing lately do kind of just like encapsulate some stuff I've been thinking about with video games. Like, we've talked about this time and time again when this issue has come up. Not every game is for everybody. Also, by the way, not every single piece of creative content in the world is for everybody. But we're talking about video games, right?
Yeah, no, he's suffering. He forgot who I was already.
Phaneira asked me to find you.
There's no way this is going to end good.
I went away again, didn't I? Why are we here?
Take a refreshing
You
sip of
told me
water.
there
Got a
was a
bottle of water
squad.
while we took a break.
I was about to be attacked.
But like, and we admit that, right? Like
Right.
with Elden Ring, we're not sure we want to like play that game or stream that game because that's not always our cup of tea. I know that sometimes I get like frustrated with that gap where games want you to do something and they don't let you know how to do it. Horizon has annoyed me with that. With like, God, these puzzles are really elaborate to stack two boxes on top of each other, but I guess we needed to fill time. Argle bargle as I grumble to myself as I push around boxes.
I don't know. Sometimes box pushing gets, but like they've done a lot.
Sometimes it makes you go, I know how to do this, and then other times I'm just like, oh, it was like getting the light for the guy in the Night of Lights quest, like the one that kicks off. You can actually turn in the ornaments to him. I got so frustrated because I don't know if it was just like a weird physics interaction or if it was programmed this specifically, but like I could clearly see I needed to like pull caster a box, but I was not. It wasn't pull casting out, And also, it was another thing I talked about, like that video game problem of like, well, because of the way the engine is built, Aloy can't slide this box. It's not how physics works. Aloy could have slid that box in real life. So I'm like, God damn it, game! You want me to do something specific, but all I get is just Aloy telling me things, and I can't tell if I'm doing something wrong or if I'm just like not in the right spot. I eventually looked it up online, and they're like, no, just pull it. So I just shot the pullcaster at it from a bunch of different angles until it worked. But like, sometimes the box pulling can be frustrating. Other times, like I said, it's just like, I've seen this before. I know what to do.
Yeah, no. Well, again, like the box building, but sometimes like some of the aspects are great, especially like in the set pieces. Like the cauldrons, I love all the cauldrons because each of them is like super unique now. Like
yeah, that's what I was thinking when I did the one in the north. I was like, man, this is like really involved.
Like because
some of it felt like a little long, but if they're all distinct, I guess that's for the better.
Yeah, no, like because the one up north is you actually like have to deal with like fixing a tall neck and stuff,
yeah, and that creates a tall neck in the north that you override. I love that part.
And you literally write it out, and I'm like, yeah. Like there's one where that's mostly underwater, and it releases a fucking tide ripper in there, and like you have to like kind of like swim around it so you can like lower the water level, so you can
Aloy can't fight underwater.
No, I mean we have no spear guns.
But God, I wish I would just have that. I wish there was just a fucking gun. Hunting. That's the thing about hunting animals that I think bothers me the most is like. I know it's a video game. I know there are limitations, right? I've talked about how I understand that like all the erosion and plant life would have probably like completely vanished some of these landmarks in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But they want you to have the feel of like this post-apocalyptic world. It's part of the thing, so that's okay. God, do I hate how some of these bows just have a fucking dead stop range. It's really close. Like the warrior bow, I've shot some bows, okay? Like, yeah, you can be inaccurate, but like the bow doesn't delete itself after 20 feet. Like, the arrow does something. It doesn't just stop, which is what it feels like some of those bows do. So, like, sometimes hunting animals and just, like, the like, correlation between, like, the need to draw fast, move fast, like, and aim, and then, like, engage at distance, but also close is, like, sometimes it's just really annoying. And I'm like, God, I wish you would just invent a gun. I would only use it to kill small animals.
On your lead.
But yeah, you can't fight underwater, but there's an underwater cauldron. That sounds, different and involved.
Yeah.
I did notice that, when you do the cauldron up top, you unlock a fuck ton of overrides, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it's interesting how they've diversified and deepened the content. It's very individuated right now. And that is something I will say I do think they are doing very good with. They did that in the first game, but they've kind of doubled down in this, is like making every environment really distinct. Like right now, you're in an area of the map I haven't been to yet, but like this is like, fucking super tall redwoods and sequoias and shit, right? Mm-hmm. Like this looks completely different from, the other mountainous region you were in the Daunt. That was kind of like a little more piney, a little more slopey, like proper deep Rocky Mountains shit. And then there's, the desert, you fucking Vegas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is really different. Sometimes I do kind of feel like they went a little too far with the visual fidelity. Like, guys, the sandstorms are cool, but like, goddamn, does it make it hard to see shit, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I'll stand watch in case more machines show up.
I kind of wish you could skip time anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like, when it's dark and it's night, it sucks. It's dark. You can't see shit. Like, your focus highlights certain things, but you usually have to like, either tag things or stay in focus mode to see certain things, and there's some stuff you can't tag. I don't know why you can't like either tag or just quick pulse like vents and pullables. There are so many puzzles I've like sat for like 5 minutes staring at because I have to pull caster a specific thing, but I just don't happen to look at it with my focus for like 5 minutes. Because you do gotta get a little dead on. And Aloy has a fucking flashlight in her focus. I don't know why that's not a button. I guess because they ran out of buttons. There's a lot of button prompts in this game. Like, it's all super beautiful. Like, the sunrises are really neat. Like, seeing the sandstorms and the fucking dust devils and stuff, it's really cool. But also, it gets in the way of actually playing the games. Or at least I've found that, like, it's harder to, like, look at objects. And pick out. I love the quick pulse. I find it very interesting what they chose to make quick pulsable and what they did not, right?
Right.
Like, enemies you do not quick pulse. You still have to do focus mode to actually look at. And obviously, you know, that helps with like tagging them and tagging parts and seeing tracks. You have to focus to see small animals though, which kind of slows you down when you're on the move. Because, like I said, animal spawns are really up. Like if you go to the right zone, you go on a tear, you can get a lot of small woodland creatures, right?
Yes.
Which is good, but to like target them all and track them, which you kind of need to do because most of them are pretty fast. You gotta like go into focus mode. And you could streamline this a little, but they're learning. They're doing stuff. The quick pulse is a huge improvement, and I think the main thing is attaching it to like platforming with that very distinct language of the glowing yellow lines over things you can climb. That's like such a huge improvement, right?
Got the marker.
Also, the shield will get a huge, just like dealing with falling. Very powerful. What would you say, by the way, were those machines you fought just now?
Oh, those were monkeys.
Always. Oh, are they monkeys? I
Yeah.
thought they kind of might be.
Yeah, they're called clamberjaws. Oh.
Ah, those are clamberjaws.
Yep.
See, I know they exist because I've seen them in my parts list for things, but I have not seen them yet.
Sure.
Gotta go murder some of those.
I'll be fine. The fog is gone.
Give me your metal bones, weird robot monkeys.
I'll head back to the village and let Fanira know you're okay.
Yeah, no, like they've added like quite a few, and actually, I did find out they actually do still have watchers in here. They're just only in this area for some odd reason, but.
Oh yeah. I forgot that. I ran into some red eye watcher spawn point. I was kind of like, oh hey, interesting.
Yeah, but let's see here.
And it's specifically only the red eyes, much like how there's no striders anywhere. There's only chargers, I think.
Specters, and there's still one thing. There's two things I haven't found. Well, no, there's four.
Well, I can tell you one of those. That last dot is apparently the final boss is a unique machine.
Oh, shit.
And if you do not scan it, you do not get the trophy. So, everybody, when you get to the final boss fight, remember to scan the boss. Otherwise, you do not get credit for it in your data bank and have to play the whole fucking game over again because it's unique.
No, like,
Slitherfangs.
Yeah, we got turtles now.
Frost claws. Damn.
Yeah, frost claws, fire claws. We now have mammoths. We have snake. Scorchers were in Frozen Wild, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Snow shepherds.
And they're kind of like fire.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. These are scavengers, but they just monkeys. It's big, scary monkeys.
Okay.
Here's something you're gonna love, Omega. Here, you want a giant robot bat? Here you fucking go. It goes invisible and flies.
God damn it. Dreadwing, of course. You butts. At least I guess this might technically be a spoiler, but I kind of assume they would do it. At least I did hear you can get overrides for Sunwings eventually and can mount them.
I don't know, like where. Like, I'm
I think
assuming.
That's a story thing.
I think it's a story thing because.
Well, yeah. So Lucky, you're gonna pull up the map, right? And notice how there's that giant tongue of ocean that goes out.
Well, yeah. Well, this. Apparently, actually, can I? Where's my closest water? Here we go. Oops, that's unknown. I'll go here then. Apparently, San Francisco has gotten like separated from the mainland.
Yeah, there was a lot of flooding. That's very interesting because that was a big thing in a lot of the marketing and trailers was the San Fran landmarks. If that's like the end game area,
and I think it is because like you can kind of see it from here, but like no, you can see the fucking city like over there.
has finally fallen into the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
I mean, technically there would be a bay between you from this coast and them. We know this from the Sprawl, which I've noticed some people going back and watching and leaving comments. Hey, shout out to you.
I don't know if I could actually swim there though. I know I can go in the water. Like I've done a little bit of deep ammunition because like.
I mean, I don't. It goes back to Jack and Daxter. I always have concerns about video game deep water. Like I'm always worried that a robot shark is gonna like eat me or something.
I mean, there's snap maws and fucking tide rippers. I'm not worried about fucking sharks. Ain't that right?
You're not worried about a robot leopard seal who's just gonna stealth you to death?
No, not really. Like I said, you can use smoke bombs underwater and just be like ink bomb.
I guess the only question is if it would be a problem, like if there's a soft barrier there, is if there's like large areas without stealth kelp or whatever the fuck the tooltip called it.
It's stealth kelp.
Yeah, it's stealth kelp. You can hide underwater, Aloy. They got to give you like a spear gun in the next game, right? Like, Also, I hope that please, Gorilla, when you inevitably make Horizon 3, don't take away my ability to breathe underwater, my ability to glide, please. Okay, thanks.
Just start with them. Let me upgrade them. Let me have the actual shield.
Yeah, that's another thing. Is I that's something that still hurts me. Is your defensive options are really limited. You can dodge roll, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Even though enemies can block and parry, you can't. And I'm just like, I really wish I could just like block some stuff. Like obviously, you know, big boy machines, like you would have to, but
where's my father?
It's okay. I found him.
Ooh, excuse me, sorry.
He's not deranged, Fanira.
But I think we've yelled about that one a pretty decent amount, so we can talk about.
More.
Yeah.
He thought he was still in the clan wars, that he could save his squad from an ambush. When we got to the memorial,
Sorry,
he
I'm
came
yawning.
back to the
I
present.
didn't sleep a lot last night.
Said it's like
This
he
episode of What's Up will
lost
probably
in
not be
fog.
4 hours.
Probably not.
But let me.
Something similar, a rare occurrence
Maybe I should
among
go ahead and bust out
chaplains.
my secret weaponer.
Their memory fades with the long years. Garth is not a chaplain, but he
Well,
is
I can
a
preface this
leader.
by saying I've done my thing again, where
Few of us would live to be
so you know how sometimes Omega discovers a YouTube channel out of
Mhm.
nowhere,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
he watches that entire YouTube channel.
If he was found to be in
I mean, I'm pretty sure I
favor
haven't
of
watched
rights, he'd
everything
be
on this
put to
channel
death.
that they've got, but I've watched a lot of it and a lot of the
No,
pop
he's just getting
stuff.
old.
So
He needs
I'm not
care,
sure. I don't
just-
remember the exact content.
Pretty
God,
sure the rest
Twitter
of the
trending
village
is
sees
very
that as
funny
one
right
and
now.
the same. Keep a close
So
eye
the
on
word
Speaking of,
Futa is trending
Where is he
because Ducati has released an electric bicycle, which has a very unfortunate name on the internet. And now I'm seeing a simp trending for some ungodly reason.
I'm so sorry.
Is it because there's a freaking
you're home safe,
whatchamacallit,
and I understand now.
esports
When
player?
the fog comes, I'll
called
hold
Simp?
your hand
Probably.
tight and remember for you,
I think so.
Anyway,
you don't have to be afraid.
Twitter trends is being really weird right now.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for
But so the YouTube channel I discovered, which we may have actually alluded to on Monday, but it's called
what you've done
How
for
to Drink.
Nora.
That's a great channel.
with a 2.
Always.
Yeah, it's a great channel. The host Greg's really cool. This is a really interesting thing for me. So I want to preface this. You may think this is weird, because this is a channel called How to Drink. It's mostly about cocktail and
Yes.
alcohol. Now, some of you in the chat may recall, Omega doesn't really drink alcohol. I don't know if I'd really call myself a straight edge. Mostly it's just I've never really met an alcohol I liked. This is something I always find very interesting in a lot of, like, for world building and stuff, you know, we've had some discussions about, you know, the placement of alcohol, because it's very important to people.
Mhm.
We mentioned we might tell the torpedo juice story today, and we might want to mention that one. Talking about the lengths people will go to drink is, yeah. So, like, it's important to cultures, and especially if you're dealing with fantasy or historical cultures, the fact that alcohol is safe to drink, it's sterile, you know,
Yes.
bacterias and parasites can't usually live in it. That's very important. But at the same time, having read about a lot of this stuff, you know, I know, and a lot of people know that a lot of the wine snobbery, for instance, is kind of like fake or psychosomatic.
Mhm.
So I've always found it really weird and sometimes a little corny that people talk about how, like, oh, this has an earthy taste. There's notes of chocolate or caramel in here, and I'm like,
Cool.
it's probably just me, but unless you're talking about actual, like, infusions made with those elements, I have a hard time believing that anything alcoholic tastes like other things. But that's mostly because most alcohols I've smelled smell like alcohol, and I have a pretty decent smell to taste connector when my sinuses aren't freaking out. So, like, yeah, most wines and beers I have scented because I've been around them have been like, no, that smells like alcohol. I don't know how that could not be alcoholic, and most that I've tasted like alcohol mostly. So I don't know if it's just like a thing I haven't acclimatized to some of the wilder stuff out there. I've heard a lot of people talk about that drinking beer is kind of an acquired taste that I never acquired because I never really saw the point. I don't know. I understand why it appeals to some people. I never really, like, to me, it never really seemed like a cool idea to get drunk, I guess. But I also, you know, didn't exactly, like, I wasn't going to, like, college parties or anything, so I probably missed out on the social aspect a little bit. But otherwise, this channel is, like, really fascinating because Greg's a bit of, well, he's a huge nerd, but, like, he likes history. So there's a lot of historical elements to these discussions about drinking. And to be honest, for my palate, I guess, some of these drink ideas do actually sound like interesting and palatable to me because they're like, this is really sweet. I'm like, okay, that sounds good. You know, or when you describe certain things as tasting mostly like the fruit it's based off of or whatever. There are a couple of times where that's kind of a no-go for me, but that's because I do actually, like, this is not just me being like, I've never really met one of these I liked. I do not care for, like, the taste of, like, pineapple or pineapple-based stuff or coconut. I don't know why. You might think, you know, living in a lot of tropical places, I would have picked that one up. No, I just, actually, no, I don't think I care for pineapple. I don't know why. I usually like sweet stuff, but it's just never really... You know, both actual real-life pineapple bits and, you know, just pineapple-flavored things never really got me. And with coconut, I think a little bit of it is the texture of actual shredded coconut, but that's another thing that, like, coconut smells good. I don't know if I like the taste. Maybe I associate it too much with, like, sunscreen and stuff.
I don't know.
Everybody has their preferred, but so it's an interesting channel. I've been chewing through the backlog. Like I said, Greg does history. He, you know, like, talks about historical cocktails and stuff.
Are you worried they might come back?
And, like, the history of where they come from, tries to some of the source for a lot of these things. Obviously, everything has an origin point. He kind of explains, like, how certain spirits and other alcohols are made
There's one out to sea.
and what that means. Like, I remember he did this. I don't remember the details because it was kind of, like, late at night or something. But he was talking about, like, rum and how people have, like... The greater community kind of, like, breaks up into, like, you know, light rum, dark rum, spiced rum, and sometimes treating dark and spiced rum as the same thing. And he was basically like, yeah, none of those really matter. That doesn't actually influence anything about how the rum tastes.
No.
So it's just kind of really interesting. The other thing he does a lot is he does, like, pop culture inspired cocktails where he either tries to replicate drinks from fiction or is just inspired by them. That's always really interesting, like, because he's got a lot of art to it. He does, you know, the mixing. He does some, like, slow-mo close-ups of stuff. So, like, there's a lot of presentation to it.
Oh, no, he
And
does,
think in
like, I
general,
love
there's
his
a lot of
presentation,
bartending.
like, no, that's what I love about I love about him. Like, I was watching his Legend of Zelda second potion one where he makes, you know, a color-changing drink, and I was just all like... And just the, like, his little kid, like, just how he does his videos, I'm all like, oh, man, I love this. It's great.
Yeah, he's got, like, a little bar set up. The potion one is interesting because he does this sometimes just for presentation. He'll pick up special glasses, so he had, like, little potion bottles. He has a Hades-themed episode where he actually gets both a potion bottle and a decanter that is very similar to how you get nectar and ambrosia in the game, which is very fun. And like, he actually tries to, like, critically think about some of these things. When he hears about, like, how things are described, he's like, well, that kind of reminds me of this or that. He talks, you know, about how fiction often just says stuff like it means something, and it doesn't. So he tries to work with it. So it's pretty cool. And like I said, some of these things he's done sound pretty interesting. But other times also he does, like, the usual thing YouTubers do, which is sometimes he suffers. I think that was one of the first ones I saw was...
the 5 drinks?
Yes. Or the one that came before that, the customer is always wrong.
Yeah.
Where basically there's apparently an Instagram out there, he says in the name of the videos, you can look it up, but they just circulate pictures that are submitted to them of wacky and wild bartending or, like, drink orders. Most of which these boil down to additions of non-alcoholic mixers that don't make sense. In the 5 drinks, he has a couple of freakouts over people adding Sprite to stuff for some reason. Or weird substitutions of the actual spirits involved. And some of these work, and some of these do not work.
I must have moved too far.
And I know people have expressed interest in some of your own bartending stories, Lucky.
Oh.
You did tend bar at once upon a time.
I did in bar, but like I said, I was never a fancy bartender. I was a casino bartender. And people don't drink for, in casinos, people don't drink to, you know, for art and class. They drink, they want us to get drunk so they don't have to remember that they just blew a bunch of fucking money on
Which
the
is
slot.
why casinos are usually very good about plying you with drinks.
Yeah.
They don't want you to think about shit. So can you remember any times you did get, like, a weird order in the casino bar?
Oh, I'm trying to think.
Like, I'm sure there were probably some times where somebody actually, like, ordered, maybe not a fancy drink, but, like, actually ordered a cocktail that involved a couple of steps, and that was like, oh, that's unusual, as opposed to, like, you know, people asking for just, like, I mean, I'm not a drinker, so I don't know. But I assume if you're ordering simple, it's pretty basic to just be like rum and Coke.
Well, that's what that
Coke.
like. Honestly, there's a lot of simple drinks, but I'm trying to I'm actually God, I haven't bartended in over 10 years. I think I almost want to say fuck. So I'm trying to actually think of any interesting actual bartending stories, and unfortunately, I don't think I got any. Whoops. I can't think of any off the top of my head. It's been too long, I want to say. Okay, maybe not here. Is it back here? Sorry, I got a Vista point, which is one of those very annoying things.
Yeah, Vistas are cool, but also they're really finicky now. I kind of like them better when they were points you just climbed to.
Mm-hmm.
Now this fucking mix and match shit is a little weird. I do at least appreciate that Aloy will usually be like, I'm too high, I'm too low. I need to match it up to that thing over there. I kind of wish, though, again, talking about, guided waypoints and stuff, I kind of wish when Aloy talked about a geographic feature, they would just give you the fucking waypoint because, again, this is a very specific world of stuff. When she says, that ancient tower, I'm like, do you mean this chunk of concrete sticking out of the ground? This isn't a tower, Aloy. It's just a piece of rubble, right?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of wish they would just narrow the field at that point, but whatever. You're supposed to do the puzzles yourself. But yeah, so if you're interested in history and stuff, check out this How to Drink YouTube channel. It's very fun. There's a lot of presentation.
I do like that they do actually give you the work area, and as you get closer, they will shrink it down. You just got to kind of run around a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they give you a little bit of help. It's just, like I said, I find it kind of funny that, Aloy will figure out exactly where you need to stand and tell it to you, but if you, the player, can't necessarily interpret what she means by that, the game doesn't narrow it down for you. You still got to figure it out a little bit yourself, which sometimes is okay, and sometimes it's just like, Aloy, what did you mean by that? When she says, I need to line it up with some mountains over there, and I'm like, everything is mountains. This is Horizon. Which mountains? You'll figure it out, because it's very specific, so it's pretty easy to match them, but, sometimes it's just... I like Aloy talking to herself. We've talked about this before. It adds a very strong dimension to the game, but also it's just, sometimes it's just... Okay, Aloy.
Yeah, see, now that I've gotten here, remember where it was before? Now it's shrunk down to this. So it's now you got to be somewhere in here. So I'm like, oh.
Yeah, because they're okay, so it's in that region, yeah, island. And I think you're pretty close because the matching up the buildings.
Mm-hmm. I think I need to be
fairly close. Anyway, yeah, check out How to Drink. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on there. He, cracks, does the shake, mixes the stuff. You get to see most of the process. You get all the recipes. He's got, if you're into that kind of thing, he's got links to services to deliver some of the bottles he uses. If you want some of those bottles, again, sometimes he does some cursed shit. So it's a good channel. I like it. I think I've run through most of their backlog I give a shit about, but it's nice. But something that got me thinking about is, once again, y'all know I love Pocket. I love Fluff.
Oh yeah.
And honestly, seeing him do a lot of those pop culture stuff it's always interesting to see how you approach some of those things, because that is the thing that actually crops up. He had a Skyrim episode where he talks about a couple special drinks you can get in Riften, stuff like that. So
there we go.
There it is. Oh wow, that's fast when it snapped too.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck is that in the sky? Is that the drone that took the shot?
Oh no. Actually, can I access it here?
You can just pull it open again.
Yeah, I think that was just one of the drones.
Neat.
Pharaoh, automated solutions. Sorry, I just have thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, it's a whole ass thing. Axe likes to talk about how he's not sure how to feel about Ted Faro. I feel like the game is pushing us towards a direction of how to feel about Ted Faro.
I mean, he literally... they're literally saying he was an egotistic narcissist. He was an egotistic narcissist who basically just wanted to be, so good at one thing that he made unhackable robots. And then when everyone called him out on his shit, he basically destroyed anyone and everything that could hold him culpable in the future where he was going to be fucking dead, and then retired to San Francisco in his bunker where he lived out the remainder of his life. By the way, I'm trying to find his fucking bunker right now. That's why it's called, the quest is called Pharaoh's Tomb. So no, he's a fucking dick!
Yeah, no, like I said, I think Guerrilla wanted to take some of the ambiguity out of the situation. No, you are not supposed to like Ted Faro. This is, in fact, mostly his fault. I think that, like I said, there's a couple of checks and balances that were not followed through there, but a lot of this shit is his fault.
It's like, don't make unhackable fucking robots.
Yeah, that's on the checklist. But in the service of, what the fuck? Sorry, I was just clicking through some notifications on the chat. I'm gonna shoot a link to somebody, but I just scrolled into Games Declare notification, and apparently there's an autocomplete on, or somebody did like a fucking Photoshop or a vandalism on Wikipedia saying that Elden Ring takes place in Ohio, and I was just
Why?
Why have you done this? I have been through Ohio. I don't think it's that bad. But so, in addition to playing a lot of Horizon, I have been casually engaging in a Pocket Lint writing project.
Oh.
I will link this for the chat, because sometimes you like these things. So, for the purposes of discussing, like, food and drink, I couldn't really do that anywhere other than Gensekai. But based on my notes, which I did do a fairly decent skim of like different cultures, cuisine, and things in the fluff notes anyway. But this is a little more detailed. It's got some of that humor, and it let me kind of explore some concepts. So in chat, I've presented to you, and I've also linked Lucky. Get it. What he feels like as I yawn. The Adventurer's Guide to Food and Drink.
That sounds lovely.
Which has many, many things on it. Some of which is booze, some of which is not. I had a couple like concepts like talking about tea and coffee and stuff. I kind of feel like with my energy levels, we're probably not going to do a deep dive into this, but I didn't even request access. I set it to everybody with link. I'll check again. Oh, it still says people will change it anyway with the link. There we go. I changed. Now it's updated. Okay. All right, it should work now. Sorry. I told you, I'm tired. I thought I told it to do the link, but that was something Google Doc has changed in the past couple of years where, like, you can now copy links without setting it to people can view. Like, it's a different button to make the link shareable than it is to get link. So apparently I just clicked get link and not share link, but now it is anybody with the link can access it. There you go.
Calm down, Thunderjaw. I need to shoot off your jaws.
Rawr.
No. Ah! Like, no, not the dentist. Woo!
I get a lot of dental ads on YouTube. Don't know why. I get a lot of ads in general on YouTube. I got a fucking YouTube survey in the middle of an ad spree on watching on my PS5 that was like, how's your ad experience on YouTube? And I had to be like, it's not very good, guys. Like, I don't know what's up lately, and I am not currently seeing the revenue benefits for this, but on PlayStation, I am getting a shitload of, like, double 6-second unskippable ads back-to-back in the middle of content, and I'm like,
shit.
All right, guys. Calm down. Trying to make me buy that YouTube Premium, but I don't want to do that. I need to conserve my money for video games. There's a lot of them. Ow. Play Triangle Strategy, and then we got another couple of big titles this month as well. Ghostwire, and what the fuck was even that? Is that a lance horn? I just saw like a robot butt streak across your screen as it tried to murder you.
It's a fang horn.
Ah, okay. Yeah, same ballpark. But like,
now you're down.
Out there.
Now where's the
Try to
fucking...
get you
here it is.
sorry, interrupted by my own yawn.
And now die. Oh, look, he's so sad. He's like, oh, what do I do? Die! Anyone else want a piece of this? Bitch! Alright. That's 2 Thunderjaw tails, though, I think. Oh. Yeah, the first time I fought a Thunderjaw in this game, there was much screaming.
Yep, no, it's... They do a lot of things. A lot of guns and stuff. I'm trying to remember what the fuck Thunderjaw? No, I think they're historical. I'm trying to wonder, were they like a hunter-killer machine that Hephaestus? No, I don't.
No, they're historical. They're in the first game. You gotta remember, Hephaestus doesn't actually make any new machines. He just takes existing machines and makes them, you know, stronger and more aggressive.
Well, I mean, he's done a couple of advanced designs. That's like the Frost Claws and Fire Claws, right? I think those were supposed to be, like, relatively new. The Fire Claw, at least, was definitely new. I don't know if they said for sure.
Oh, the tail's the way the fuck over there? Jesus.
Yeah, like I said, physics. It gets a little skadoodled. But yeah, so like I said, with my current level of energy, I don't know if we will deep dive into it. But yeah, I wrote a thing and I thought it was to like think about stuff and come up with equivalents for things. And I would love to get some input from some people for stuff. Probably right on right now because I can't write anything down, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to, of course, hear what Lucky's got to say about funny things. Oh.
I'll definitely give it a look here, probably after we get done recording. And I'll yell at
And we can talk about it again.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just, you know, something like I said, I think I've covered most of the concepts I wanted to hit. It's got like, basically the formatting, if you're not looking at it, if you're, you know, an audio listener and or you're watching this VOD later and you don't have the link because it's in the chat dump and you can't click it. The format of this is just, it's got a little introduction by an adventurer, Juke Johnson. And basically it just lists food and drink you can get in adventuring that's supposed to be good deals. I base this a lot on my prices for both luxury goods, but also just like a tavern meal is supposed to be 2 gold points. A mug of ale, flagon ale is supposed to be 1 gold point kind of a thing. So like using that as a price point for a couple of different things. And just discussing either stuff that is good to consume, you will enjoy consuming this, or has, you know, effects that'll be positive, or some of them are like really expensive but high quality, so you know what you're getting into. Because, you know, adventurers get out there and stuff, and they can experience a lot of things. Sometimes you need food on the go.
Mm-hmm.
Even recommends, you know, some non-alcoholic drinks like
yes.
guys, Elps drink sweet tea. This is canon. Because Elps like sweet things. So you would probably find a very classic American Southern style iced tea being drunk by some Elps. But, you know, as old, the commentary on everything with a price point would lead to you. Again,
there it
pocket.
is.
Good for fluff building.
I just love that there's a tie ripper just off the coast, like doop-de-doo.
Well, I mean, they got to be somewhere for you to farm them. Especially because you can't really kill them into water. Disgust.
Come at me, nerd!
I felt a jolt in my bones.
God, can I not reach him with a regular arrow?
But one of them, yeah, your arrows penetrate water very well. Spears penetrate water pretty good?
I don't know.
I wonder. Haven't really tried that. Spear thrower fishing with bomb spear. Then I got upgraded to one that also has drill spears.
You get a good one from a quest. I think doing the lowland... Yeah, if you do the lowland salvagers, they give you a good, like, purple spear with, like, explosive and drill, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's the one I may have, because that's the one I have both those
Okay, so first off, fuck this fuck this disc. I hate this disc. This disc is dumb. Get rid of it.
This disc sucks. Getting bullied by water sucks.
This tail? Oh, you just Okay, fine.
Man, that guy gets, for being so fucking huge, that guy gets some serious ups, okay? No, you can't shoot my tail. Burr. I'm gonna spit water at you, burr.
No.
What are you being purge water to even do?
Purge water makes it easier for you to put other effects on them. Like you saw, it only took me like two shots to put the electric on him. That's because he had the purge effect on him. But now he's dead.
Pretty smoothly.
Again,
Well, I mean, yeah, you're max level. Like you have basically all the skill perks, and you have access to some very particular gear you have spent time upgrading. That there is clearly a curve to the difficulty of Horizon, as you might expect from the fact that they go out of their way to talk about how Aloy lost all their shit and got a little beat. So, you know, once you get to your higher level stuff, and I do think that is something that is a little bit more impactful in this game than in the first game. Like, in the first game, obviously, you want the highest level like bows and stuff because that gives you access to all the ammo types. But I don't know how much that actually like really helped you kill things better, right?
I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure if like actually upgrading the bow actually upgraded the damage.
At least one or two of your upgrades in this version are like increases damage or increases resistance. I think mostly what you did was, and they kind of still do this, but I feel like it's less pronounced. But in the first game, coils really scaled with your like level and their rarity. So like what you did to get better was you would find like a new purple coil that was like way better than your last coil because you'd leveled up a couple of times since then.
Alrighty, my elite ropes caster is done. This one I love because it has advanced ropes and then shock and plasma ropes. I'm all like, yes, good. It's very nice. What do I need for this thing? Scorcher.
But yeah, so as you might expect from being a Jinsekai title, this adventurer's guide is a little tongue-in-cheek. There's obviously some like references and stuff. There's some talk about some things that are anachronistic. Alchemical cola is a drink, for instance, you can get because, like I said, this is a joke in the core rules. Outsiders, who are often adventurers, have attempted to replicate things from their home. So you can't normally do a cola because doing soda water requires you to access some kind of carbonation, which is not super advanced, but I do think is normally requires access to Industrial Revolution stuff. But adventurers don't give a shit because they can, figure out ways with alchemy or magic to this work and are just like, fuck it. We're going to make a sweet cola, sparkling water mixed with syrups developed from cocoa, vanilla, and citrus. Fizzy drink, it's good for it promotes wakefulness. And I get to do some other funny jokes. There's I guess you'd call it a cocktail. There's a drink in here called the Apprentice's Lament, which is one of those classic, like, college-age wake-up drinks. You brew a full mug of coffee, you do a generous pour of spiced rum, add some cocoa powder and alchemical salt kick, maybe put a little ice in it to take the edge off, serve hot, wake your ass up. Lots of other weird concepts. Same with meals, like just covering a couple of basics and some different cuisine levels. What's a good meal? A bad meal? Different ways you can interpret the like. And this is what dungeon rations cost. What are you eating for dungeon rations? Well, it depends. And then I have some pure, like, just joke stuff. Like, there is a do not drink segment, which is just like, hey, don't drink this. This is a dumb idea. Don't do it. One of which is airship juice, which is just the fantasy version of the torpedo juice. Which, like I said, we might as well mention.
Oh, yeah, so... Oh, God, what ship was it? Was it the Laffy? I'm pretty sure it was the Laffy.
It might have been. We can say for sure it is a World War II in the Pacific thing. That's where it started.
Yeah, but basically, torpedo juice is basically back from World War II, in which sailors, because there was in the U.S. Navy, would take pineapple juice, and then the fucking alcohol, the grain alcohol used for fuel, for the fuel for torpedo motors, and mix it and drink it.
By the way, that is, at least according to Wikipedia, it was 180 proof grain alcohol.
Yeah.
Like, it is not meant to drink, it is meant to fuel the torpedo. But yeah, no, it's bad news bears, don't do it.
Yeah.
But they still tried it because they
wanted to get drunk.
History of the drink at sea. Yeah.
No, so
which, by the way, if you're curious in some of that other history about like Navy stuff, like I said, How to Drink has a couple of episodes on like the gin gimlet and grog and stuff, like why there are those complex relationship with the Navy and drinking alcohol. Mostly it's because of that water thing we talked about.
Gotta purify it, sterilize it. Alcohol is the best for that.
But yeah, and the torpedo juice thing gets even crazier in it because not only were they drinking, grain spirits cut with pineapple juice or whatever fruit juice they could find, but the Navy caught on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like tried to introduce additions to like make it so you wouldn't take it. I think they used like croton oil.
Yep. Guess what? They didn't stop.
No, because then you just distill it, because the oil has a different boiling point than the alcohol. So you just distill it out. Yeah, but
Can't keep people from getting their fucking crunk on, I guess.
yeah, I mean, hey, if you're in the Pacific in World War II, you know, you might want to get smashed. I don't know that stealing the fuel out of your torpedoes was the best way to do it, but whatever.
They don't care. No, they don't care.
Luckily, this is no longer an issue. Torpedoes are electric now.
And drinking on ship is also illegal. Kind of surprised they didn't go with that first. Well, probably because they might have felt they had a mutiny on their hands if sailors weren't allowed to have their drink.
I mean, that was so. The actual to tell this story as well. The actual origin of the idea, the concept of the grog, the Navy grog, was there was a British admiral who I forget his name off the top of my head because, like I said, brain too slow. Slept like 6 hours, tops.
There's a flight recording nearby.
Probably less than that.
I could add it to the collection at the Grove.
I was so gassed before we started this, I had to have second breakfast. I literally had like thing of scrambled eggs and bacon and a second coffee before we did this for dinner, which is good. I don't feel hungry or anything. I'm just a little sleepy. Prohibition is its own whole thing that's very funny. I mean, it did kind of like kill the golden age of cocktails because in America anyway, because bartenders who were good and like knew their trade had to fucking leave, but we absolutely did not stop drinking, and quite a few drinks were invented during Prohibition. Well,
Oh yes, that is
so-
the reason why Laffy drinks, because I do believe one of the
Yes.
famous stories about the USS Laffy was the crew members drinking torpedo juice.
yeah.
Right.
So the grog story is there was this British Navy admiral who was known as Old Grog because he had a grogham cloth coat that he always wore. And he came up with a rule because it was discovered that, one of the things you could do after rum was developed, that you could mix rum with fresh water to keep it fresh. Like if there was anything wrong with your freshwater ration, adding the rum would sterilize it so you wouldn't get sick. It would kill like any algae that started growing in there because it was stored on a boat for too long, and just generally like make it potable again. But there was apparently like some issues with like your rum ration levels and stuff, so like this caused fights and stuff. Some guys would like store up their rum rations to get really crunk after a couple of nights. So Old Grog came up with the style, which is that basically every man is entitled to so many portions of rum. I think it was like 2 measures a day. You get one in the morning and one in the evening. And the way it was prepared was that it should be done in the open with like in a boiling cauldron, and everybody will see that they get their fair measure of the rum and water together. And so that there was no complaints, right? You're not like getting extra water down. You know exactly how much rum goes into your drink. And if a man was good with his time and his wages, he could save up to have lime juice and or sugar added to it as well, which is why that's also a classic component of grog. This was technically, there was a theory that citrus prevented scurvy at this point, but it was not definitively proven. It was not widely accepted as fact yet, so it's not directly a scurvy cure. Oh, that's neat. We're still playing Delta Green, though. But hey, I'm glad to hear you. Glad to see you back, Loth. Everybody say yay for Loth.
Yay, law.
He's been like powered out because of flooding and stuff in the Down Under. But at least he can be back in on our conversations about wild. Which we might want to talk about if we want to mention it all, because I don't think I further. I told the grog story basically. That's where that comes from. If you ever wonder what grog is, it's just water, rum, lime juice.
I never heard about the guy named Grog. I'll say.
That's where we got the name. It's nickname. Called
Old Grog.
A lot of cocktails are named after people.
Take a look around.
Whether or not they were directly related to the drink is not always apparent, but yeah, it happens a lot in history. And then also, we talked about this on Let's Talk FGO for no reason. Some drinks are just named for being weird. Like we talked about the horse jizz cocktail, which is just milk and beer.
Yep.
So because it looks gross.
Yeah. Again, I don't know who wants to put milk in fucking beer, but okay.
Hey, milk beer's a...
I mean, fermented milk's a thing.
Yeah.
Looks like it needs power.
That's also... Yeah, that's a traditional Mongolian thing?
Yes. I think it starts with a K or something. Kappas, something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember it off the top of my head. And then some drinks are just, you know, given names for... Some are illustrative, you know.
I mean, I think...
Is pink.
I mean, Audio's motherfucker is, you know... Because you're going to knock yourself out drinking that thing because it's...
Yeah, you're going to get fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye. You know... There's the Irish car bomb, which if you think about it is, you know, that's kind of spicily named, but people don't really think about too hard, I don't think. But, you know, that's... You put the shot in the other thing and you drink them both up, which I presume is supposed to be like, not only does it have a bomb-like effect, but also probably gets you pretty fucked up. I know that that's a technique with coffee brewing, because like I said, I also had to look up soft drinks for some of this stuff, where... What is that? Is that the Red Eye or something? That is a barista-ing technique, a coffee brewing technique, where you make a full-ass black coffee and then you dump a shot of espresso in it, possibly still in the espresso shot, you know, car bomb style, so that you get really awake. Turns out, much like drinking booze, there's a lot of things you can do with coffee and tea to really... If you need that extra edge, there's a lot of techniques you can do. I read about Chefir, Russian prison tea, which is ludicrously strong. You boil water and you put the tea leaves on top and let them slowly sift in, and the boiling like really activates the tannins, so it's very, very tea-y. And what you do is you brew it for a group. Everybody has like a sip, because otherwise you'll fucking die. Like the caffeine levels will make your heart explode. Not really explode, but like stop. So like, yeah, there's a lot of weird shit you can do with drinking that humans have done over the years, guys. Some of it's fun to research, some of it is not fun. Please drink responsibly, they say. But so, we've also been still collaborating on Wild Talent stuff, as usual. Lots of people talking forth. Obviously, as Lost said, he has unfortunately not been available to discuss, but hopefully he can rejoin us with some of those things.
Yay.
And we've been talking about stuff.
Things and stuff.
Yeah, we've had some very interesting off and on experiences talking about love-hate relationships with the Wild Talent book.
Yeah.
We've been trying to get into stuff, because, like, right now, I think I think Loth is the only person without a, because he has just straight up not been available. He's not had a computer to work on books and stuff. Okay, we'll see you later, Loth. Glad you're probably going to get power back. Stuff. And you've been okay. I know, it sucks. I have experienced the power outage due to Mother Nature.
There's a crate involved in this.
Of course there's a crate involved in this. Is this a relic ruin?
Yeah.
That's where they put like 90% of the crate puzzles.
I mean, I'm just looking around looking for things, and I see this floating square, like, blue thing. I'm like, that's a fucking crate. And then I put it on there. It's a fucking crate. And I'm like, great. There's multiple crates, too. So I'm like, great.
Probably means either means there's separate segments or you need to stack them. Which stacking them is sometimes a little awkward. They don't lock into place. Reminds me of that one where, I'm sure you've done this. This is a pretty easy one. I think it's in No Man's Land. But there's one where you have to do a sliding block and you have to put a power cell on it so it doesn't get wet.
Oh, yeah, I've done that one.
And that one's a little finicky, because there's not really a good, like... Yes, you can push a button to let go, but you can clearly tell that the letting go mechanic was not really designed for that kind of precision work. Like, Aloy just kind of drops it, and then once it leaves her hands, it's a physics object. So it kind of does what it feels like. I had to reset that one a couple of times because the power cell would not sit good on the crate, and it's awesome.
Really?
But yeah, so Wild Talents. Most everybody, I think, has rough character sheets now, like first concepts. There's still some refinement of the exact point costs of miracles, I think. But we're working on details and stuff, talking to characters. I think most people have, like, descriptions of their physical character. Hopefully people know kind of where they're going, like, role-playing wise. And so on and so forth. So it's in an interesting, workable state where, you know, discussing lots of character interactions and backstory and stuff.
I'm still slightly put off by Dallas's 6'8", 16-year-old muscular 16-year-old smoker. I'm just like, okay.
He's a big boy.
He is a big boy.
I don't know if he's told you this yet, but he told me that he was inspired by some of his influences for this character was Chad from Bleach.
I mean, that's immediately what I fucking went to.
Yeah, no, that once you think of that, it really tracks because, yeah, Chad Yasutora is huge.
Huge
but
man.
Also, is like 15. Bleach is weird. I still don't understand the time frame of these people. Does Ichigo get taller in that 3-year time skip? I don't fucking know.
I don't know, but no, like that was my first thought.
He was 15. He's fucking swole.
That's why. That's why I was all like, no, this is fucking weird because I was like, no, Chad exists.
I mean, it is still weird and it's supposed to be out of place, but it's not like it's out of nowhere, right?
Like I think I was gonna, like, I think at some point I wanted to make the joke to Dallas. Are you just gonna start talking about your fucking your grandfather at some point?
Probably not, because Dallas is going with a different backstory direction. I said that his intent with his character Lucius has been there since he was like infant. So, you know,
and guess
a
what?
long ass time.
And guess what? Now I probably need to come up with some sort of like some nursing care and shit because infants need some shit. Yo.
Well, Dallas did say that if he got transferred from another facility, that would be okay, but that still means that there has to be a source.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny that I thought I was going to be in this for a long time, but I think Mel is one of the more reasonable. Like, I have not been necessarily shy about this, and I can explain it in detail because it'll come out, but the reason why Mel is an orphan is she had a near-death experience. I can say that my intent is that it would have been in winter. There was a car accident. Her parents' car went into a freezing river.
Yeah, no, hypothermia comes in quick, yo.
Yeah. She survived because she was, like, small and light and was able to get out of the water easier to be pulled out, basically. And being really cold does kind of slow down your metabolism, so that's where her near-death experience comes in. She may have technically been dead for a couple of seconds.
Okay, so I gotta get... Okay, Oh, wait. Oh!
Oh, you got a vent.
Yeah.
Again, this is like I kind of wish you could quick pull some of this stuff. But
okay,
so
this is what I need the crates for. I need the crates to get...
Yeah, the crate to do that. That's a one number.
Now, but I just gotta figure out how to get the fucking crate there. Oh, there's fire gleam over there.
Oh, you can explode that, make paths.
Is this easy?
But...
The relics are... I do like that the relic sites are a little more involved than, like, ancient vessels, right? Like, ancient vessels were just, go here, find the pile of shit that has the thing in it. As opposed to, like, Banuk figures where you're usually like, hey, you need to do some platforming. Figure some shit out. These are usually pretty involved. And different.
Okay, so I need to get up there.
Sometimes the puzzles are weird, though. But yeah, so, that's Mel's thing. I'm still debating whether or not perhaps there was... Like, I'm deciding whether or not I want to do a Death Stranding thing and Mel have a ghost twin. Like, if she had a twin who was in there who didn't come out, and then I have a ghost twin. I'm not sure I'll go with that. I don't know if I'm going to go into that power branch. But it was an idle thought I had. So, but Mel's been in since she's been, like, 7 or 8. So, like, she's 17 now, so near, like, 9 or 10 years. But then I think most of the characters, the other characters so far, have been in longer. Like, Lucius obviously has been in there most of his life. He's been in the system. Axe's character is... Seth is older, so he's also been in a lot of years. There's that whole thing. Was Aaron said that Gabe had only been in? That's canon, by the way. Mel calls him Gabe. I don't know if I'm going to be like an asshole about nicknames, but there's definitely going to be some nicknaming going on, because God. And very irreverent. I don't think I'm going to go so far as to call Dallas's character Lucy, except possibly, like, if I feel, like, annoyed with him.
Can I go up from
But Aaron, I think, has said he's been in 6 or 7 years? I don't remember. We'll figure it all out. But yeah, we've been doing some character building stuff. And this has been involved in some you know, lots of world building questions, both from our end and from your end, you know, trying to figure stuff out. You were talking, I think the last question you brought up to us was like education situations, you know, which led to some thinking. And that, you know, Axe's character once again prompted I don't think Axe intends to always be the special use case, but he did prompt one because he is technically 19 and thus out of normal school. So, like, the college question came up. We had to fill that in with a couple of things. I
think I was a bit more... I definitely was more snarky than I should have been at that moment, but it's just one of those things of, like... Like, I wasn't expecting anyone to be, you know, a full-on, you know, adult looking for higher education. The intent was to be, you know, teenage orphans You know, maybe in school, maybe not. But Axe comes in, it's all like, oh no, I've actually completed high school. And I'm thinking about secondary school because I'm 19. I'm just like, this is one of those things where I'm literally like just full reclined back in my chair, just head lolled back, like, ugh. Cause
yeah, I mean, as we discussed later, like you said, you think you maybe were a little snarky than you needed to be. Like, obviously, figuring out higher education was important to just the general setting tone, but it was definitely one of those things of like, I said this later. I think you guys. The thing is that technically, Axe answered a question you hadn't asked yet.
Yeah.
He said no school and then addendumed, and then you were like, well, now I got to think about this now.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, and that is how world building works. Is sometimes players will pitch questions, and then you're like, I don't know. Let me think about that one.
So knock that out, and we got like, so no, like I've definitely been thinking about like additional schoolings, writing in residential districts, like you. Then we start talking about colleges, and I talked about like the big one is, you know, give it.
Yeah. The moment you wrote that acronym, I was like, I thought give it. There's gotta be some jokes there.
Gotta have some jokes. And then, you know, like they have an Institute of Technology because the intent of Grand Voyager City is supposed to be a city for the future. You know, I'm trying to lay some themes in naming here.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, I can go.
Themes
here.
are important.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the 4-color system in a little bit.
Oh no, it's really good, man. Like,
yeah, that I believe that was it an essay by Kenneth Haidt? It was like separately published once upon a time, and then they decided to actually put it in the fucking book, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so glad. Great. But we'll come back to that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you've been thinking about a lot of stuff. Like, for instance, for me with Mel, I was like, Mel goes to school at the facility.
Yeah,
because she wants to get her GED and be done with school.
Yeah, no, like the facility is a very interesting place. It's a place that I'm designing that basically you can live your entire life there and not be, what's the word I want to say, necessarily inconvenienced by, you know, a lack of things. It has basically everything you need to live a basic life. You can have food, shelter, education, and clothing, you know. And, like, you know,
and I think that's probably how, now that you say that, that's probably how Mel has lived a lot of her life since she moved there. Because, like I said, very goth, very introvert. She's cool with death and stuff.
So cool.
She likes to go on the roof and smoke and contemplate the profound noirness of her existence. So, like, that makes perfect sense. Whereas a lot of our other characters are a little more like, they have, like, hobbies outside, right? Which has been another big point of discussion, is figuring out, like, where people got these stuff and how they did these things.
Yeah, because unfortunately or fortunately, I'm not someone who just says, yeah, you can have something. Like...
Well, you gotta, you ask us the question, how did we get that?
Yeah.
You did this with Aaron, right? He was like, is it okay for me to have a dirt bike or something? And you were like, well, how did he get it? And then Aaron was like, he probably scrimped and saved for something used and then slowly refurbished it. And you were like, okay, I'm sold. Like, you didn't really fight him on it. You just asked him the question of like, okay, but how did you get that?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then, but that led me on a whole tangent about equipment and stuff, because I was like, because this is, oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, okay. Give me that. Oh, is that something I have to do on the other side? What is this?
Looks like a lever for some rails. Is there a train cart you can push? Yes, there are train carts in this game. Is it just a fucking... No, you can pull the lever.
I can pull the lever. I don't know if it did anything. The lights.
Pops back.
Old lights on the rails up there.
Interesting. Sometimes these shit get very involved. Okay, so that moves those. That's got a grapple point, I guess. Curiouser and curious.
It just moves.
But yeah, so actually, I want to circle back to that. I feel this is something I've been thinking about. I feel like every character is kind of developing their like iconic thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like Seth has a laptop, which, as we actually looked at, buying real laptops is expensive.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, like I was willing to say that Gabriel could, you know, get an old junker biker and start fucking up. But I don't
can't
know.
really do that with computers. I don't think you can do that easily.
No.
Not with where we are. Right?
No.
I don't think that discussion point got said out loud, but I thought it. And you thought it.
Yeah.
Refurbished computers do exist, but that's not. You don't usually do the refurbishment yourself.
Yeah.
because you need like tools and shit for that.
Mhm.
I've been wondering like if this is gonna become a theme, should Mel have like a thing she has?
I don't know, because this was the thing that we started talking about, like gear and equipment, because like me, I wasn't sure if I just wanted to let, because here's something I was realizing about gear and stuff. Like there is no differential, like as per like a light reading, I will say, because we did find some weird ass rules that we can extrapolate upon. Like having necessarily better quality things do not necessarily matter, I guess is the best way to say it.
Yeah,
If
that
you-
is, I think, even at our skim, quality doesn't necessarily matter for things.
Yeah, no,
Having a thing may matter, but
like
quality bit didn't really seem to come up.
like Gabriel has like a junk bike. I was like, okay, so it's a junk bike, so it probably doesn't run as well as a real bike. But as per the rules as Raw, it doesn't matter what kind of bike he has, as long as he has a bike, it will technically perform just as well as the most high performance bike out there. Because it just exists. It is
a bike. It lets him use his drive bike skill to drive bike.
Yes. And that's what I was...
Vehicles even have like, let me pull up a PDF. Do vehicles even have like speed stats? I think they mostly just have armor and wound boxes.
Like, I'm pretty sure, like, here's the thing. If you make a bike as a focus, you can probably start adding some weird fucking, you can add, like, you'd add speed in there, like, it has 10 days, it has speed, so it can go, up to 10D in speed, which is a distance, by the way.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I might ask Aaron to take the booster off his body, because I worked his skill out, and I was able to give him 2 wiggle dice of body, and I'm just like, that's powerful, my dude. And he has booster on that, so I'm just like,
oh yeah, God no. I mean, the wiggles is nuts.
Yeah, no, but
he's gonna be really good at that. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's fairly consistent.
yeah, but I was like,
That's okay.
I think I'm gonna take acid.
I don't think I've mentioned this to anybody, but I have already I'm not gonna buy it yet, but I've already put my future miracle scratch base. I figured out how to buy multiple actions at cost 1 per die.
Nice.
It only takes me 2 levels of horrifying, because Mel's multiple actions is she's going to generate spooky ghostly skeleton arms that let her do more things. So it's a little freaky. It'll make my charm rolls harder, but when I want to like go in that direction, it'll give me some utility. I think that's going to be mostly what Mel does. Is I'm probably going to focus on like utility things. I still want to pick up minions at some point, for instance, which will give us things we can do. But yeah, power balancing is very key. It was a little wet. No, I don't know. I don't remember what day it was. I did talk with Axe a little about his, because I was a little... Again, I don't want to like turn this into like a bad talk you hour, but I definitely know you've talked about this. You learn better when people walk you through things. So when you were like trying to roughly sketch out your powers just following the math in the book, I think there were a couple of like unnecessary additions because you weren't like quite reading into things. And I admit, Lucky and I are not always the best at teaching that way.
I'm
like,
not.
if I know something is written down, I will be like, you can literally just read it. Like, I think Axe asked a question on extra, and you and I were both like, well, what does it say it does? And it's like, I think it's just for attacks. Well, there you go. Pretty sure that's how it works.
I remember that because he was asking me if you could just put spray down to anything, and then I was like, to get like multiple things. The way I intend it is it's usually on attacks.
Yeah, because like I have multiple. I like sketched out a multiple actions power. The multiple actions in the Miracle Cafeteria, which lets you. Multiple actions is a weird cafeteria miracle. Basically, the way it works is when you activate it, you give yourself within bonus dice, which you are added to any actions you can choose to add to any actions you take. They get used up as you use them, so that's an important like balancer. But that thus allows you to eat the penalty dice for multiple actions.
Yes.
You know? So you get to do more things. And if you do one thing, you still get your bonus dice because your ability to multitask lets you be really good at one specific thing. But that doesn't have like spray or anything on it. It just does a thing.
It's just a useful.
Yeah. Whereas spray is a weapon quality first, and then through an extra you can add that. So I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be just on attacks. I want to go to that section. I want to try and find that's minions. Defenses. Weapon.
Like, I'm sorry if you guys are sick of seeing this room, but I need to get these fucking crates so I can get down.
I mean, I was talking about this earlier. This is how puzzles be in Horizon. Like, you will be looking at like 3 crates for a long time. You'll figure it out eventually. You'll find the thing you need to like switch, but sometimes you just gotta be like, where is the thing? Because they hide it in some crafty places.
Oh,
Armor. Hand to hand. It's in weapons objects. I'm still caught up on this vehicle thing.
Hang the fuck on. Does it? Do I?
Oh, by the way, talking about like higher quality, I assume this is a holdover from earlier editions, but Wild Talents is kind of weird in like weapons, right? Like they have tables for like advanced ammo qualities for like different caliber sizes. Hey, guess what? Using 50 Action Express using a Desert Eagle gives you +2 shotgun killing. Woo!
Okay, I figured that out. Whoa! Okay, game. Okay, game.
Oof.
Apparently, me jumping off before the fucking thing finished made me go with it regardless. You fucking kidding me? Let me see how far back I can do this, because I need more time, clearly. All the way back here?
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure I quite like how they've set up the button prompts for like platforming and stuff. Like, I really want circle to be let go, not square.
There we go. Okay.
But
now
circle is like jump back.
I have now acquired my first crate.
Hey, you got a crate.
I got a crate.
Can you take that crate from right there to up to that vent?
Ah, let's see. Where was I
think
thinking?
you could climb in the vent. Great. I do appreciate that with the pullcaster. Speaking of pullcaster things, that you can grab loot chests
And just yank
them around.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just be like, mine, gib. Very handy. You don't have to actually platform everywhere.
All right, let's
Okay.
see.
No. Impact. Immediately do the impact speed. Weapons. I mean, there's a chart for objects that tells you how much. It tells you how many hit locations they have, how many wound boxes per location, how much armor, and how much weight they have. Weight is important because that's a hard stat.
Yep.
An M1 tank, by the way, has 6 hit locations with 10 wounds per box, HAR 5, and weighs 50 tons. Damaging objects, blowing things up, and then it's environmental threats. Yeah, there's no... I feel like we may have missed something here, especially given the way that speed is a stat, but there's no stats for the speed of vehicles, so yeah. Kind of whatever.
Again, I feel Wild Talents is really built around that. Really built around the idea of whatever you do are actually, doing. You are doing with powers, and not necessarily with equipment. And like this is like I don't know if necessarily a fault of the system or a fault of my personal preference, but like I have talked about this. I love Gearborn. I love having stuff.
Well, and I think this is the reason for the section we got into that like absolutely bamboozled me, poleaxed me really, because we were digging through this discussion because you turned to me because I ran a fuck ton of Wild Talents, right?
Yeah.
Like we did that campaign for a couple of years. Got like pretty deep in the points, like 400 to 500 range, from like 250, like a lot. And so you asked me like, hey, what did you do? And I was like, I'm pretty sure like the normal rules are like penalty dice are usually for specific maneuvers or when things are like really, really like fucking hard. Like, and I don't think just having a like a low quality bike necessarily counts as like really chaotic as per the way it's written. Obviously, you're the GM, so you can be like, if you really wanted to give them a penalty, but it doesn't seem like the rules are trying to harsh your buzz that much.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, I mean, I'll check if any one-roll engine system ever makes reference to gear. And I was like digging around. I didn't find anything on the internet, but I was like looking through the chapters of inventory, and I saw a section titled Pimp My Helmet, which in the PDF chapters, this is in armor, by the way, because God knows why they did it this way, but they talk about how the stacking rule works, and then they're like, hey, so you might like mundane gadgets because you can wear a lot of shit. Here's some handy items that count against your armor limit because we don't want to write encumbrance rules, but we also don't want to just limit you by how much weight you can pick up with body because if you have hyper body, that's a fuck ton. And if you don't have hyper body, it's not a fuck ton. I think Mel has body 1 so she can lift like 10 pounds over her head, I think, or something.
I don't know.
Does it carry? Yeah, it's small. Carry 50 pounds, maybe? Yeah, I think it's carry 50 pounds on your body. I can throw 10 pounds like 5 yards or something. So this is obviously, I think, was added in the second edition after Essentials, which is the edition I used for Metahuman Renaissance, our old campaign. And the general idea seems to be along the vein of something you were talking about, like players like gear, and if you think about it, a lot of supers, and especially a lot of like street level heroes back in the day, use mundane gadgets, right? Like, on the one hand, classic, Peter Parker web shooters, okay, that's a focus, right? That's definitely a focus. That gives him a lot of abilities, in a thing. Like probably some like attacks with shock damage, a lot of entangling, mass, that kind of stuff, knockdown, etc. That's a focus for sure. But like, are all of Batman's gadgets focuses? Like, is a Batarang a focus? No, it's really just a fancy throwing knife, right?
Right.
And a lot of other stuff he has. So this, I don't know why they called it Pimp My Helmet, but this, I personally, I think some of it is because this was released in like 2010, 2011? This is post MCU Iron Man, right?
Right.
Which was a huge revolution for like pop culture and superheroes. Which is funny because actually, depending on how you want to do it, being Iron Man is really fucking hard in Wild Talents. Wild Talents, I talked about this with some of the players in Lucky. Wild Talents is really harsh on you developing new things mid-game.
Yeah.
They want you to... It's about the powers. It's about being a talent. And they want you to do things with talents and miracle dice. Constantly customizing your miracles to new threats is really hard and really expensive. Like, if you wanted to play a, like, late-stage Iron Man where every new movie you have a new suit, you would need to, like, either be vomiting out base will, which possibly explains why Tony Stark has substance abuse issues and other stuff, but let's... I mean, you can come up with the argument, or you need to basically talk to your GM about respecking and basically literally tear down your old miracles and put them in a new focus every movie or season or whatever. It's very difficult. Like you said, he tried to experiment with gadgeteering, but even then, I don't think we went very far with it.
No.
But there are a lot of mundane things you can get, right?
Right.
Like, once you get into the 2010s-ish period, the smartphone exists. People realize, oh my god, tech is cool. So they have this segment about wearable objects you can use. Oh, look, he's found some things.
I have to just remember, I can fucking glide over walls and shit.
Yep. If you can get some height, and that's got a fire gleam, so you can shortcut. Some of these are very involved. And I think they get, as you might expect, they get more involved the deeper you get. Because Lucky's technically in one of the later game areas here, like our third or fourth section, technically. So, you got a new crate. Why is there this fucking generic crate which looks like an air conditioning unit? I don't know why this is in like what looks like a lecture hall, but whatever.
Oh, I know what I gotta do. Wait, or can I do it? Let me see here. So I drop
Stack
that.
them. But yeah, so while I was digging through the equipment, I found this Pimp My Armor segment, and like I said, I was bamboozled because this has rules for gear. Possibly the only rules for mundane gadgets I have seen ever in a one-roll engine game. Besides, like, weapons and armor and stuff. Which even then is, like, really broadened out. Lucky and I think, had a hearty chuckle over the way the scaling of armor works. Light armor stops at 4 for some reason, then it pivots to Har, and the Har levels get very freaky at the end. It goes to, like, a steel door, like a 3-inch steel vault door is like Har 7, which is a little intense, but like I said, for a Supers game, probably matters. Knowing how hard it is to crack a bank vault, probably important. And then it jumps to Har 8, the Hoover Dam. There's no Har 9. The next step is Har 10 hardened, so penetration doesn't work. A neutron star, and I'm just like, guys, I think we lost some granularity here. I feel like this list could be more illustrative. Like, not only is the Hoover Dam to neutron star jump big, but the vault door to Hoover Dam jump is big. Why? Are people blowing up the Hoover Dam? I don't know, but slight burping. But yeah, so this pimp my helmet segment came out with stuff, and I was like, yeah, no, okay, it's weird. So in this list, they have like night vision goggles, gas mask, loudspeaker / voice scramblers or whatever. LADAR is on here. which I believe is usually written as LiDAR now. Laser.
All right, I have acquired 2 crates.
Cell phones, police band scanners,
Find a way to get to
lights,
the ramp
camera,
in the
action.
tower.
No, but sound recorder, GPS, etc.
Might help, but
And like
how?
most of these are, as we discussed, are narrative, right?
Right.
Like, you know.
Oh, I know what I got to do now. All right, so I got to call the elevator back down. And then I got to drop.
Shit, what? God damn it, Wild Talents, you keep confusing me. So in camera, it says you might want to sink a few points into some kind of photography skill if you want to do anything other than blurry mementos, though. And I'm just like, maybe one of us should have a put in that. But wait, what the fucking skill is that? Is that performance? Is it charm plus photography? Is it knowledge photography?
I'll probably say knowledge photography.
It's a little wiggle room. I'm not going to take knowledge photography off the top of my head. If Mel is gonna buy a pointless skill just for fluff, I'm gonna eventually pick up performance guitar. Mel's gonna rock band after this.
Something stuck in his head will help.
What do you mean you don't think stacking these crates is gonna help? I think it's gonna help.
Once again, physics, and also, I mean, it lets you do that shortcut. Are you gonna be able to put them in the hole?
Oh shit! I see what I did wrong. Never mind. Fuck. Oh well, it'll be fine.
I figured.
I realized what I did wrong. Okay. I might have.
Hey, I'm glad. I mean, it was funny, but I'm glad Aloy did have a remark for like, maybe this is not the right place for this.
Now I have figured it out. I just need to put one crate in there, not both.
Cool. But so most of these, like I said, are just narrative. They're just like, hey, a sound recorder lets you record sound. A GPS gives you GPS data. But some of them give you bonus dice. For instance, night vision goggles says it should give you like +2 to +4 dice on a perception roll, mostly to notice large objects. Like where having night vision goggles applies, it should give you a bonus, which will offset any penalties and also like give you better pools and stuff. You know.
For the collection? I should head back to Vegas and give this a stab.
They talk about how a gas. It's very funny about how this is written. The gas mask is like, so wearing a gas mask should, if you want to be finicky, should give you like +4 to body, +4 bonus to like body rolls or whatever to resist poison. But they say, frankly, if you're gonna waste a whole point of armor to wear a gas mask, you should just assume it works perfectly. And I'm like, I don't know why you bothered giving us the dice bonus, but I guess some people running Wild Talents probably are gonna be that persnickety. Right?
All right.
But I appreciate that. And then some of them are weird. The LiDAR rig, so LiDAR, or usually, like I said, usually called LiDAR, is laser imaging.
Yep.
They say it's cutting-edge radar with lasers that uses lasers to pick out the distance to objects. LiDAR's not that uncommon. Several models of smartphone have LiDAR, so they can actually like sense distance to objects and stuff. And do certain kinds of imaging with lasers and precise. But this is a mundane gadget. It uses up 1 point of your stackable armor, but if you have this on, it gives you a miracle, basically. Mm-hmm. In practical terms, it gives the user 2 hard dice and the power perceive shapes. Apparently at some point in the Wild Talents process, they decided, whatever. Mundane gear exists and it can do whatever you need it to do. Yeah. We discussed this, and I thought that, like, apparently it seems like at best what should probably happen is that if you feel like making it a mechanical thing, if a racer has like a really high quality bike, not like a miraculous bike, but just like a really good bike, they should probably get like a couple of bonus dice. Mm-hmm. Maybe if Gabriel also like steals or builds or whatever's a really good bike. Buys a really good bike with that money we made knocking over a bank or something. I don't know. I joked about how we're probably not going to get access to a lot of Kevlar unless we want to knock over a Milsurp store, and like everybody was like, "No, that doesn't sound like a good plan." I'm like, "Yeah, no, it doesn't." It was a joke. That was me. That was me doing that thing I do at IGM, where I ask you if it's a good idea, because I recap what you want to do. One of us has armor power, so he'll be fine. We have a tank. We have a healer, and we have a tank. We'll be all right.
I kind of want to go see what the slaughter spine is, but it scares me a little bit.
Slaughter spine.
Fuck it, I'm going for it.
What's that? I can't see full screen the outline of that. No, that's probably not going to work. The quality is dog shit. I can't see that. I'm going to guess especially if it's coastal Spinosaur, maybe have a giant saw blade on its back.
That's what I'm assuming.
People are really up in arms about Spinosaur.
Spinosaur.
I mean, it's kind of cool. It's got like a spine thing on its back. Actually, this is another fun, to completely derail from Wild Talents, but fun paleontology fact. Lucky, have you heard this? Apparently, paleontologists are thinking that they're going to break up Tyrannosaurus rex into 3 species.
Really?
Yeah, it's all still the same Tyrannosaurus genus, but they think that there's enough differentiation in fossils. There may have actually been distinct species.
I mean, it makes sense.
Currently, the idea is Tyrannosaurus rex, Tyrannosaurus regina, and Tyrannosaurus imperator.
Those are some sick names.
Yeah. Little try hard, but yeah, that's just a fun.
I mean, we're starting off with Tyrannosaurus Rex. You can't back down.
No, I mean, some old British dude already decided. I think he was British. It might have been an American college, but a lot of that work was British in origin. But decided Tyrant King Lizard, or Tyrant Lizard King, Tyrannosaurus Rex. You gotta keep with the themes.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. Let's go. Oh, there it is.
All right, what are we looking at? I'm waiting for the preview to catch up. Whoa, that's a big boy. Yep, that looks like a Spinosaur or something.
Let's see here. Slaughter spine, tail canister. That's something I would probably want. Plasma core, purge water canisters. Wait. Run that by me again. Hang on here.
Gun.
Processing cabinet. Destroyed when killed. Should probably see if I can get that.
You can also
Spine
put
launchers.
something
Oh god, you got what? Jesus. Those are all. I bet those are all individual ones too. Shit.
That sounds like a good job for Terrablast arrows,
Probably.
which have a really sick effect, by the way, in the sequel.
Plasma
Do like
core.
a fucking whatchamacallit, like a black hole effect almost.
Just highlight everything. I want everything to be
I like
fucking.
all the things. I know what I'm doing.
Everything highlighted. Okay.
But yes, to wrap up the conversation, we got in the weeds with the gear thing, and surprising things fell out when we searched.
That was the plasma arrow because I'm an idiot.
Rip.
Catch. All right, cool. They came off pretty easily. Oh, what is that plasma thing doing? What is that plasma thing doing? Don't you shake your butt at me! Oh!
Oh, big plasma.
The fucking electronica is going wild. He's not that strong, but I'm trying to knock off parts because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be needing some. God damn you and your twitchy tail. Sometimes I will say I feel like the arrow just doesn't actually make it to my fucking target.
Yeah, no, there are some cutoff distances, and also some people have noticed that sometimes there's some curve.
Woo!
Like your arrow's kind of like that isn't attacking. I think that's a good ivory.
Well, no, like there we go. Ooh! This is a plasma boy.
Yeah, that's a lot of plasma. Kind of like reminds me of Sunwing.
Gotcha.
I gotta say, the plasma status effects. I do not care for. That is very annoying. Like randomly explode.
Well, that's
Luckily,
why.
there is a pretty cheap potion you can make to just be like, status effects be gone.
Die. Okay, that wasn't as hard as I was feared.
I guess I think what they were going for there was kind of a glass cannon approach. Like he's pretty big, but he has a lot of range attacks. It seems, as opposed to I mean, Thunder does have range attacks too, but like a lot of big machines also have big, heavy trim.
Oh, I could still shoot it off. Oh, I can. What is the spine launcher? Let me see this.
Weapon.
Sick.
Heavy one.
Just shoot plasma.
Oh, interesting. Not what I would have thought of it.
And there's just like, it has like 8 of them on its back. So yeah, no, sick.
Handy.
Over there is where
I do like that heavy weapons, they do not auto-destroy when killed. Sometimes it can be a little annoying to knock them off after death, but if you really need that extra, you can.
All right, so
And sometimes they actually deliberately set, like, do that.
All right, so I am not gonna go because that's my next main story quest. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna avoid that. But I wanted to see what that fucking slaughter spine was. Where am I gonna go next? If there's one thing that I do want to complain about a little bit, this map is pretty fucking big, yo. All right, I appreciate that there's tall necks. I don't like the fact that the tall neck doesn't actually reveal everything. It just removes one layer of the fog of war.
Yeah. I guess it's to let you know you haven't, like, actually explored those areas, but it definitely, like, it still is obscured when you zoom out far, and it doesn't necessarily identify all those unknown markers, right?
Yeah, no, it's like, honestly, we could have skipped that. Just give me everything again, like, if I want to go investigate. Like, you know what this is going to be? This is probably going to be a fire gleam or a fucking flower. Guys, don't try to fucking bamboozle me. Oh, there's another slot spine up there.
Yeah, like,
do this hunting ground.
I get what they're going for with, like, because before you have access to removing those things, you get the,
Blocked.
yeah, they just tell you blocked passage. So, like, they could have just filled those in with those, and then, you know, if you get close, if you can solve it, it would unpack.
I don't know if they actually mentioned that in the first game, but no, they definitely say in this game, after, you know, Ted Farrow kills everyone, he basically lives a cushy life in his fucking bunker in fucking San Francisco, and lives the remainder of his life.
I believe it was a question mark in the first game, like what he did after he blew up the alphas.
Yeah.
Vacuum. He was like, well, he didn't die probably. So where did he go?
Actually, that reminds me. What do I need for the fucking Utaru? Where's that? Like you can buy the legendary infiltrator set here, but I think you need a Dreadwing part for it. And I'm just like, I haven't found spawnable Dreadwings yet. I've only fought one. It was a bitch.
Yeah, it's somewhere in there, but again, there's you gotta look around. You gotta solve more. I mean, tall necks usually give you machine spots, but you gotta like figure out more shit because they're out there. I remember like for a long time I was kind of confused about where I would get like plowhorn parts, but I just randomly stumbled into a plowhorn spawn.
Also,
And it
thing
was
that
like-
something that offends me. You can't do this tall neck because I'm pretty sure this is when you have to do after you get the flying thing. But I've been up in here. I've been all up around in here. Why is this here? This will do nothing for me, literally.
Yeah, I don't know why it's there. That one bothered me too. That it's just in the center. You should save that for. Is it because that's the only place where that fits? I don't know. Maybe they assume that you're gonna explore all that area anyway. I don't fucking whatever.
Well, they say that because like here, this is Cauldron Gemini, by the way. You can't actually do this one because it is story related.
Yeah, I have been in it and then had to leave it.
Yeah. And like I'm getting story set up for it. So so even in the course of the story, you're going to be in this area and you can't do this. And I'm just all like, oh, what's happening?
I'm gonna guess it's probably. I'm gonna assume that Gemini is probably the one that gives you the Sunwing override, and then that's gonna like. They're gonna, as like a tutorial, they're gonna have you ride out of there and jump on the tall neck to like show you how flying works.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's still a little redundant because of its placing, but I mean it's not like Horizon hasn't hidden late game content in plain sight. You know, you never went there, but the Spire was always right next to Meridian.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the final boss fight happened. So, but yeah, as a tall neck, it's very redundant. Yes, I've also already been all up and down there. It mostly just served as like a really annoying navigational hazard.
Yeah, the Technician, and then the Utaro Winter Weave. You hide yourself by using the power of thighs and abs. Yeah, this one.
Excellent. I knew that our Let's Talk FGO, our new one, has skulked to number 1 of
Yay!
fighting for a while. It's a pretty big jump. I thought it would have a bigger tail on it. Like it was. We played a little bit of Inside Baseball. If you're interested in this kind of thing, listen to the episode in there somewhere. But like, when I first launched it, because I got up earlier because, like I said, I'm not sleeping. It was doing better because it was released earlier, so it kind of picked up some traction. As it got to about the same time of day when we would normally release, it kind of trailed off and got intermingled, but now it's been picking back. So it's got a little, like, rise and fall there. But I thought a nice lengthy episode would bring the people in.
We faff a lot.
This'll break my fall.
And we had some stuff to talk about, but yeah, sometimes we talk about stuff.
Ah! Okay. Come to me, my horse. Oh, wait. I keep forgetting I have a fire raptor. I love the little animation. I love how Aloy just does a little flip, just hooah! It was great.
It's all about the present.
It is about the presentation.
So the other wild talents thing, I think we'll probably talk about.
This is gonna be the lengthy one, honestly.
Yeah. For Wild Talent.
Yeah.
So obviously you've been working on world building a lot and like setting tone and stuff, and I'm trying to remember what it was. I think I just like was randomly trying to check into stuff, and I was on like I think it was on like the TV tropes page, and it mentioned the color numbers, and I was like, oh, I wonder what that's from. So I was scrolling through the chapter list. Once again, the PDF we have for 2nd edition is like gone absolutely apeshit on bookmarks. Mm-hmm. It's handy, but also very dense when you're skimming it.
I don't know what system what PDF reader you're using.
Adobe.
Okay, I don't know. On Foxit, the one I use, they do have they don't have a thing that lets you start up all collapse, but it does have a button that just says, "Hey, you just collapse everything," and I'm just like, "Oh, okay." It's very useful because yeah, sometimes you just see all that stuff. I'm like, "This is a lot. Please stop."
I should grab the drone's data now that it's down.
I don't think I have a collapse button in Adobe, but yeah, it starts them all open. But so that's hard to skim. But I was just like, oh yeah, let me see where it references, and they're like, Chapter 11, Building Superheroic Histories. This is a section that is not in the Essentials, by the way. Mm. So this presents a game design idea, talking about like how superhero stories work, right?
Right.
And like the different ages of comics and stuff like that, and kind of like how those qualities go in. This was a little bit discussed when talking about your temperament in Essentials about something called the 4-color ensemble.
Yeah.
But that was talking about more like the specific style of like comics in that nature. Mm-hmm. This actually has 4 colors that they use to explain your superhero-ness and how the world works.
Yes.
And they do it. There's also some basic advice. They talk about like the important thing to note during the process is decide what you want, then build it. So like having goals in mind is appropriate, and then figure out where to go it. But so this whole thing is like a really drawn out like essay on how to define basically, superhero worlds, right? And there's some other questions in here that talk about like realism and all that other stuff, and like how many talents there are and how to do distribution and things, which I think is really interesting. Again, this is another thing I've had a little bit of trouble with figuring out how many there are. I think in MHR I said that it was like 1% of the world population was metahumans, which was still like millions of people, and it was going up. Because, that was the theme, metahuman proliferation.
What happened here?
So this is a lot of good stuff that's really good if you just want to read about super stuff. But the core thing is the 4 colors, which are all these segments are pretty lengthy. So the way the authors of Wild Talents broke it down is they have, like I said, 4 colors, which are graded on a scale of numbers of like more to less this thing. So red is historical inertia, basically how alt history are you, and or since it scales up, how sturdy history is. Mm-hmm. So at red 1, you're assuming that not only is your history probably pretty alternate, but talents are changing the history all the time.
Yeah.
And then red 5 is actually you can't change the course of history. Not only does talents have like the don't do anything to figure out
My focus might show me
how things work, but they can't like go back in and unfuck everything, and even if stuff happens, it just gets unfucked anyway. The example here, for instance, say, Dr. Malevolence destroys Pittsburgh. It'll get rebuilt in a year or so and be exactly the same as it was, right?
Right.
Also talks about how no foci are manufacturable. If they are kept locked up in warehouses, because manufacturable foci does things. So, like, your red level is, how much talents change history and how much things get in there. We're probably operating in a middle to high red because we are inherently, like, in a low talent universe.
Yes. The way that is gonna be, like, it'll be explained in game, but the event is going to be what is going to be a. Oh, how do I want to put this without giving it away? A reawakening / realization, I suppose.
Yeah, you've called it a singularity event before, for sure.
Yeah. So, like, because I have things that I want to do that may or may not be waifu related. You can't see me, but I did the, suspicious eye, look away. It's established that maybe, once upon a time, a long, long time ago, there was such things. But they do not have any, like, direct history on impact on current day history. I guess that's
probably like. I mean, that literally sounds like Red 4. Talents slightly alter the course of history, but tweedy historians can sit back in their armchairs and wave away their contributions.
Yes. Yeah, so we're probably operating in a Red 4. Talents might have existed at one point, but it was always a super minority. Super minority. What was I doing? Oh, yeah.
Now, we might, because they talk about how you can move your colors, we might move to a higher level red, right, as Lucky wants our actions to have a lot of impact, so it may be that, we start at, like, Red 4 and end up at, like, Red 2, where, like, maybe we're not outright changing history, but, like, I don't know, if there's a Gadgeteer hero, maybe he's out, even as a non-player character, maybe he's out there fucking shit up and, like, changing things all the time, right? Like, actual major cultural shifts are happening because talents exist.
Yeah, no, this isn't gonna be the static thing of, despite heroes, or I should say talents, because I don't know if they'll be heroes, but not talents talking about everything. For some odd reason, for everyone, it's just gonna be fucking Tuesday. Like,
yeah, I think the TV trope's name for that trope is cut Reed Richards a check. Like,
yeah.
Reed Richards and the Fantastic Four, super geniuses, probably cured cancer and all that shit, but, like, we never talk about that fact, and he's, he just lives in a weird lab in New York, and nobody is ever, like, he doesn't have to live in a lab in New York. He could take his super family and, like, retire to Malibu because he's got to have made some fucking patent money. But no. Superheroes don't think like that.
No, so, like, again, like, I'm not necessarily, like, again, I've talked about this before. The game that I'm trying to build is not a game of necessarily heroes and villains. It's a game of consequences.
Yeah. This will come back in a later color.
Yes. So, as talents develop, I think that's the best way I'm going to say it. As talents develop in the course of play, things will start slowly changing. And the thing I'm having a struggle right now is, like, I'm trying to come up with ways to make sure that player characters can influence certain events and whatnot to maybe guide how that thing is. I can't remember if you did this or not, but didn't you actually, like, when we were doing Meta Human Renaissance, didn't you actually do little news stories?
Yeah, that was regularly how I kept you guys apprised of plot threads. I would do what was it called? It was something funny. I think it was the Liberty City Libertarian or something.
It was something like that. But no,
the game was set in the fictional city of Liberty City because future super cities are cool.
Yeah.
I had another funny excuse with the MHR, by the way, was a very low red story. It was like Red 2, I would say. Like, I mean, history kind of existed in the right course until the 40s, and then we went full blown, like, the Golden Age happened, y'all.
Well, I guess that I'm still remembering Dr. Moreau's Nazi Gold.
Yeah, no, Dr. Moreau is probably one of my, like, longest running legacy characters. Did I ever discuss that out loud? I don't remember. Dr. M's backstory is very complicated, but she is a interesting character in MHR. I won't bore the audience too much without over-explaining it, but Dr. Moreau was a recurring antagonist, I'll say. She was a supervillain, but kind of turned in her villainous credentials before the story started. She was mostly a plot button. She was a Deus Ex Machina because she was very, very strong and super smart. She was a 10-mind hypermind. When did you get some Google dice in there? I don't remember. She's very fucking smart. Which is funny because she was a mad scientist, which is an actual condition, science-related mimetic disorder. Malign science-related disorder. But my basic idea was that she'd gone so crazy and so smart, she'd basically come out the other end to be functional. But so for you guys, she was a recurring character who, like, tested you. For the character I built as, like, a PC, because I was originally modeling this off of other people's, like, Monsters in the Childish Thing and Wild Talents campaigns where they would rotate again. Never happened. Adam got his powers from Dr. M. Technically, like, hypothetically, the reason why Feng was in Liberty City was, you could argue, was Dr. M's fault because she was tied to the bad guy. The big bad of the first arc was Matrix, which was a computer mind clone of Dr. M. So like I said, that she was kind of antagonistic, but also kind of helped you a lot because of stuff. But she was a very long-running legacy character because she'd been operated in the 70s, and she'd come back as a clone, so she was different ages at different times. You guys got to hang out with some of her altered clone kids, at least one. Aurania, Omega, aka Meg. I like a lot of Greek letter jokes. There's a whole, by the way, that was another thing I don't think I ever got to pull the trigger on. That was not an unsubtle thing that the one you met was the last letter. There is, in fact, a Dr. M clone for every Greek letter ahead of that. I have a list, like, written down on notepaper somewhere of all what psychic powers they have. But the thing I figured out through the backstory was that it's actually kind of funny that Dr. M is a science hero because it is canonical. There is in MHR, there was, like I said, there was a golden age. There was a first gen of superheroes during World War II. There was an, what were they called? Like the Danger Team, I think, or something? I don't remember. I could look up the notes. There was a team of allied superheroes who fought a loose... I mean, they became the League of Justice because I was very on the nose, but they fought a loosely allied version of Axis heroes, and the Nazi heroes were Necromancer. One of them was a Lich. A skeleton man. His skull, by the way, canonically still exists in MHR. It's rattling around. He can't regrow the rest of him. He's still in a skull. But he had an apprentice lady necromancer because you need, Nazi villainesses and thigh-highs with whips.
Yes.
And, oh gosh, I don't remember her now, but there was a female super. She had luck powers. But she needed somebody to fight because comics. That's actually Dr. M's mom. Like, she escaped the war. She fled to Brazil. Through the power of super science, she had a super science baby. That was Dr. Moreau. She married a Vichy French guy as cover to escape because, she needed to lay low. And that's, like... So Dr. M has the, like, whole of MHR settings, like, super-powered legacy behind her, going all the way back to, like, the first generation of public masks, as it were. Fun fact. I put a lot of backstory thought into that game, and some of that never came out.
Yeah, that's
By the way, also, so Lucky, you should take that under advisement.
Yeah.
Be advised, some of your backstory notes might not ever come up.
Oh, no, I'm going to make them come up.
I mean, sometimes
the...
there's only so much shoehorning you can do.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I'm trying not to. The thing I'm trying to do here. This is why I'm actually being like very direct about. Is like, tell me what you want in this game.
Yeah.
Because I have my own story beats, which are going to be present in game. Because, like I said, I thought of my ending first. I don't know if like that's how a lot of people do it, but like I was like, where do I want this game to end? And I'm like, I want it to end there. And then I was like, how do I want it to begin? And like, how do I want?
Technically, that is what the chapter 11 starts with. Figure out, decide what you want, then build it. So you know where the end point is, and you build to there.
Yeah. And then it's like, how do I want it to set up? All right. And so I'll have like this is like that open world thing. There's gonna be the main quest line, but then there's gonna be like companion quests, side quests, and then radio quests. Like I'll like come up like I joke about it a lot. I'm gonna make you guys go to a haunted amusement park and make you have to ride scary rides to do it. But like that'd be a side quest. That might be something like you don't interact with at all. And
I'm gonna interact.
but it's still the thing of like it's something like I don't know if I should enforce some sort of like time limit on things. Maybe on radial things that will come up quickly.
Yeah, I mean that was part of what the newspaper scheme was.
Yeah.
And so to let everybody know, to cycle this back around, how I did this during Metahuman Renaissance was I would post originally to my live journal. Yeah, it's that fucking old. I told you this campaign was old. But I eventually switched to a Google document. I believe I still have it. MHR headlines?
I think it was.
Headlines, Metahuman Renaissance.
Yeah.
I believe it is this document. Let me pull it up. Yeah. This gave me the problem where I dated thing, but here, I will link this in the chat. I don't care, you get this.
Old.
But, like, basically what I would do was I would tag stories, local, national, or international. And then I would write just a little blurb, like the kind of thing you'd see, like, nowadays on, like when you see a news story on Twitter, right? Like, you see the little blurb there, what it is, and that would describe plot hooks to the people at home. So, like, we started with, in headlines number 0, the one that was technically pre-game, there was unusual bank robberies, can't stop the music. That was the guy who had mastermind disease, mad science disease, and he built a suit that caused you to inexplicably start dubstepping. It was like 2010 when I wrote this game. Don't worry, they punched that guy out pretty fast. I think they he started going to therapy and opened a dance club. The player characters beat him up, took all his gadgets, and put him in the system, and he opened a dance club later where you guys would hang out. There was break-ins at tech firms that went a lot of places. There was the Super Science Expo. That was the inciting incident Lucky wasn't there for. There was a classic. It was the official name was the World Fringe Science Expo, but the Science Expo. Super Science Expo, where all this cool hyper tech that hyperminds were building would be shown off, and the family rated it, and during a thing on stage, and all the player characters just leaped onto the stage, except for Marth, who I believe fired his silenced pistol from the cheap seats. And there was just other stuff. Count Blake escapes again. Count Blake was another mad science villain who got out there. Oh, yeah, actually, I should mention that. Somebody asked in chat. Yeah, obviously this was before I understood a lot of this deeper Nasuverse stuff, even though Alco existed. It's just the internet was different back then. But yeah, Dr. M has a similar scheme. She started as having MSRMD, basically the mad science disease. So she had hypermind and basically a physics-breaking gadgeteering power. Yes, I did used to read Girl Genius. Also heavily influeed by Shannon Garrity's Narbonic as well. Science works. I read a lot of Whip back, y'all. But basically that lets them do physics-breaking gadgets and shit, and that people can't replicate because you need to be literally crazy to figure them out. Through this power, because her specialty was life sciences, she figured out how to modify her genetics to give herself psychic powers, telepathy, clairvoyance, telekinesis.
Run away!
And then the next thing she cracked was basically perfect human cloning. So she just has backup bodies that she can psychically dub all her memories and stuff onto. And we never really in-game got into the, the weirdness of other player characters deciding whether or not she's technically the same Dr. M, even if she has all the same informatic knowledge as the previous one. But it was there.
Dr. M was an odd duck.
This
Yeah.
belongs to a proven hunter.
Her kind of role in the story was basically to be a little bit the Deus Ex Machina, but definitely an element of she was interested in you guys, but you weren't always sure if you wanted to be okay with her interest. Her big thing in the time period MHR was in was she'd cycled back around to not being necessarily a super bad guy, but
Use any of the ropes to jump in.
her plan was to
I'll start the trial.
actually, it was a backstory thing that came out through some other side stuff I'd done other people. But basically, I later, like, kind of retconned. She tried to actually do a thing in Liberty City where she had developed, like, a nanomachine thing to, like, randomly give everybody superpowers. The M virus. But it was going to have, like a 10% failure rate and probably kill you or something bad. So some other heroes stopped that. So she decided to take a more disciplined approach and, like, check out on developing talents or even empower people.
Jesus, okay.
Or
I shot it in the tail and it just died. I was like, okay.
a little too much juice.
A little too much juice. Let's try that again.
So that was the reason why she kept, like, checking in up on you and occasionally would give Adam new superpowers because he got his powers. So it was like, hello, yes, I'm trying to see how you develop because, yeah, you guys talked to her about this. Dr. M's big thing was that humanity needed to evolve into, you know, metahumans because the extinction event was going to come.
Mm-hmm.
There were going to be new alien invasions. There was going to be other shit. And by the way, the funny thing is she was totally right. Like, I had multiple, like, apocalyptic events planned, as you do in comics.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking deep ones were going to wake up and, like, invade the surface world. Yeah, they were deep ones. They were in a war with Atlantis, don't you?
Slide down to begin
Don't
the
you know?
trial.
There was going to be more hiveling invasions. There was going to be other cosmic tier shit, like the universe unraveling. Punch black hole stuff. So, like, she was totally right that we needed more metahumans. And I guess it was you guys.
Hey.
So, yeah. But I did the headlines thing. So if you want to, like, ape that.
Like, I think I will. Just as a way is to keep track of plots and
it is a good way to seed plot threads to people. And if you, like, if something is time sensitive, you can always, like, bring it up again, and that would be a way to let us know, like, hey, this thing's still ticking, this is evolving, you should probably do something about it if you don't want it to resolve itself. Bye.
Tail.
And if you ever want to read, like I said, my 26 pages of backlog for how many headlines did we do here? 13.
Boop, 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 boop. I love how these raptors are specifically the feathered raptor design.
Yeah. I mean, you know, science.
Science.
Looks good.
It does look good.
This is like, I mean, people call it a velociraptor. This would technically have to be like a Utah raptor because actual.
Yeah, no, I never called them
like,
velociraptors
like-
because, but I just know them as
Yeah.
feathered raptors.
Claim your prize.
Yeah, these are definitely raptors.
This is a testament to your
Uh,
skills.
No, there are gonna be failure states, but like not necessarily. Like I'm like, well, when we get back into colors, I'll double like especially black.
Yeah, we'll talk about some.
We'll talk.
No,
about
I
this.
never actually got to reveal my cosmic villains. There was a. I built a timeline version of the MHR setting, which went back, you know, to the creation of the universe and stuff. So, like, yeah, there was some old shit rattling around that the players would have had to deal with. Like, my original plan, which kind of it's probably good that it got canned because we were taking so long to do this, but, like, I had planned for tiers, like street tier, global
Slide down
tier,
the rope,
cosmic
begin your
tier.
trial hunt.
Like, you guys would actually go into space and deal with space shit, because there was a lot of space stuff back there.
Space.
But yeah, it's that never actually showed up, and I did not describe it to the players. And I don't feel the need to further bog this down with my old MHR stories. The only thing I do want to mention from those old stories is I once again reminded of how you guys handled things. Headline number 1 in 13, the last one in my list, which would have been must have been just before the
Oof.
the actual the like climaxing arcs. Local cybernetics company turns into war zone. Liberty City was once again surprised by something which could only be described as a war zone a few nights ago in the tech district, and I'm like, yep, that's you guys. That's the quote-unquote noble society.
We did our
Is there
best.
a fight we can do? I mean, you guys are, especially for parts you weren't there for, Vera and Fang learned some hard lessons about disintegrating. I mean, I thought it worked out well for characterization, but Vera realizing her, you know, her ability to just delete people and have the power of life and death in the palm of her hand was like very influential. Right? Like she really figured out like, maybe I should be more careful with this. Yes, I can just delete limbs and fix them, but like, should I be so blasé? And assassin tech retreat.
I want to look at these headlines real quick, but I'm trying to get these Oh God!
You're trying not to get killed by murder.
Okay, I did it. Fuck. All right. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna take a pause here. I'm gonna go look at these headlines real quick. I don't remember them. Let's see here. Can't stop the music. Hero coming to town. Good Samaritan Law survives.
Many new warehouse fires.
Gambling escapes again. Black Rider.
The Metahuman Fight Club was an early plot hook. I also did a street racing thing. And then I watched Redline, and then I just put that plot in the game.
We made many jokes about the music. The city home to new vigilante team. Sick. I remember that.
You guys eventually got your official recognition.
Oh yeah, the PMC contract. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think that was just a thing I took from like video game factions. There was a lot of PMCs running around though. That you guys, did different things with.
Oh yeah, the nightclub. I took that. That was mine. Again, Lucky's tactic. Lucky's tactic. Lucky tagget. Your thing? My thing. God, I'd like...
There's a building destroyed. That happened.
Visit Business Bone.
Punched that building apart.
I found the headline, which was my first characters. Visiting Business Bone sinks in Little Asia after explosion. Yeah.
Yep.
That was me.
There was also that time you guys busted up a ninja wedding. I do believe you guys did make sure to wait until they did the does anybody object? And then you were like, we object. Smoke bombs. Colored smoke bombs. I think your colors were blue and gold, if I remember correctly.
Something like that, yeah.
So many gun battles. So many buildings destroyed.
Yep, there's the yellow light. Mysterious explosions. Things and everything. Oh yeah, Sephiroth Tower construction resumes. Yeah.
That is canon, by the way. That is where you guys built the Noble Society HQ. You had a cool tower that was 108 stories tall. You probably didn't use all the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of mysterious explosions. Lots of games. Oh, there's the wedding plot hook.
Sorry, I know nothing's happening on screen, but I'm just reading. I'm just remembering things.
Actually, I think I've got a good example of a plot hook you guys let go. I saw one about Chevalier, who was one of the vigilantes who was running around at the time period. She had a set of alien power armor, and she just stabbed dudes. She challenged a guy, and then she attacked that house, and I think you guys... I think you guys just were like, we're going to let her do her thing.
Yeah?
She did her thing. You guys did bail her out when she injured, but, like, yeah. Mansion collapse.
No, so I'm definitely going to try and do something similar.
God. So,
Maybe I'll do it like Twitter
I made
feeds.
so many jokes about the nature of comic books. You talked about the, Count Blake escapes again. There's one in the late one that was international.
This
Dr.
belongs
Chaos
to
totally still alive. We called it.
No, I'll probably maybe I'll set it up as I'll try to do I'm definitely gonna do something like that. But I think I'll probably set it up maybe a Twitter headline with a small description and just make a bunch of random comments below. That'd be funny.
Yep. It's a pretty common format. I guess then the question would be, how will we check it? Yeah.
Oh, Tinker. Oh, that's
Is there a
right.
computer lab?
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a computer lab next to the library. Like I said, the side building's actually a new construction. Well, new relative to facility, but like I said, it has a couple classrooms, a library, a couple empty spaces for workshops of variety, and a small computer lab. It's basically an educational facility. While the main building has bedrooms, kitchen, laundry rooms, a few rec areas, and a couple offices for the few full-time staff in there. The athletic field. Well, I say the athletic field, but it's just the fields. Outside is where there's the chicken coop, the small vegetable patch gab, a small orchard. It's not an organized orchard. There's just, for some odd reason, there's just a few some fucking apple and plum trees just growing out fucking on the edges there. We don't know why they're there. And you got a big grassy field where there's a shed with a bunch of sporting equipment, and just have the places you have big poles. Do you play football here? You play soccer here? Who fucking knows? Do you just chase each other around on the lawn screaming? That's okay to do. But I have just got my first legendary weapon. I'm excited. I'm gonna look at this thing.
Tinker's Pride.
Come.
Let me see. Yeah, no, it's shiny. Let me see here. It looks like what was it? It's a tripcaster. Oh, sick!
What do we got?
It does knock down the fucking the shield and explosion. It's
Also,
better.
5 fucking slot. Damn.
Yeah. 3 of them unlocked immediately. Jesus, I don't need this anymore. Fuck. This is nice.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean,
that's
we talked about the progression of the weapons. It's good. You got to work on it a little, but you get there. Pretty rad.
Knockdown power, instant brittle chance, knockdown damage, 5 slots. Yeah. I think this is is this the last? Yeah, that's the last hunting ground. So yeah, I'm pretty sure if you do all the hunting grounds, you get it. So sick. Oh yeah, there's a trophy for it too. Okay, so yeah, no, totally. Bling. Attain 3 strikes at all hunting grounds.
Nice.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna yeet us this other one I got.
But yeah, I
can sell it
heartily
'cause I bought
approve of having used that technique a lot of setting up plot hooks for players to visibly track, right? Just because it's easier that way. And if we got, if you can do something diegetic, that's, pocket lint. If a recurring reporter comes in, maybe we can work with that. Otherwise, it's a good way to keep track of stuff. So we can remember that things are out there. And some of us probably actually pay attention to that sort of thing. I don't know, maybe the girl with, 2D and 2 dice and research. So we got all this because we were in the 4 colors. We were in red, which is about history, which I think matters. There's a lot of fun stuff.
Actually, I should totally make some sort of internet publication website or something. And again, you guys probably have cell phones and maybe some cheap smartphones, so you guys aren't like fucking Luddites, but
I mean, honestly, prepaid cell phones are probably like so cheap these days.
yeah, you can actually there's actually prepaid smartphones too.
Yeah.
You probably don't have
Like,
anything.
If any of us do any odd jobs, or possibly even like I could see the facility like giving us flip phones just so they can like call us when we're out, right?
Right.
Because like at this point, flip phones is that ain't shit, dude.
Nah. Nah, I'm pretty sure the facility will give you some basic ass fucking smartphones that, you know, lets you browse the internet and but don't be expecting to be playing a lot of games on them because they're pretty shitty. But you can browse the internet, you can call people. Which is honestly, that's a lot.
And we can have cool text combos like Persona 5.
Yes. I think that was something that I think we started doing in Metahuman Renaissance. Is I would just like say I'm texting someone, and we would just have a conversation while other people were talking. Again, it's one of those little things.
So that does remind me. We were talking about because we talked about like the mechanical stuff, but I was thinking like narratively. It seems like a lot of the characters have like a thing, like like an item.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Mel and Lucius both smoke, and we have to like talk about that. I'm trying to debate like how persnickety of a goth do I want to be. I was thinking, especially because I know you talk a lot about your vinyl. Maybe Mel has like an old ass like record player she's scabbed from somewhere. That's probably not expensive to like find one.
I'm pretty sure,
Not
like,
even
honestly,
anymore.
you wouldn't even have to scab that. I'm pretty sure the director probably has a few around. Because the director is clearly a kind, older white gentleman of impeccable and classy taste.
Yeah, okay, so Colonel Sanders, got it.
Yeah.
I mean, that was instantly the picture that into my head.
Well, it's not...
Yeah, I'm wondering if, like, maybe that would be something, because I know I mentioned, like, Mel's fashion is because they're cheap, she buys a lot of secondhand t-shirts that are for bands, TV shows, video games she obviously does not understand the reference to. But will allow us to make pop cultural jokes, because that is how comics work.
That hurts my soul. I've never understood the, the repping of bands or a franchise that you don't actually know anything about. I'm just all like, but why?
Well, for Mel, at least I have a reason. She buys them secondhand at, like, Goodwill or something because they're fucking cheap. And they're black.
That's fair. That's fucking fair.
But I was wondering if maybe she would also do, like, vinyl records. And get our smooth jazz vibes on.
I mean, like, I was going to talk about this about the library. The library is actually very multimedia. It actually has, like, a lot of the books in there are secondhand and donations, but you get, like, when you start taking donations, you just get a lot of stuff. So, no, there are vinyl records, there's CDs, cassettes. You've thrown out all the 8-track tapes because you're just like, whatever. But...
honestly, those are magnetic. They probably don't work anymore.
Yeah. But, so, in there, you do, like, you have a lot of books. You have a lot of children's books, by the way. And a lot of secondhand textbooks. Textbooks and college textbooks as well. So, basically, if you're like doing just like any sort of educational research, you will be able to do it at the library. And again, donations and stuff. So you have like children's books, light novels, like a lot of young adult fiction.
I mean, we're clearly seeing why Mel has like a decent mind and a decent research, because I established earlier she basically probably lives in the library.
Yeah.
You talked about, for instance, like if you choose like facility school and you probably don't get that fine social experience you do of high school, and I'm like, Mel's very goth, with the near-death experience and stuff. So social experience probably avoids her. Not necessarily the other way around, but.
But no, so like
spend a lot of time in the library.
But yeah, no, like, in the side building, like, I haven't actually decided like if there's like there's full-time teachers or part-time teachers or volunteer-time teachers. Like I said, I'm still working all that stuff in my head. But the facility basically works on giving you basically a GED level education. But since the GED schooling is actually very easy, it doesn't actually cover the full breadth of like normal students, a normal schooling. They actually, focus on teaching you things you need to know about life and whatnot, which leaves you spend actually less time in the classroom, and like gives you more time to like futz about and do stuff. But that has its own whoomst. Just some dude.
And more time for me to tie one of those skull bandanas over the bottom half of my face and go a vigilanteing, or whatever we end up doing.
And again, this is like one of those things I was talking about, like. With Gabriel being in public school, he'll probably have more, like, social contact. He might know some people and whatnot and know some other things. But, like, again, he's going to have the responsibility of going to school. I will totally be...
I'm going to tell you I'm going to tell everybody right now. We are absolutely going to break that motherfucker out of school a couple of times. Hey, nerd, we got to go do some stuff. We need your bike. As Mel says as she clings to the wall with spooky skeleton arms. Probably not. No, that's horrifying. It's not obvious, but it's... you don't like it when you see it.
No.
Though, this is a funny thing I did think about. I put this in my notes for my Hands of Life and Death power. So technically, because of the way it's written, I did not, and I don't even have, like, the points for I don't think I have like the free points that would be like dead points to give it a like if then that it only works on living flesh. So the way I fluffed it is that Mel can, with her hand damage, can attempt to kill anything she thinks has like a distinct like end or fixing state. Basically, think of it like what happens when your car stops working. You say your car died, your computer died. So she can make non-living things die or live, but only like things she understands that way. So like I cannot punch God. It's like it's a reason why it inflicts shock and killing damage or
Actually,
killing
that
damage
means if I give anyone that 2D thing a mortal thing, would that make them immune to their power?
I mean, not raw, but you could definitely say it does if that because that would be like an immunity to aging.
Yeah.
I did describe that how it appears when it affects living targets is it looks like Mel just causes like straight up necrosis, like just necrotizes your tissue.
Actually, that might still count. Like if it doesn't, oh well, I'll
It's
think
just
about
that
it.
like I've tried to think about, okay, I don't have the points to get finicky and be like, well, it only affects living things. And also, like I said, I like the metaphorical idea of Mel just being like, reach into the engine block and be like, well, you know, you say your car dies, right? And then just the car dies. But I also like, basically, you know, on the air of caution, as usual with Wild Talents, as the GM, you can decide whenever it quits working. If you don't want me to kill a lock
Red as the blight.
or a door,
I knew my
go
eyes
with
weren't
that.
playing tricks on
that'll
me.
give more excuses to pick locks.
You're Aloy.
But
Hikaru's
vehicles
champion.
have hitboxes, so
My name's
since I did
Leader
not
of
write
Fox
any
Squad for
flaws
the
that
Lowland
limit it
Band.
from doing that, pretty sure I can
Sorry
still
for
attack
our
V.
unannounced entrance. Looks like you were
So
one of the
naturally,
most.
this means that I can rig races for Gabe by walking up to other bikes and being like, doo-doo-doo,
So
blah,
we get the job
die.
done. Are you here to
Thou
take
art
back
dead.
Fenrise? Fenrise? A lowland village.
Funny plot hook.
It's been
Funny
taken
plot
over
hook.
by
But
rebels.
sorry, I keep swerving us away from actually talking about the colors.
Oh, it's okay. You said this would be the long one. You got a lot to talk about Wild Talents. We've been bandying that one back and forth, right? Like ping pong style.
But eventually,
As I
we'll have
said,
to attack the village
GM
first.
Lucky will drive his desk in out of nowhere and be like, "Hello, I am here. We're going to talk about this
Leave
now."
the 10C to it.
I definitely have to. I feel like I have to be like that way. Sometimes, like, all right, I am ready to talk about this stuff now,
His own clan didn't thank you for
and
what
then
you've
be
done.
like, okay, nope, I'm
Yeah,
done.
No, I understand that. I think I've had that line as well for certain convos. Like it's, there are times when I'm doing other shit and I don't feel like starting a conversation or responding to questions on things. So,
Like
actually
I'm honestly super glad that you're super knowledgeable in Wild Talents, because like a lot of the guys have just like done their character job like without my input, and I'm going over things like God bless you and Aaron for just being like
Extra?
I don't want to say basic, but having probably simple down to earth characters. Like you're just
I mean, I had a bullet. I mean, technically, when we got Axe to pick a power set, his power set was very simple. He just wasn't familiar with the system.
Yeah.
Loth has not yet tried to build his character. Dallas went through a couple iterations and he decided on what he's going for.
Yeah, but like I said, like I didn't necessarily have to talk to Aaron about how to build a character. So I just looked at it and was like, "Hey, you could probably make this a little bit better." And then I fine-tuned his powering. I showed him the bullshit of automatic, attached automatic.
Yeah.
And got him wiggle dice in it, and I was like, "But he's very basic. His powers are literally hyper body, extra tough, and lar. He's just very good at He's very good at taking damage, not taking damage, and he's strong."
And I've heard him even talk about him wanting to not necessarily be super broken with regen so that my healing power can actually still matter. I think it'll still come up, but
Oh yeah, no, that's what I was like. That's why I was all like, that's why you take go last, so your healing only takes effect at the end of the round and stuff. So that was something I can help with. But like again, I'm not trying to.
No, Axe, it's okay. Like, sorry to cut you off there, Lucky,
Yeah.
but Axe is talking about. There's no bad on you. Like,
Yeah.
I think figuring out what your power set was before ahead of time was okay, and sometimes you do gotta. Wild Talents is so open-ended. Sometimes you just have to crunch the fucking numbers. Like, you just have to get in there and build the character to understand what you're doing, because you could literally do anything. Like, I actually am not like upset, that you saying my powers are basic. I'm like, no, that means I did as intended. I wanted to like pick like, I started with one concept and then I was like, okay, maybe give me a little more utility. I don't want to lean like entirely on just the I can see dead people walking around like regular people thing, right?
Right.
So I came up with like a healing and hurting power. But I wanted to do basic powers, and I wanted to do them in a way that I was not crazily overinflating. Like, I actually, you can always go down to what cost 1 per die if you try hard enough. I went out of my way to not do that. I was like, nah, I'm not going to overbalance this.
And like the problem, like Axe, I was having with you is like you were like going for the control power, doing this stuff, and you're like 8D. I'm like, Axe, do you understand how much you can actually do with 8D? That's tons. That's tons of metal being activated and tossed around.
Yeah.
That's not small.
Yeah, we had to run down the table for the capacities a couple of times because he was like, I do really want to lift a lot of metal. I'm like, no, dude, you don't understand. You're gonna do a lot.
So it was just like,
I think the way I put it he was using a different sheet. He was using a spreadsheet and hadn't like noted down the individual costs for powers. So I was just like, because I'm not quite sure how much you meant to pay for this. So I just like looked at his extras and did the math on my own and like showed it to him, and I was like, yeah, no, if you pay this capacity, you'll get a discount on these, per die effects, and also with this level of this number of dice and this number of math, you will be able to lift. Oh God, what is it? It's like
it was like 3.2 tons
so,
or something.
Yeah. So the way capacities work is if you have 2 capacities of the same power, you have to split them. So that means that if you have both range and mass, the more mass you want to use, the less range you can use. But even so,
they'll shoot you on sight.
The
Thanks for the warning.
table is, if I can find it really quickly, yeah, the power capacity table. So at 8D, if he's within 10 yards, which is the minimum number on range, 1D in a power, which you can't even use, but you get the capacities anyway. 8D with mass is 3.2 tons. This is why I took reduced capacities on my useful power, because 10D of range is 5,120 yards, and I was like, that's pretty far. Let's reel that in, but also give me a bigger dice pool to work with. So, only 512 yards. But yeah, so and once you get in there and you do the math and you start to see like, no, that's pretty strong. Like he can't lift a tank because those are really heavy without like other extras, but he can certainly, get in there.
If you go for some wiggle dice, that's pretty good. I'm not against everyone succeeding, but I am going to use the rule of some tests require a certain degree of width to accomplish. You can't just have a pair and be like, I did it. Like sometimes
or the other thing is the height cap is sometimes important. Like sometimes you can be like, yeah, dude, 2 1s, the literal minimum of success doesn't cut it.
Yeah. So, having 1 or 2 wiggle dimes, like, no, that's fine. Like, because, like, again, like, I mentioned this, like, there's the joke about, your GM isn't a sadist. I'm like, haha, but funny fuck you guys, I am a sadist. I do want to see you guys fuck up. But I don't want you guys to fuck up because, like, the dice are boning you. Like, I want you guys to make choices and see the consequences of your actions and maybe feel things over them.
No, and I think in general we've been doing this a long time. Probably in general as players, you, me, and the other long runners in our group. Like, the dice are not. We don't roll dice for everything, right?
Yeah,
like, dice are meaningful. When you're rolling dice, numbers are happening, and sometimes you don't want that. So, if you're rolling dice, something should happen if you don't have the dice do the thing.
Right.
And sometimes you have to roll the dice to do the thing. But, and so we get weird rolls. We've talked about this with, like, Star Wars a lot, and sometimes with Delta Green, where it's like, well, there needs to be some inherent chaos in this, but sometimes the chaos is not very chaotic. But, hey.
I'm glad you're here. This
but,
is
like...
Oroke, leader of Fall's Edge.
Like, honestly...
Oh, he could probably lock... He's got a mass power. He could lock down the main cannon of a tank, probably.
Like, Axe, if you have 2 wiggle dice, that means anything you do with those wiggle dice, you will have a width of 3. You could have, anywhere from 3 1s to 3 10s, or you could just say you have a pair of 10s. Like,
the way wiggle dice work is you declare them after you rolled. Wiggle dice cost 4x the cost because they are inherently flexible. Hard dice are double the cost because they're always 10s, but that is rough, right?
Yeah.
Like, that means it's always a headshot. You cannot control your power at all. And so it's good because it's consistent. Hard dice are good for powers that always work at maximum power all the time, like defensive shields, certain kinds of sensory abilities. Like, we talked about this. I could have gone for like 2 HD in sensing ghosts, but that would have made my range very small. What is it, like?
You said you defected after you...
Range on that, like 10 yards? 10 yards? No, of 20 yards.
But all we've done is kill each other.
Which is okay, but I want it to be a little more broader ranging and weird than that. Like, sometimes I want my ghost sense to tingle a little far away. plot hooks. You know,
Not everyone.
ghosts can yell at me from across the
Why destroy
block.
this village?
But wiggle dice you decide after. So basically, if you have one wiggle die in a power, you are almost always making a match. You roll your dice pool, you go, okay, I have an 8. I make that 2 8s. I succeed.
Yeah, like 2 wiggle dice and a couple normal dice is usually what you get, because that can get you a width of 3, which will give you, well, basically lets you succeed at basically any average check. So
you can you will always make a match. You can control the width of your match. Like if you have 2 wiggle dice, that's like you will literally always make a basic success.
yes,
You cannot fail unless there's a shitload of penalty dice, because wiggle dice go last. Hard dice get removed first. That's another thing hard dice are good for, is eating penalty dice.
Cavo is telling the truth.
They are
This whole
deleted
village is in
first.
danger.
Technically the same with gobble dice, because your 10s and your hard dice would be eaten first.
Okay, open it up, or okay.
But yeah, wiggle dice are really expensive for
I
a
invoke
raisin,
Blood for blood.
but they're very good. And there's a couple of alternates. I don't think you haven't talked about playing around with any of them, so we might not.
Cavo
But
will go with Aloy.
there are like different things you can do. Like, is it expert dice? I think are like halfway between a hard die and a wiggle die. You set them before you start rolling.
I must make arrangements here first.
nah, I think that's too many die.
Then I'll bring
Fucking
the
just
boy
Yeah,
with me.
I like the fact that they have the alternate rules, but we can understand the simple regular dice, hard dice, wiggle die. But wiggling is good.
yeah. So no, like I don't want anyone having more than 2 wiggle dice, because again, like I'm not afraid of people succeeding, because again, like I am invoking the rule of I am the GM. I will always have a fucking bigger rock, no matter what. So if you guys are like mowing through like guys easily, you should be worried about that.
Well, and there's also, this is the thing I did in MHR a lot, there's always the classic escalation problem. What's this? You've killed all those goons who just had trench coats and Tommy guns? Well, the next set of goons have, body armors and bazookas.
Yeah, again, and this is like,
They realized they need to up their game.
and again, this is why I wanted to start with like with caps of 2s and like a cap of 3. I don't know why I keep saying 2s and 3s, but that's why I'm assuming most people's skills and stats and skills will be at. But a cap of 3, only 2 wiggle dice, and I don't want your powers being super crazy, because I want you guys to be able to start low and stay low for a while.
Yeah, like I said, I've already worked out the cost for my multiple actions power. But I will probably save for several sessions so I can buy like 6 or 8 dice all at once. I'll eat my base will cost or whatever, and we'll go from there.
Yeah. So I think I've talked enough about that. So yeah, red color is about how much of talents influence history,
Yes,
basically.
and it is a very broad one, right? Like we
Right.
said, like it not only includes is history itself mutable? Can you change the past? But also, do talents like make history and alter history? So the second one is gold. It's a little weird. We're still I think discussing some of the gold stuff, but the way the book describes it is gold is talent inertia. So basically, if you think about it in terms of superheroes, right? If you're in classic comic book time, superheroes don't change.
No.
Superman has been Superman since the 30s, right?
Right.
And he's still Superman. Truth, justice, the American way. He's died a couple of times, but then he came back. Like, he's still fundamentally the same guy.
Oh man, I just rolled over his fucking shield. Sick.
Pretty slick.
Just forget you saw anything.
I mean, you still might want a bigger pool for stuff, Axe, or you have
Yeah.
penalty dice that come in there.
Yeah, no, like I said, like
and-
honestly, like me personally, a
Also,
good.
sometimes you can... Sorry to cut you off there, but I just want to say, sometimes you can get really lucky. I have seen people roll, like, really big sets just on pure luck because they have 10 dice.
Yeah.
But yeah, so gold, the explain is like, how changeable are your talents? Like, do your talents change? Much like, it's called inertia, so it's much like red. So high gold is, your talents are very fixed, and so is society. Talents, however they work. Mutants are always prosecuted. Batman is always Batman, etc. But also, as contrast, like, if if like talents have flying cars, only talents have flying cars. They don't fuck anything up for anybody else. And then low gold is like talents can change all the time. I love the fucking opener for this. Gold 1, talents come in every possible flavor. There are hyper cool baseball managers and fire breathing porn starlets.
We're totally
just
going.
like, yep, that's a broad one. So, you know, talents have more options than ordinary people, so they can constantly be shifting around. But also, because talents can constantly be shifting, this makes it a little bit harder to do, like, lasting impressions, right? They even say that if you're at, like, gold 1, make sure that, like, you're willing to let heroes off the hook, because if heroism can, you know, people can change their roles and their positions a lot, it doesn't make sense to keep grudges. That's kind of not what you're going for. You're talking about how consequences are meaningful. So we're probably median gold, right?
Yeah.
Like, somewhere in the middle. Like, obviously, we're going to be some of the first talents, you know, out there.
Yep.
So, you know, we're part of a first wave or a recurring wave, you know, a new wave. New mutants. What? God, it's almost like, you know, comic books have done everything.
The rebels are stationed
Nothing new under the sun. I suspect that we'll probably settle into, like, a lower gold, but we can't go all the way to, like, gold 1, because that would mean that, you know, we're not talking about our consequences, right?
Yeah.
There's the Cliff Falls.
And I don't... Gold's kind of a weird one. It's important to understand if you think about the terms of comics, right?
Keep going.
But it can be hard for some authors to wrap their heads around, because real life doesn't work like comic.
No.
It's sometimes hard to think about. Like, if you bring up the fact that, you know, Spider-Man has been the same dude for like 50 years, you go like, my brain. No, can't understand. Yeah, I think honestly modern comics is probably high gold. There's a lot of continuity and there's a lot of character drifts that are set. There are some things they do talk about, they call it silver threads among the gold, one big change that, like, sometimes characters can have such dramatic like shifts. Like, for instance, you know, Batgirl's spine gets broken and she becomes Oracle. Like, that, there are sometimes, like, sticky continuity, but other times they do not change. So you can, like, if there's a big shift that, like, does a whole paradigm shift, you can absolutely rechange things. But what's up?
I'm trying to shoot this fucking shock barrel. I hate warrior bows. I really fucking do.
Yeah, the fucking spread in the range is dog shit.
Like, but it's the only one that has been, like, just a three element bow. I'm just like, God, like, I use these elements, and I'm just like, but you're being a fucking dick. All right, I'm closer now. There we go.
The next one is another. I like this one to talk about. It's called Blue, and it's got a mention here. Alan Moore once talked about Wonder Woman's invisible plane is just sort of lovely and pointless idea we should encourage. Talking about, right, like, you know, the way comics treats it as, like, yeah, comics are weird. So, blue is how weird your world is, right?
Right.
Blue 1, no weirdness. The only thing that is possibly non-normal, supernatural, is talents. And all things that the talents do can be explained through some kind of hard science in the universe. And then you go up from there. Blue 5 is like full-blown kitchen sink. Which I would argue that, you know, this is going to be an interesting point of contrast, because we're probably going to be like a Blue 2, you said? You know, like... The world seems completely normal and mundane, but there is a hidden underlayer.
Yes. I'm not saying it's like a full masquerade, but things have happened.
We're talking about the X-Files, right?
Yeah. Things have happened. Maybe not everything is seen. There might be some secret societies and whatnot.
MHR was like absolutely like a Blue 4, if not a Blue 5. Like, I deliberately wrote it as like a literal kitchen sink. I made the backstory of the setting so it would explain anything. Because I didn't know what the player characters were going to do. And, well, we did a lot of different. But your blueness is basically your weirdness level.
I'll be fine.
So, and there's a lot of good advice up here about how, like, you can how to, like, write the world and think about things so that
Let's get you back to Falls Edge.
characters still make sense. Because, like, yes, everything can be weird, but
Go on ahead.
people can still react
Okay.
like normally, and how to like
I'll let
keep
Deca
it
know
on
what
on tack and like figure out where your weirdness. That's why I think blue 2 is a good for us. One of my favorite explanations of talking about why weirdness still feels normal, explaining like higher levels of blue. One of the best sidebars in here is strange days indeed. Actually, normal people do in fact think that all the talking tigers and green alien amadas and sorceress elder gods are very, very strange and unsettling. Normal society survives as a defensive reaction to such insanity by seeking refuge in mundanity and hoping they can avoid confronting the madness. Of course, as a talent, you don't have that option. But yeah, no, people do think it's weird. They just don't say anything because they don't want to acknowledge its weirdness. And I'm like, true facts.
I mean, even like non-weird things, like think about the fucking like even modern events. Like, I'm gonna use this as an example. Please don't take this in it, but just consider the Russian-Ukraine war right now. It's on everyone's mind. Everyone's thinking about it, but everyone's still just going about their day. Everyone's just going about their day, trying to live their best life. Like,
Maybe I should take another
it's like that kind of thing. Like, yes, like if there was like an intergalactic war happening in space, what would you do? Like me, I'm like, if I'm not fighting, it's like, no, I'm just gonna live my fucking life. That's all I can do. It's like, heck.
Aliens are... What's that? They're invading only New York? Well, I'm gonna be concerned, but, like, am I gonna go out on my way to stop New York from getting alien invaded?
No.
Now I'm a normal dude.
Yeah.
Talent's like, you don't have an excuse. You're a fucking... things. Big slide.
Big sad.
Aloy has very powerful slides in this game. You can go far on a sprint and a slide.
Oh, I went too far. Herp derp. So, no,
But yeah,
like, we're definitely gonna be around blue, too, because, like I said, again, Lucky has issues. I have things that I like. I'm sorry, that was the pregnant pause as I, look hard to the camera.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I'm gonna include those things, but, again, it's not gonna be one of those things, like, again, this goes back to the red level. It's nothing that's gonna be, it's nothing that has, changed the course of history and whatnot. They're just things that exist in the map. Because, again, like, think about even you think about normal history, we have a lot of strange fucking stories, y'all.
Yeah.
I don't have to come up with anything.
That's why they say that thing about truth is stranger than fiction.
Yeah. So... Oh, I have to go further up. Okay, interesting. Can I get further up?
And like, as we've established, I think the idea we've kind of cottoned onto is that indeed, because you have actually been like, not necessarily handholdy, but you've been fairly upfront about like asking people what they mean by like their power sources and like even asking people to like change or alter things to fit better ideas for like what your sources and permissions are.
Mm-hmm.
So like they fit with the context of what we're going for, you know?
Yeah. Like I said, I have a reason, like, I have a reason why everyone's gonna get their powers and stuff as a singularity event. I don't want to necessarily spill how it is, but it's basically, things are gonna happen. There might be a tower involved. But like I'm trying to keep the people from locking themselves into something that might feel a little weird in the context of things, like, because I think Aaron like first said like his was it Aaron? I think it was Aaron. He said his was like genetic.
Yeah.
And I was all like, how do you get kinetic fields from like a genetic power? She's like, oh, like, like X-Men stuff. I'm like, because in the context of wild talents, like genetic is like, you got fucking gene manipulation or I forgot.
Archetypes, source quality.
Yeah, what was genetic?
Source genetic is described as genetic. Your powers are a result of genetic enhancement.
Yeah.
So like, and now obviously, I mean, you can do multiple sources and stuff, but the main thing you would think of is like you had a genetic enhancement. Now you could write that as like, ooh, you got, super radiation made genetic enhanced, but your genes have been changed and modified to give you power.
What is this one?
Why
is this? How did this get? Okay, game.
What's up?
Apparently, the fucking marker for the main quest is on me right now, and I don't know why. Wait, is it still over there? It is. Okay. Why? What is happening? I'm confused. Please stop. Alright. But, I forgot my point because that completely derailed me.
Well, you were talking about how genetic might be a weird source.
Yeah, a weird source for what Aaron was going for specifically.
What happened?
Me personally, both as a actually I should say more as a player than as a person who GM'd the system. I have a concern that several of these other players are like, conduit, yes, that's what I want. I'm like,
Listen, if you're a conduit, I'm gonna like, I'm gonna bring that up. That just means you're.
I'm like, guys, do you understand what being plugged into something else is?
But it'll take
Conduit, you are a gateway to an extra-dimensional source of energy, and your powers are a careful application of that force.
That means...
I mean, on the one hand, yes, you might just be Scott Summers, and your eyes are a gateway to the punch dimension. Actually, and by the way, yes, actually, that is how Cyclops' powers have been explained sometime. Is he's just... His eyes are like a conduit to the elemental plane of, like, kinetic force or something in D&D terms.
Thank you, Aloy.
But that might be a little weird. I picked paranormal. It's very catch-all, yes, but it works. My powers are magical in nature. There is some kind of magical thing happening. I am connected to that thing, whatever it is.
Welcome back, Cavo.
You know, Psi is a very easy one. Your powers are psionic. I think you...
That's what I told
with Aaron, that might be a better idea, yeah.
Yeah, basically kinetikinesis. Because I also told him, like, don't just say kinetic barrier for your power thing, because that just locks you into a barrier. Like, be broad with...
It's like, yeah, like, shoot, I have completely forgotten... Biotics, there we go.
Yeah.
Mass Effect. Biotics is, you know, like, that's a whole thing. You biotically bio-generate Mass Effect field. Barrier is one of those powers, but it is technically a gravity manipulation ability. You can do a lot more with that.
Nah, I'm just going to keep this one.
I think Dallas ended up with... I don't remember what the Greek word is, but smokeokinesis. Power theme, smokeman.
I mean,
Smoke on the water.
I mean, that's so cool. I like it better than his other one of electric sound and becoming invisible by vibrating sound waves. Based on...
Yeah, we talked about this. Like, so... Technically, you could, like, disrupt the light waves by, like, warping the air.
But that's it. That gets you a heat mirage effect, and then that generates heat.
Yeah, I mean, that's... The problem is you'd be vibrating the air so violently that is... Funnily enough, so... Heat energy doesn't exist. There is no, like, heat eon. There is no fundamental particle of heat.
No, it's just vibration.
Yeah. Heat is a measure of internal energy, how much agitation your molecules have, and if you have a lot of agitation, that gets turned into photons, which, depending on frequency, is like... Usually, heat is in the IR range, but that's why, like, incandescence and fires are visible light. They are producing so much internal energy, it's producing agitating photons and giving them energy that is visible. So, yes, you could hypothetically, like, do something to make it so you couldn't be seen, but you'd probably be producing a lot of waste heat. Also, depending on what somebody's hearing range was, you'd be invisible, but you would be super fucking loud.
Yeah.
It was just complex. Like, Dallas was basing it on an article that would make you could manipulate sound waves to, like, disrupt the radio waves and be invisible to radar. Yes, photons are also the source of, because radio is EM, but, like, very different frequencies. The energy would be very different. And so you said you weren't okay with it, and he was just like, yeah, I'll just scrap the character. I'll do a different thing.
Yeah, and he's like, smoke. And I was like, okay, cool, smoke.
Yeah, I think his primary powers are he can become intangible, and he shoots incendiary smoke at people.
Yes, because this was one of those things that made me uncomfortable. It's like, what happens if I just shove, like, smoke into people? I'm just all like, it's like, this sounds slightly terrifying. And then he was all like, but how else do you hurt people with smoke? And I was like, incendiary smoke, acidic smoke, caustic smoke.
And he's like, good, yes, I'll do burning smoke. That's still, like, scary and high power, but useful.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think it would have been, like murder scale wise, I think based on the rules, it would have been less dangerous. If you wanted to mechanically replicate the strangulation effect with a power, you would actually do shock only. Because when you are choked out or strangled, you take shock first, and then you start taking killing. But Dallas decided to go for something different. He even has, like, depleted on it because he can only shoot so many smoke bullets.
That's pretty cool.
Then he probably has to, like, smoke a cigarette or something to reload.
And must inhale smoke.
Yes.
You must be one of them. Where are the others?
And I think he talked about when he was discussing it with me, like, between a Yu-Gi-Oh thing or something, maybe after one of the Fail Portrayal streams we did yesterday. Because there was no prog this week. Loth was, in case you didn't notice about that thing earlier, Loth was without power. Yeah.
The one who fired the
he said that he would probably be like,
I was just
occasionally he would be
Right
burning
into this
other
fight
things and
running,
inhaling
I
smoke that
became
he
a
should not
marshal.
normally. Should double check if he's got in the points room for like immune. If he's not immune to smoke inhalation, we should probably bring that up to him and see if he can find the points for 2 hard dice and not that. Because that would be very funny if he like starts fires and is not immune to his own smoke.
To get to the island?
No.
Like I might want to actually like take an immunity power to be like disease free later. I have to decide because I'm in touch with death and
If
stuff.
the valley's been off when
We wanted to run the
Valley is a great survive for 10 days and nights.
But yeah, immunities are discrete. That's another good power for hard dice, by the way, is immunity. So you can just be like, no, I just have an endless or permanent effect. I am not 2 10s. I do not. Useful. I do not die from smoke. I do not need breath.
He couldn't run fast enough.
Everybody's getting spread out. And like I said, hopefully now that Lost is
machines
back, we
really
can work on
hurt.
what
I better
got
look
going.
into it.
Then I'll come with you.
No.
Because
Once
his
you're in
character
the
sounds
valley,
really interesting. I
head
do
to
not know what
machines.
we're doing with his powers yet.
We'll rest here a while more, then head for the medic and fall.
Clearly, he should be conduit,
Strike
and it's in the
true with
puppet.
10, Aloy.
I mean, you get free points because power focus is the puppet is the actual source of the power. That's -8 for focus.
Mm-hmm.
Something's attracting machines.
Alternatively, the focus is just like a psychosomatic component, and the puppet is he needs if then. But we'll figure that out when he does stuff. The last color I think was an important one, but that is black, which is moral clarity.
Yeah.
How moral is things? So the higher your black level, the like
A few
more
pieces,
clear
trails falling
the
apart.
like delineation between like good and evil was, and then how that works. Like black 5 is the righteous choice is always the right choice. Good will always win because evil is dumb. Like the way they say it is like DC Silver Age is black 5. Like the good guys are good, the bad guys are bad, and good will always triumph because that's how it works. Truth, justice, the American way, right?
Right.
Which is a way to run a mask campaign or like a supers campaign if people are all on board on what they're going with. But
Right.
that's not what we're going for here.
No.
Now, we talked about this. You don't think we're Black 1, though, because
No.
Black 1 is like basically like the actual philosophical concept of nihilism. Like,
Yeah.
nothing has intrinsic value. All moral systems are correct. It is up to you to decide what that means for you, which can get a little... it can get a little loosey-goosey for the players.
That's
like,
a little too
actually-
loosey-goosey.
Yeah.
Like, people do bad things, and they should be bad, but sometimes people do bad things for the right reasons, or sometimes people just make fucking bad choices.
Yeah,
And-
but
Okay.
also,
Follow
like,
the trail.
at the same time, we're not like... Black 1 is like... it makes sense to maybe like post-apocalypse settings they talked
yeah.
about, and if
Oh,
we'd
yeah.
gone that route, maybe we would be a little more black,
Mhm.
or a little less black, I should say, because that's the way the rating scale goes. Sometimes it's... But, like... There are still choices that need to be made for us, consequences to be had, and, like, society still has opinions on good and evil, right?
Right.
Like, we're going to have opinions, so probably we're at, like, Black 2. Black 2 is like, there are no absolute embodiments of good and evil, but there are still means which choices can be made.
Yeah.
Killing is unpleasant, even uncouth. Characters share a common moral framework, kind of a thing. So, like, it's there is some kind of moral framework, but it is not necessarily about, like, good is good. Good will win, but it's more like, we're all probably on the same page, and we understand that our actions have consequences, and, like, even if we get all Nietzschean Ubermensch and, like, again, you could easily say, well, my character, can see the dead and can heal people and hurt people. Maybe she goes like, the Alpha and the Omega. Life and death is in my hands. I don't think Mel will go that crazy. But you never know. I've got a lot of points in stability, but sometimes you'll fuck up.
Made it. Gotta find
That's
the
like, that
waterfall.
level is like Black 1, where you're just like, well, everything is literally just a matter of whether or not I can do something or can't do something. Black 2 is more like, yeah, no, there's still guidelines. You guys are all going to be working in the rough area, and I assume that's probably true. We are,
Bad one, too.
I think every player character so far has taken a loyalty to the facility.
Another dead
Yeah.
machine.
So, hey, guess what? That's our moral framework. We are all it literally invested our literal willpower, which now enables us to be talents, is invested in the concept of not fucking over the facility and protecting it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Mel's actually probably. I've already consigned myself. I know from my D&D terms, I'd already probably consigned myself to being Team Mom. I'll be grouchy about it, but I'm probably gonna do it. Oh, that's adorable. Seth calls us the crew. Mel would tell you, and I phrase this as Mel would tell you because I don't want us to make it sound like an Omega, but Mel would be like, never call us that again.
Why'd you put it with a K?
He's 19.
I guess that's
His
true.
character is 19, yeah.
Didn't you have a gang called like the South Street Crew with a K?
Yes, that is an actual gang thing.
Well, clearly it's because of Seth's relations to the gangs and whatnot. Clearly. Let's see here.
Oh, is it a Blade in the Dark thing?
Is it?
Calling your unit the crew? I mean, that's not uncommon. Fucking Battletech calls it the Lance. At least you took the E off. That would be way too tryhard and goth.
Wait, no, I need your scanner ears.
Give me your ears! Reminds me of that Russian Badger video that just dropped about all the fucking Halo Infinite multiplayers with,
Oh, nope, he's dead.
Apparently you can get cat ears on your Spartan helmet, so...
That was a thing a while...
Spartans on the internet.
There.
I remember that was actually out a while ago, but...
Now let's see if there's a lure around here.
Did I get the...
Well, yeah, the cat ears. The Russian Badger video just dropped. We talking about custom Halo, but yes, that was a launch thing when they did the multiplayer early. People were like, "Yo, dog, cat ears," but it's apparently still popular. Who knew?
Who knew? But
yeah, so we're in like probably a low black where like it's not like morality is pointless and everything is open ended. But it's definitely like, but also it's not gonna be like we're gonna win because we're goody two shoes, right?
Right.
Killing is always wrong, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm. Like
God,
again,
that is
like
a great word for it, Ghost Punk Victorian. But yeah, Blades has a very specific setting. I will not go into it this time.
But no, like the way that I'm gonna be set. Oh, what the fuck?
Okay, let's see if I can turn this.
This is some fucking Zenith tech right here. Jesus.
What is this iPod shit?
Yeah, Zenith really is the fucking iPod.
Looks like a log. Something called the Julius?
The Julius.
I mean, I'll say that is at least something I think that the way Wild Talents pitches it is not how that works, right? Like, there's no... They do talk about gritty realism and edginess and whatever, but, like, at no point, if you're doing the four-color temperament, like, Black One isn't like, well, evil will win because good is dumb, right? Like, Black One is like, no. It's about moral absolutism. And at Black One, there is no moral absolutism. Everybody could be right in their own way. It is all a matter of, like, practicality, self-assurance, and, like, all that stuff. Again,
I think the best...
philosophical nihilism.
I think the best way I think the best way that I think about Black One is history is written by the victor.
Yeah, that's another good way to think of it.
Like, if you win, you're in the right. That's the best way I think of it.
Yeah, right. Might makes right kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Whereas as you go up the black scale, it's more like no. Right makes might. Like you are morally slated to win more because you were on the righteous side.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, like I'm not like the way I'm planning antagonists is what the fuck is that? Is some of them are gonna be bad people, but most of them aren't like evil. They're just trying to like cut us their life out of what they have and what they can do. Like
how most humans work.
Yeah.
Listen, rogue galleries are cool, but like if you think about it,
definitely machines here.
You know, like
there's a lure nearby. Focus can
the thing with Batman is very weird, right? Like these guys are just most of them are literally, you know, mentally unwell and need help, and Arkham Silent is dog shit. But at least Batman doesn't kill them.
Yeah.
But like you can say that like some of this is because people are unwell and they're acting out.
Well, like I said, there's definitely going to be a bit of that because I'm sorry, there's going to be a singularity event. People are going to get powers. Some people are going to go a little crazy. Like
also, some people who are already crazy will get powers.
Yeah. So no, there will be definitely, you know, like bad dudes, but like for example, like well, one of the levels of escalation is you're gonna go from like, you know, street level crime to like organized crime. Like, I am going to embrace the romantic notion of organized crime, because I personally love it. Of like the organized crime, they're not out to fuck people out. They're out to make a fucking profit, and they'll do things to make sure that, you know, their tracks are covered and they don't get in super trouble and stuff. So, you know, a lot of them, it's a fucking business. They're not out there trying to like get people hooked on drugs and stuff. Because actually, you know, I'm gonna give you guys a spoiler. There's a fucking spoiler because I love this. I love this in the first. Have you actually played the first Yakuza Omega or seen it?
Yeah, I played a decent chunk of.
So, I love this concept. And I'm totally stealing it. But in Yakuza 1, in an abandoned sewer, they have a red light district, and so I'm like, no, I'm totally gonna fucking do that. Like, at some point, once you actually escalate, you're gonna learn the news about, you know, the fucking secret red light district underneath the international district. And, you know, it's one of those, it's like, I'm trying, like, I've actually been doing, like, some research into the old, Oiron I can't think of the proper term, but, basically, Japanese prostitution used to work. You know, all the girls like lined up in the windows and whatnot and stuff, because it's gonna be kind of that style. Because guess what? Like, that's kind of how it was in Yakuza. But like, these girls, they weren't like, none of these girls were kidnapped, none of these girls were drugged, and like most of them were just fucking sold to pay off debts, or they couldn't find a place to belong. And guess what? This is what they do. They basically are using
our Yakuza friends will be human smugglers, not human traffickers.
Yeah.
A very key distinction I have had to make several times in some stories, because one of those things that's just like, all right, so we're gonna melt these guys' bones, you know, for soup, and the other is like, okay, well, I don't like it, but you know, you're doing a business here.
Yeah. So,
by the way, this is the reason why Lucky knocks all the things off the Thunderjaw.
yeah.
As just missiles and lasers and bombs land all around you, and also they try and bite you with their giant T-Rex mouths. It's fucky, guys.
It's a little fucky, but so it's like, it's one of those things of like, the leader of that is like, isn't like having no like moral high ground of like, you know, like of like, they know what they're doing, but that's like, as I said, it's like,
well, once you get to a certain level of like institutional knowledge or whatever, like usually there's organized crimes are called families. They were like family business lines as well, you know.
It's like, because actually that's actually
in business.
Yeah, actually, it was a system that was placed back in the something that was up in the 1950s when Japan outlawed prostitution. Like, basically all the Oiran there was like, what the fuck did we do? Like, can we necessarily go back to a regular ass life? We don't fucking know.
That's how you create black markets.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at Prohibition.
So this is just like a development on that.
Also, look at the war on drugs.
Yeah. So, I don't know, there will not be a battle arena in the fucking red light.
I mean, Lucky, you should probably still put a metahuman fight club in there.
Oh, I will.
It's a great plot hook.
I will. Well, that's not going to be in the red light district, though.
It should be in a warehouse district by the docks. You always got to have a warehouse district down by the docks.
Well, there is the industrial sector. But it's like, that's the thing, it's all like, they're doing a bad thing, but like I said, they're not like being evil about it. They're running a business. They're not removing human suffering. Like I said, a lot of these girls are like a bit like homeless girls, like, you know, abandoned children, people who have debts and whatnot. You know, so there's still a bit of human suffering.
But it's a byproduct of systemic human suffering, not a cause of it.
Yes. And so, like, you might not necessarily want to go down and, like, bust up that entire ring, because then what are all these girls who, like, this is their life gonna do? You know? Like, it's like, again, I don't want to get into too many details about the plan, because that will actually give away the fucking plot. Like, I'm okay with telling you guys locations and stuff, but not actual, you know, story debates. But, it's like one of those things, like,
you can spoil the map for us. You don't want to tell us what the quest markers are.
Yes. But, oops. It's one of the, like, the thing is, like a lot of, like, what I want to call basically recurrent, like, antagonists Because, like I said, these people aren't going to be on your side. Not necessarily. Like, you're going to be a bunch of kids running around causing a fucking ruckus.
Okay.
But, like, you might be able to come to understandings and agreements with them. You understand, you can't agree with what they do, but you can understand why they do it. Those kind of things, you know. You have to look at them, look at yourself, and look at society, and be all like, what the fuck?
You know, because we have power, we possess, you know, will to power. We can set terms.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we can set boundaries. Like, hey, if anybody stabs a prostitute in my neighborhood, I will, you know, turn you into a ghost because I don't want to see that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, establish ground rules. You don't break the rules, I don't break you.
Yep.
And some people will probably break rules because that's how humans work. But
There's a third lure close by.
we have a lot of space to play in there.
Yeah, no. So like that's the kind of world I want to be of. Not everything is black and white.
To draw in machines and protect the approach to their base.
And that's what I said. Like Black too. It's like there are bad things. Like I said, like one of the corner street gangs is low level prostitution and drugs. Those are kind of, that's actually generating human suffering because those is the game that is just, you know, picking people up off the street, you know, getting them hooked on drugs and then dead and whatnot, and then, you know, turning them out for tricks. You know, that's that actual hard thing.
I mean, I don't know how long it'll take. I can tell you right now, the way Mel's character is, she's not going to like those guys.
Yeah, no.
Some of them are not going to be living forever. They will cease to breathe. I don't know if we'll go, like, full Batman, but it's definitely, like, that's the kind of thing where when you brought up, it's like, oh, yeah, those are the guys where, like, the moment I meet, like, a dead hooker ghost, like, Mel's going to have a bad time.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, like, I've talked about her, like, loyalties and passions before. She's, like, justice for the dead and healing the grieving. So, like, that's just, like... But then Lucky will turn that on me, and one of those guys whose face I melted off will have a lovely little old abuela, and she'll be crying, and I'll be like, "Fuck!"
Oh no, the worst one's gonna.
Power.
No, the worst one's just gonna be when the ghost just straight up fucking lies to you about what happened.
And this is why we have dice and empathy.
Parts from one to fix it.
Unfortunately, I don't think I cannot yet lay hands on ghosts. Actually, my power's non-physical. I might technically be able to lay hands on ghosts. I don't know. That will be a you call.
No,
I did not write the power to lay hands on ghosts.
I mean, if it's non-physical, I'm gonna say you can lay hands on ghosts. You can see ghosts, and you have a non-physical power. You can slap ghosts.
I can reach out and touch a ghost.
Yes.
I slap them with killing damage. Does it matter when you're a ghost? No, I think I'll just... The way my power is written, I think once I can detect the ghost and speak to the ghost, is I'll just roll normal social skills.
Yep.
I don't have mind control ghosts. I don't have control ghosts.
That's one of the things I will say personally I'm concerned about is playing different types of characters and different things. Like, I don't know if I'm necessarily good at, like, impersonating a variety of personalities.
Gotcha. That should be the last.
Just wing it.
That's what I'm gonna try and do.
Looks like there's a recording here.
You know, worst comes to worst, you end up playing, you know, silly accent theater with yourself, which I have done many times. My personal advice for all GMs is try not to put two silly accents in the same scene to each other. You will fuck it up. Unless you're like a professional actor, it'll melt your brain. Speaking of brain melting, we've been going for 4 hours and 50 minutes. Jeez, you said Wild Towns will be long, and you were correct.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the game system. Despite all of its flaws in there, I do appreciate it. It lets you do some really cool open-ended stuff, and like, hopefully I'm not going too much back for people on like my old school. But like I said, we played a lot of hours of Wild Talents, right?
Well,
We had
again,
a lot of
like,
experience with it, and sometimes it's good to use that as a comparison point for like how those things would be different. Like, I think technically I would say MHR was probably like a black like 3.
Couldn't stay away, could you?
Like, not a super high black, but maybe a little more like morally clear than what you're going for. Like, I definitely had like good guys and bad guys in mind.
Oh yeah.
But there were definitely multiple systems of ethics that could overlap.
Oh shit, specters!
Spooky tentacle robots.
Nanomachine, son!
Yeah, those fucking
We get to kill these
future
things?
tech cheaters.
Where are they?
Lord.
Haha, you don't like fucking glue!
Done.
Adhesive is pretty nice. Oh, you landed on me. Bitch. I don't even know if I can shoot things off these things yet. I really haven't tried.
Spectres, I believe they got parts you can... They've got some guns you can knock off.
Alright, where'd the
I
other
don't know if any of their specific items can be knocked off, because they're just, like, goo. And some hard shell.
The fuck? Oh!
Yeah,
You threw
Spectres are Zenith robots.
Where'd the other one go?
Arrows.
I know, it just landed in front of me, so I was, like, confused for a second.
I know, I get confused when they do that sometimes, too. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, you're giving me ammo. Thanks, AI companion, I guess. That's neat. Oh, there he is. How did I miss that guy? Fucking like, hard light. Ram horns, tentacles everywhere, guns.
Actually, how do one of those ropes work on you?
Woo! Good dodge roll, buddy.
I have gotten very good at dodge rolling. Hey, buddy, you're on the ground now. Stop for a
They
second.
have a stealth. Yeah, they do have a stealth field gen.
Plasma unit, shock unit, control nexus. Spectre, weak against acid and plasma. Regeneration unit, interesting. Resource repository, pulse cannon, and vector thruster. Interesting. Actually, I can remove that? Yeah, let's go remove that. You don't need this. Gone. Like, honestly, if you want to, like... That's the thing to do. You tie it down with a rope caster and you, like, and you just examine it and be like, How do I deal with this? This is why
I mean, if you can't, like, stealthily examine something, just rope casting or adhesive seems the way. Let's see, like, stuff. I don't think I've seen a roller.
No, those are stalkers.
Yeah, stalkers stealth. Spectres cannot stealth beam fully.
I
They
think
can do a lot of other weird things.
She needs a medic, but she'll live. Thanks to you. Gotta say, every time we meet is the best day ever for fighting. That battle was something else. And those weird machines. Do you think there'll be more?
But yeah, I think that's it for Wild Talents. Like I said, I'm writing slowly because again, I'm setting up this campaign. I don't know if we'll ever actually. I don't know when we'll play it.
Yeah, I mentioned this, I think, a little off mic. So hopefully this will be our last Delta Green, assuming we actually game this week. Dallas has said that he has been unwell, but he'll check in with us tomorrow.
Yeah.
Eventually, I'll have to deal with them.
But
Is that from
I've said this before. I have nebulous ideas for like different plot threads I want to do, but they have not yet crystallized into a new Delta Green scenario the way that like Rat's Nest did, or even Shadow on the Wall. So that might just have to take a break. I do not want to like forget Star Wars. I was thinking about this the other night. Like, if all the players are like, I'm Star Wars'd out, then it's like, then the campaign is that's how it be. But I've still got stuff to do, and if players are okay to get to it, I am ready to dig that up, and actually probably will start chipping away at that over this week to do the thing. Because I still thinking about it like whenever I watch one of those like Arma 3 with Star Wars mods videos or whatever, I see, a meme about Republic Commandos online. I'm like, I can still do some Star Wars stuff. I still got some fun ideas. There's some fun stuff we can do.
No, I would definitely like to finish. Like, I would like, I would like to, Halo. I'm gonna finish this fight. At least, on Sohaliv. And we're in that final act.
Yeah, we're in that push.
Like once I punch that stupid moth girl. The fuck is that? The fuck is that? Sorry, just
We just seen some weird science fiction shit off the coast in the fog. A lot of fog, by the way.
the fuck is that?
Off the map, you say?
And no, it might be out here, but still, I'm concerned. Okay, how close can I get to that shit?
Say, like, how... Because it doesn't look like there's a good reason for the terrain to stop you from advancing. Oh, no, that's probably some late-game story stuff.
Yeah, no, because like I moved to the side. Wait. Yeah, there's a fucking
Dead Titan.
I can kind of see it through the fucking gray. What the fuck?
That smells like endgame shit.
That does.
There's just a giant fucking tech castle in the middle of nowhere. Is that in the ocean or next to the ocean?
No, that's in the ocean because like you can see landmass there, and then like lightly see the things over it. I wonder if that's the Far Zenith facility. It seems to have their aesthetic.
We have a number of missions. I don't.
Oh yeah, no,
exactly
like I
how
zoomed
many.
in on it. You can see the fucking shit. You can see the fucking shield. That's the Zenith thing. Fuck you, Far Zenith!
Yeah, fuck you for building a floating space cathedral. You're ruining my property values. Maximum irony. The Far Zenith are like, yeah, these weird tech savages are ruining our property values. Ayla's like, you're ruining my property values, motherfuckers. When I fix this Earth, I'm gonna have my pick. Gonna get a beach house. Gonna get some drinks. Put a little umbrella in it.
Honestly, I just cannot imagine Aloy settling down ever.
Oh, I don't think... I mean, that may or may not be a plot thread we have to work into later. But currently, no, I don't think she would know what the fuck to do with herself. She's literally lived with one person like 90% of her life. That guy is dead. So, I... On the one hand, I suspect she would think she would
shit,
like
is that
a quiet
Dreadwing?
life.
Oh, fuck yeah! What kind of Dreadwing is that? It's just a regular Dreadwing. Okay. Okay.
Oh, but he's fucking hanging out upside down on the fucking arms of a Titan. That's pretty rad.
Oh, and it doesn't
Also,
mark it on the
goddamn, these guys are
map.
huge.
It doesn't mark it on the map. But he was... Oh, god damn it! He fucking sensor pulsed me.
Ah, I hate when they do that. What's that other thing? Fucking, I think it's scrap. Some of the scrappers can do the reverse where they like take away your focus. They like jam you. There's a lot of weird status effects and stuff in this game.
Oh, I killed it. That was very anticlimactic. I guess it's because it was only the regular one and not the Apex one.
Yeah. Oh, it was a Red Eye Watcher. I was like, where the fuck did that plasma come from?
Well, I'll have to keep this in mind. Shit, because I needed the metal fangs. I just wasn't sure about it. Fuck. Oh, hey, there's another metal fang. Sick! Is that everything I needed?
I see another purple icon. Something.
Alright, cool. So I looted...
Body.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I got everything I needed for the barrage blast things. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know what Aloy would do, like, to quote-unquote retire. Like, it's hard to imagine, given the way she is, especially in Forbidden West, that she, like, has a slowdown setting. I assume she does.
Oh,
But like I said, my joke about her kicking back with some beachfront property and drinking, like, you know, tiki drinks with little umbrellas is
hey,
like...
I got an iridescent crab shell. Fuck yeah. I guess it's just a random crab drop, I guess.
Makes sense. A little annoying, but makes sense.
I mean, the crabs you have to shoot from afar or blow up, because if you get too close to them, they just sink into the earth. Like,
Aloy just lives in a permanent state of a group text all of her prospective boyfriends and girlfriends that she doesn't acknowledge. Hey, we're just pals.
I don't know. I think the only, like... I'm talking about thing, like, I love Varl in this. He seems like Aloy's little brother in a kind of sense.
Yeah, in the first game he was clearly crushing, but I think now that he's, like, realized Aloy is, like, a person with stuff, he's like, yeah, that's not gonna work out. She's got a lot on her mind. But also, we're still close. We're cool.
We're close. Like I said, like, they're family, I feel like.
Yeah.
My brother's, like, always got her And he's so positive. Oh god, I love him. I love him to death.
Yeah. And then you've got Aaron as well as like your designated meathead friend who listens to like fucking thrash metal music on his Focus. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
We have like almost no human culture left, but somehow fucking Aaron has found the most butt rockiest music that is still left, and he blasts it too loud in the bass.
And everyone's just all like, "Thanks, Aaron." He's like, "You're welcome."
Aaron also like lives in the utility closet.
Oh no, don't worry. Like you get more people. Like I'm pretty sure. Once you complete, I'll fucking spoil this. It ain't that big a deal. Once you complete Aether, Cotello comes with you, and I'm excited about this because his fucking his personal quest, his companion quest, is to make him a synthetic arm. I'm like, yes, yes,
Nice. We're getting advanced. No, I mean I love the little spaces like you unlock the game room and then Gaia updates it because you lost all the entertainment modules or something. Once again, to talk about Aloy's character, Aloy doesn't even pick her room. The others do for her. They're like, Aloy needs a private workspace where she could, like, do her own thing.
And she's just like, oh, okay.
All right, and she's like, guess I'll keep my stuff here. And then she does. And you can interact with it, which I love.
All right, let's see if I can actually get up this.
It's pretty rad. But we've been going for 4.5 hours, and it is, almost midnight, and I am... do we have anything else we want to say about WoW? We're Terran.
No, I just need to...
This is so cool, though. Fucking the trees on this Titan's arm.
Again, I love, like, this is an aesthetic I didn't know that I love, but I genuinely do, of just the super future fucking post-apocalyptic. When
This is some fucking... No, I don't want to talk about DG for like 4 hours. You guys did good. You solved problems. Talked about how DG was a little non-linear, and you guys chose one thing to focus on and tackle, so you've kind of like... You got a big chunk of the clue, but not solved the whole thing.
Actually...
God, it's big. Fucking big.
Actually, that one's looks like it's ruined back there. Was this like a Far Zenith facility that they started building some time ago? I don't know.
Who knows?
Or are they
probably
building
figure it out. There's a lot of fog. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
But no, on the subject of the aesthetic, this is very Hayao Miyazaki, like Studio Ghibli-esque, right? Like just like shit has clearly happened, but also nature is healing, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's very cool. Sometimes I have questions about like how and why some of these machines just keeled over, because like didn't it take Minerva like 60 years to reprogram them? But they look so sick. It's just like whatever. Who cares?
Well, also I think it's also that they ran out of the biofuel as well.
True. They may have just They may have just.
And I can just keep fucking going on this thing.
Yeah, this is them engine improvement stuff, just adding more detail and depth to everything.
I'm just on the back of a fucking horse. Is there anything up here? Not really, no.
Will ever make us fight one of those?
I think
I have noticed that the stalkers seem to have replaced corruptors, basically.
Yeah.
Like as like mini boss mechs. There's still corruptors like lying around, dead, but the Silence's current mode of plans doesn't seem to be about reviving them. And
no, it's about being fucking super secretive and then like berating Aloy about not knowing anything. I'm like, yeah, dude, because you didn't tell me fucking shit. God, I hate his mindset so much.
Silence is a good example of like, in like D&D terms, technically a neutral character. Like,
I think
he's really all about that knowledge. He doesn't mind if he works for good people or bad people. He's just like, I want to know things, Aloy.
And then I want to keep them secret. And then mock you for your ignorance.
You're very smart, Aloy. The world revolves around you. Why haven't you figured this? I feel like it's kind of almost like a pushback, because like, I mean, Silence has shown some sympathetic points, but like, at one point in the first game, he's like, you're taking this whole thing about how the world kind of revolves around you is like not a positive. Most people would be super joyed. Like, and there's a couple of other times where he's like, it's okay. It's just shit's weird, all right. But most of the time, he's just like, oh, Aloy, you don't know about this? Aren't you supposed to be super smart? And Aloy's just like, fuck you, Silence. Die in a ditch.
I mean, that is every time like Aloy starts sassing, And I love how oh shit. I love how you can tell that every time Aloy gets a point because Silence can't say shit. He's just like, like yeah, those Xenos guys just tried to kill me. Silence. What about that? And he's just like,
Yeah, I kind of love that how I haven't gotten to that actual conversation. I assume that's after some more doing.
No, you gotta punch some. You gotta punch a specific rebel camp / outpost, and you find a thing, and you get a call for him, and you're like, "Fuck you, Silence."
Fuck you, Silence. You know that Minerva Tower you tried to fuck with? Well, guess what? Guys got those codes. I feel like I know Minerva's the comms element as well. I feel like we don't lean into the E-war enough. Guys should be fucking out there hacking dudes.
Well, I'm leaving that all to fucking Gaia, because apparently that's how we're hiding the base from Zenith. Is Minerva is just in full-time mode of we're not fucking here.
Jamming, misinformation, etc. I feel like I know we get stuff from it. I do kind of feel like getting the nodes is a little underwhelming. Like I installed Poseidon, guys. Like. Thank you, Aloy. I am now purifying water and rivers.
I mean, she does actually, though. Like, you don't really see it, but like, there are some areas that, like when you remove the blight, like actually remove, like once you get the meter, actually does remove the blight from the area. Like, hang on, let me show you this. This is part of the quest, but you can only do this once you get past the meter. Like, you remember what fucking Plainsong looks like, right?
Yeah. Like half their fields are bladed.
This is it now.
No running. Never mind.
Loading. Bing.
Harvest is upon us, Aloy. Once
All right.
again, we are blessed with plenty.
It looks like things are mostly fine.
Yeah. You have
At
to
the very least,
complete.
there's less blight.
Yeah. So there are like
You gotta
less...
do Demeter and Zoe's quest, I assume.
Yeah. And once you do Poseidon, like you don't really get like I guess you can go down here, but apparently before you do Poseidon, there's a lot more red brackish water here. That
Oh yeah, she does talk about red algae. Interesting. So
and then
that's
like,
kind of weird, right? Where like
and up
you get to
here,
see the benefits, but
Bleeding Mark, there's a bunch of it too, but that actually gets drained out, and so they can actually build their town again. And when Aether is probably like the least thing, but like you never see the fucking supercell storms anymore.
That's nice. We kind of figured that would happen, that the weather would get a little more calm.
Yeah, but no, and that's the weird, interesting thing about it. Like, there's actually a lot of dialogue depending on whether or not you have or have not done things. Like,
interesting.
There's kind of branching. Not that I want to say.
I guess that does truly make this game a little more open world, you know?
Yeah.
Like there's still an endpoint in mind, but you can actually make choices, and what order you do things in will do stuff. Nice. But yeah, we've been going for a while. I should need to take 5. I'm very sleepy.
From the promontory.
So we should wrap up. I've got a couple of things left on my notepad. I'll talk about. I don't know if I will play more Horizon or not. I may end up. This is just a casual thing I want to mention. I'll talk more about it later. But
I love that.
I
don't just in the background.
I don't want to call it. I guess I would say I kind of like rediscovered Gunner Craig Court. Like, I just randomly was wiki walking on TV Tropes, and like they had a link to a Gunner Craig Court comic, and then I was like, oh hey, this is still good. And then I just kept reading, and I'm like, oh hey, I'm at the end. So yeah, I think I missed some middle bits, but I like grabbed a random later chapter and then caught up, and I was like, neat. I kind of think I fell off. If you don't know, Gunner Craig Court, very long-running webcomic, still going, obviously. Done by Tom Siddell. It's an urban fantasy kind of a thing. I love the aesthetic. I kind of fell off because I've fallen off a lot of webcomics because not every story is palatable 3 pages a week. It's like the difference between like a monthly manga and a weekly manga, right?
Right.
Like those monthlies, you gotta wait a long time, but those have a lot of pages. You get a lot done, whereas weekly mangas, you're always only getting like 15 to 20 pages per week, so it's in the pacing. So I think I just kind of fell out of GC because it's very plot dense, very character driven. There's a lot of like backstory and stuff that clearly the author has had in his head for literal fucking years. As a lot of good authors do. Mm-hmm. So like binge reading it flows very well. Slow reading it like I used to do is kind of bricky. Like I don't think I'm gonna like check it every day to like see if it's updated. But I caught up on that, and it's pretty interesting. If you haven't, you should check it out sometime. The author has obviously done a lot of, and also the artist, author and artist, webcomics, done a lot of art evolution over the years, really upped his game, which is always very interesting to see. But something I've always thought was really cool about that guy, Tom Siddell, is he has a YouTube channel. And on it, almost all of the videos that are on it, he's got a couple of like speed paints, but the bulk of what he's got on there, and what I'm probably going to go do after I'm done editing this audio, is he just has retrospectives and like recaps of the comic, just videos of him talking over the comic chapters. Each video is a chapter.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Where he like talks about pages, he talks about his art style evolving, he throws in little details about characters and stuff. He doesn't really do like future spoilers if you've never read it, but he like we'll talk about characters who will become important later. And there's actually like a little bit of production value. Like he'll do like visual gags and references. He will transpose pictures of real life environments that he based environments in the comic on. If he ever spends way too long doing a tangent, he does this thing where like a little gif of chattering teeth shows up to let you know that he's just talking for a little bit. It's a pretty fun way to like go back and experience some of the stuff. So shout out to that guy, and that's, like I said, what I've been killing some time with lately.
Oh shit, where did I get this? Sky Strike Bolt Blaster?
I don't know. They just give you free guns. Who knows? Guns, bows, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, think I'm running out of juice, so we're gonna wrap it up. This was longer than I thought. I hope people enjoyed it. You guys are here for the red. Yay.
Oh man, this was actually pretty sick.
So,
Explosive, piercing, and ice.
Nice. Very stormy.
Very stormy.
So, ooh yeah, firm number 1 on that. Let's check out Geo. Well, I'll enjoy that stat while it lasts, because as soon as we end the stream, those stats will take over. This is now our latest video. Good, numbers are up, stonks are up.
Stonks.
We hope you enjoyed the stonks of this episode. We had a handful of people going through the chat and stuff. Axe has lots of separate thoughts, so he forms large blocks, but we had a lot of interaction over time. Again, not a value judgment, Axe, just something I've observed about you. You tend to think in large strings or blocks, which I will admit YouTube is bad at. You have like a 200 character limit. It's like sub-new Twitter.
Oh man.
And tweets are not a good place to have a long from an intellectual. But next week we'll probably be back with, like I said, I linked that thing to Lucky. He can, have a chuckle about that. The drink menu. We may talk about more wild talent stuff. Obviously, that evolved. When we're done with the Delta Green scenario, if we do actually finish this weekend, we may have like a whole ass post-mortem on it.
Oh yeah.
Because I got a lot of, as you guys have seen from playing it, and some people have seen from watching it. Those are also doing okay on the views for an actual play. Get more audience in. It's very deep. There's a lot of, like... I mentioned this a couple of times in the episode. I built it as, like, not just a singular event as, like, the inciting incident, but, like a whole-ass, like, alt history thing. Like, so, there's a very long flow of, like, what's going on that you guys have to unpack. And I did talk about how, like, some things are just plot hooks and other things are, like... Sorry, somebody just said in chat that they're playing Horizon as well, so they're not typing too much. I understand. But, like, some things I said are just facts and other things are action items, right? Like, some of the things you've run into, you can actually do actionable things about. Other things are just like, well, that's neat to know. That gives us some fluff.
Get to searching. You better have my back.
I didn't see any.
I mean, I told you, the whole adventure is like 40 pages, and several of those are just stat blocks, but... Yeah, I mean, I think that is a typical way to write a Call of Cthulhu-style adventure, is because you as the writer need to understand what the fuck is happening, but also, as the game master, you don't necessarily want the players to understand what the fuck is happening, right?
Right.
Like, if they understand what's happening and completing it, it's just, like, weird. The backstory here is not unknowable, but it's like, I wanted you to have to take effort to, like, find all the pieces and connect it. But I think you guys found your through lines and stuff. Dallas succeeded on an unnatural check. He melted his brain a little bit.
Goobly goobly goo.
So hopefully we will be doing that tomorrow. I will try and make sure to get plenty of rest for that. Ugh. Hey, this is a VOD, so I don't got to do anything with the video uploading. This is just going to click straight over when we're done.
Ta-da!
Yay! Part of the reason why we stream. Also, Lucky gets to stream more and do stuff.
Yep.
But okay, that's some stuff next week. Don't forget Uncharted, possibly our last Uncharted stream Monday. We'll see how much we get through, but I'm thinking it might be a good time to conclude. We're getting pretty close there. So we'll see how far we can fire through that one. So check out Monday for more Uncharted 4.
God!
I paused for a big yawn. I think that's all the other like regular updates for me. Other than just, yes, I know it's still #1, but I'm still going to tell you if you're watching this and you haven't, go back and check out the Let's Take FGO. It was good, long. We liked it. We had fun. As Robin said at the end of the show notes, I think what I said the thing about, I hope you had fun. Robin put in the notes, we have fun here. Some fucking big boy metatextual jokes there. But with that, I think it is time to do the full outro. As Lucky is busy just murdering fools. Making the men...
Oh, you get to use... Oh, fuck! You get to do fucking sweet fucking raptor attacks. Fuck you.
Enemies still get more options. Sucks. You do get a lot of melee moves, though. I need to try out the... What is it? Fucking... Half Moon. Sighting Half Moon or something. The, like, approach attack. Pretty cool. Anyway, doing the outro. So, if you're watching this video on YouTube, be sure to give it a like if you liked it. If you have any comments, leave them in the comment section down below. Or join our Discord. Link is always in the video description on the channel page. If you don't think we yelled enough about Elden Ring, I know some super big nerds who will yell a lot about Elden Ring. They're in our Discord. Join us, won't you? You can also yell about other non-Elden Ring things.
It'll usually be fighting games, though.
That works. We have a channel where people mostly yell about D&D and Yu-Gi-Oh! We yell about anime and manga stuff, too. Light novels, whatever. I'm kind of sad that people don't yell enough about books in the books. But we get a little bit of yelling in the books channel.
Well...
Somebody was talking about them listening to the Daidoji Shin audiobooks and liking.
Oh, the Daidoji Shin has audiobooks? Sick.
Yeah, no, Aconite does do audiobooks. I haven't tried them out, but I've seen them advertising them on their Twitter.
Actually, one last thing I want to talk about. It's like real quick. Fucking Audible had a sale. Had 75% off all their entire site-wide thing. It's crazy. It's nuts. I didn't realize about it until the very last day. But
probably for the sake of your wallet.
Probably, yes. But I did something that I've been meaning to do, and I got Omega, Florinda, and the 40 Flight Tower, which is pretty awesome because it is written by Thomas and Mir. You know, same author of the Locked Tomb trilogy, which consists of Harrow the Ninth and Gideon the Ninth, and narrated by Maura Quirk, who's also the narrator for those same books. I was like, I really liked it, and it's only like 4 hours, 9 minutes.
Yeah, it's like 4 hours. It's not too long.
It's not too long, so I'm like,
hopefully... I've definitely been thinking, especially since like I said, I think I exhausted that back catalog on how to drink. I'm probably like gonna listen to a lot of audiobooks as I play more Horizon and Triangle Strategy and stuff. So I'll get back on the track. I think I got like 9 hours left in Gideon, which seems like a lot, but if you're talking about like extended video game play, that's what, like 2 or 3 days, big play sessions. I get done. Okay, where was I in the outro? Comments, Discord. Oh, hey, subscribe if you're new here to get more of this and our other content. Let's Like FGO, streams, other videos, APs, stuff. Sub to us, you can get all of our videos as they roll out. And even if you're already subscribed, considering that bell for notifications, you always know when we post a new video. And when we stream, it's very important to know so that you can tune into things and stuff. You can also join our channel membership. Hit that join button or click the link in the description. You get access to membership badges and emotes as are displayed on the screen right now. Ta-da. I think we need one more member before we can get new emote slots. I don't know how many slots we get, but more slots, yay. Also, like I said at the front of the show, you can consider supporting us on Patreon and get access to this episode in audio format for as little as $1 a month or about $10 a year. So we do annual memberships. You can vote in topic polls, get access to videos early, listen to us record Let's Like FGO live, lots of other things, and it really helps support us. That is all I have in the outro spiel for today.
That is it. We're calling it here. Everyone have a good evening and see you next time.
You don't got to go home, but you can't stay here.